You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We can take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes, yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through. What can we ever What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm?
Welcome back, everybody, to day 12 of VCT China, where we're making our way through the lowest bracket, not the middle bracket, not the upper one, the lowest one, where every game is unfortunately an elimination game. Today with me is Volt, and we got a great game. TYL versus Trace Esports. How are we feeling, Volt?
Well, first of all, I'm glad to be here. It is called Light Shields. It is pretty much the last line of defense for the two teams. It has not been the easiest of times for Trace. For TYL, they got knocked down from the middle bracket. For Trace, they got back-to-back losses to start off the kickoff season. And personally speaking, at least for me, right, my expectation is that I have a lot of faith in Trace as the experienced players in there. You know, you think of Dilby, you think of Viva, and like you think of Kai, even in their newer edition. Like, they are a team that can definitely bring the heat when necessary, and they have done that just in the prior game in the lower bracket. But TYL is a team that has actually been really consistent with their firepower, something that Trace maybe have been found lacking at in the few maps that they have lost.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I mean, to be honest, I know your money's on Trace, but for me, I'm a bit of a TYL believer here, I think, today, Will, because I think our Lord and Savior Splash is going to take us home here on TYL. He has been so good. I know they're in the lowest bracket, so, you know, there's a ceiling to how good he has been, but still, I feel that his potential he's still got potential to go even beyond what he's already shown, and he's a top 10 player by rating in the region already, in a team that's in the lowest bracket. So he has been so good for this team, and I think that I do agree with you that the experience on the side of Trace might edge out here, but I think the raw talent on the side of TYL might be the defining factor here, might be the weightier thing to consider here. Regardless, though, I have no idea what maps we're gonna get. What do you think?
Hey, look, my expectations are a little bit tempered for the maps because TYL have kept it a little bit free-flowing. They try to pick into their opponent's pick most of the time, but at least for TYL, like, they just do not like playing the Ibis for the most part. That's at least what we have seen, right? We've seen them lean into the Corrode quite often. We've seen the Breeze actually against TEC. And, well, it is just going to be intriguing for the side of TYL whether or not they will lean into that again. But I feel like Split is something that we are seeing, which is why I have it as my background. Look, this is my prediction for the Veto. I'm almost guaranteeing that there will be a split, maybe as a decider, but most likely I think it is actually going to be picked by TYL here.
Wow, okay, all right. I mean, you're probably right. I have Breeze on my background here, not as a prediction, but as a copium. Okay, I want to see Breeze. It just got changed. It just came back. I want to see more people play Breeze so that I can actually see what VALORANT looks like in the new version of it. We've seen it a bit in the other regions, but we haven't really seen it that much in VCT China just yet. So I want to see more of that. But going back to these two teams again, I'm not too sure, even if we do get these maps, what on the side of Trace anybody's gonna play. They've been a lot more experimental with both of their comps and the roles that each player is playing. Sometimes you've got Feng Feng and Kai playing duelists. Sometimes you've got Feng Feng and Del B playing duelists. It's very free-flowing, and it seems like Trace are still kind of trying to figure out who they are as a team and what each of their individual roles are in terms of their overall cohesion. And I think that's another thing to consider when you're matching up these two teams, which actually on paper do actually still feel very evenly matched. And I don't think anybody winning would be an upset here.
Yeah, I agree with that part. Again, still, I believe in the experience from Trace. It has brought them back against a few teams. And on the experimentation part, yes, they have actually leaned into trying to play a single duelist composition here or there in the opening few bouts of Kickoff. But I will say, at least in the last best of 3, they have always played double duelists, and it makes a lot of sense. They get the most out of Kai in that way, and I just do believe that whether it was actually Del B playing the Waylay or Feng Feng also playing the Raze on the split, they do have people that are specialists on specific maps, on specific duelists, which is the combination that they are trying to play towards. So I do still think that double duelist is the meta, and a lot of teams are right in picking that. But the good thing about this meta is that, you know, outside of just bringing smokes, pretty much, it is wide open in like the variations, right? Like some teams in EMA like to play the Phoenix. A lot of the other teams, for example, like a lot of teams actually lean into the Waylay, but some teams don't, and they still find success. Cloud9 also like playing the Chamber a fair bit in America. So there are definitely a lot of options in terms of how you can play the composition. So it does allow the Trace there that experiments a little bit more, maybe to be a bit more flexible, to pick up the agents that will actually be a stylistic counter to TYL on the other side. But then it will become a question of, can they actually lean into that win or not?
Yeah, I mean, I find this meta to be maybe the most difficult to really put a finger on actually what it exactly is. Teams that you would have expected to do well on this, I mean, I know in general that it's a double duelist meta, but the way that actually manifests in terms of the details, in terms of the duelists that we're playing, in terms of the synergies that we're going with, there's a lot of different ones that we've seen so far that have sometimes worked, sometimes don't. I don't think any team really has this meta fully figured out. I think a lot of teams that we expected to do well aren't, and a lot of teams that we didn't expect to do well are, through combinations that you would have thought otherwise unorthodox. But you're right, the experimentation on the side of Trace could be actually a positive point for them, because they might come up with something that TYL are just not ready for. And if they're good at these individual agents and they're good as a team outside of their agents, that could be the deciding factor against a team that doesn't have the level of experience that Trace has.
Yeah, I mean, at least for me though, the one main thing here, at least for the teams that are in and out of the expectations, I believe like All Gamers is definitely the biggest surprise, and they might get a chance at Santiago playing against the dominant XLG with a lot of their new changes. But to bring it back to TYL, they are a team that have actually not changed that much in comparison to teams like XLG, like the Wolves. They've kept what made them working from stage 2, which I feel like All Gamers did the same thing. And now it is just a question of whether or not they can lead some success behind that part.
Yeah, absolutely. And as they now start to enter the arena one at a time, well, actually, or 5 at a time here, we get to see these players who have been so good so far, but unfortunately still do find themselves in this lowest bracket facing elimination. Ooh, it's gonna be a difficult game for this squad.
Hey, difficult it may be, but I feel like cohesion is definitely on their side on the terms of TYL and what they can provide to the table. They are a team that have taken a few good scalps. Like, I mean, their win off JDG in the middle bracket was really legitimate. So they are a team, you know, outside of taking 9body away and adding in Splash, which all we of us can agree that has been a revelation for them in terms of firepower. They have actually made a lot of good parts. But I mean, the one thing for them has been, though, the real problem that Sword9 is kind of just standing in as the IGL. He wanted to coach the team. They didn't find an IGL for stage 1. And, I mean, sure, like, the credit where credit is due, though. Sword9 has played well, but they are definitely a team that might look different after Santiago. Unlike Trace, that I feel like have picked all those pieces that are just handcrafted to give them a combination of the experience of the Viva calling, previously a co-caller of XLG, and a lot of those players that are just really strong individually. We're talking about DLB, we're talking about Fong that was just mentioned. They are a pretty dangerous team, and I feel like Kai might be the X factor in this equation.
Yeah, I mean, he went absolutely ballistic against Wolves the last time we saw them on stage, and actually this whole team as a whole, individually, it's difficult to say that this team doesn't have the pieces it needs to succeed. Every single one of these people, every single one of these players is so good as they walk past their order there. They're all so good, and even when they switch these roles around against an unprepared team, if these guys have the communication to make any combination, any composition work, they look really formidable. Really formidable.
Yeah, but I mean, like, the thing for Trace, though, at least from what I have seen, that they're happier with some compositions a little bit more over the other. We've seen pretty much from TYL exclusively Yoru as their dedicated duelist, at least, which, I mean, here's the thing, like, Yoru is amazing.
It's
and
good. It's
I
good.
think, yeah, like, for the most part, though, it has been a lot of the other teams as well that actually don't really mind playing into the Yoru and playing the Yoru themselves. Like, I mean, DRG have not missed a single game without the Yoru, unlike TYL, who, yes, have played him majorly, but there were a few games where they didn't shy away from playing like the Waylay Neon, which could be a factor if we do actually hit towards Corrode, but might not be the thing here at Split. Right now, the teams are huddling, and we will see
together
very shortly where we actually will get that one. Okay,
it's a bit of a mega huddle.
I mean, that's an all gamers kind of huddle right there.
Yeah, it's everybody. Everybody's all together. They're all hyping each other up. I mean, you love to see it. They just want to play some good Valorant, and we are hoping to get some good Valorant as well. Entertaining Valorant that hopefully takes us all the way to 3 maps as a mascots huddle as well. One of them's taller than the other. And it's not the dragon, surprisingly.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I don't know about you, but I actually do prefer the TYL Dragon over the DRG Dragon, which might catch a lot of people off guard. But what won't catch us off guard, at least, is one part of the Veto. The other is really surprising. Split taken away by TYL. So a lot of respect for Trace. It is Haven. It's pretty much have taken the place of Ascent as the most common map to be played in the pool, and an Abyss for Trace Esports to leave that Copium, that over there. Wait, my signals are not the right ones, but yeah, that Copium in Breeze to actually be the map to be played.
Well, now I'm hoping even more that we go to map 3 so that we finally get to see these teams on Breeze to see what they look like. But yeah, you're right. We're heading into Haven first with Trace on the defense side. This is TYL's pick, and I mean, look, we've seen teams succeed at this map with a lot of different compositions, with Neons, with Yorus as well. Are we going to see a bit of a mirror comp, do you think? Or do we think Trace is going to go back to their experimenting ways?
I mean, I think the Trace is most likely just going to pick up a lot of their usual suspects on this Haven. You know, they've played it a fair bit, but not really that much here. I think the only time that we have seen them play Haven, they ended up playing that in, what, I'm not mistaken, against the Wolves in upper round 1. Where they actually pulled out the Viper. That was their pick in there. They played the Killjoy, which, I mean, I'm not really the biggest fan of, but I understand, like, Viper, Killjoy with the Omen as well, like, trying to play for those isolated duels, something that would lean into their strength, and we will see if they do it again. And indeed, the exact same composition here. for the side of Trace that they have played against Wolves, and it is indeed going to be a mirror composition from the side of TYL.
Yeah, absolutely. So it really is just going to come down to which of these teams feels more comfortable on these roles. We see Kai back on that Neon, as well as Delby now going onto that Viper, which she's played a bunch as well. I mean, they're pretty standard compositions, pretty standard roles. We're gonna kind of see Splash. I mean, we see Splash on that Neon as well. It's what we'd expect. Everybody's on the agent that we'd expect to see them on.
Yeah.
So it's gonna come down really to which of these two teams has a better grasp on this specific composition. Though I do feel that it's a bit more defender-sided than attacker-sided.
Yeah, I mean, with the nature of the composition does that, but also it is counteracted by Haven just being a little bit more attacker-sided by nature. So it brings it back to neutrality. But if I do remember correctly, it was 8 rounds won on defense by Trace against by TYL rather, against FPX on their also single map of Haven that they played that exact same composition. So both teams have been showing good defenses to that composition, and it is actually Trace to start on the defense of that one. Remember, no second chances. Their loser of this one will go ahead and play against the winner of our next matchup between JDG and EDG, all in the way in the lower bracket. Still another matchup that is yet to come, but for now, for Trace, their hope is that that C-long stack that they have for the two players might be their winning answer. For that pistol, it is only Sword9 to start. Trying to break off the util, might allow Kai a chance to speak up. He tries to go with the relay bolt, and they get over the control, but not really taking the life of Sword9. Still on 40 health, can't deliver the headshot. And will do for 2, that's TYL. Starting off on the right foot, thankfully though for Trace, at least Delby gets something back.
So much utility used up on getting Sword9 off that angle, and he comes out on top with 2 kills, and Scales now pushing into Garage, gets one of his own, leaving just 2 members alive on the side of Trace on this defense side, and B side is open. They're just gonna go in and get that plan down.
I mean, Fong on one side, Viva might get a great timing there, but detected by the alarm bot. Should not really be much of a bother, at least. He's trying to play for the headshot angle, waiting to see if Sword9 will present him a duel. That is not going to be the case. Fong though might be presented with one, but he does not stick the landing. Oh, that's a crucial error, and unfortunately for him, he needed 3 there from the Sheriff. Only delivered 2, but it leaves a workable round for Viva. Still got a shock dart, and 2 out of those 3 are really low on health. It's just all about the cubby, and Scale speaks out with a paranoia, takes the kill clean. It is a pistol round for TYL.
A bit of a messy start for Trace there. I mean, they had some good ideas, taking that control early in C main. Unfortunately, the shots just didn't land. Fong as well, not quite getting that shot off right before he went around the corner. But that is a good start for TYL. And we know how snowbally the meta is right now. And you want to get these early starts. You want to hit the ground running in these maps as much as possible.
Yeah, and we'll see if that start continues to be in that good ride though, because for Trace, there is a Marshall, but it's really the only thing invested here out of the defense, and it will leave Viva in a bit of an unorthodox situation in terms of round 3, but so far, shouldn't really be that complicated for everyone else. They're trying to play for the beta switch. Yeah, and the right click from the classic could be good enough. Slowly, actually taken down, but it is only a pistol, so not the end of the world. If that execute goes well, maybe there's a world where things can happen, but suddenly they leave us a couple of spaces here, but LB could not really capitalize. They needed that kill, and much like the pistol, when they are put in the tough duels, apparently Trace have not been delivering at the start.
Unfortunately, that does seem to be the case, just not hitting a couple of key shots that they absolutely needed to. I mean, that round started out well. Again, they have the right ideas. They're in the right positions. It's just that when it comes down to the actual moment of truth, when it comes down to that fight, they're just not converting most of these kills. I mean, it's a good start. Look, he picks up the Guardian. It just doesn't go through. Thankfully, though, for the side of Trace, they can now buy. They're heading into their first real buy round. It's a bit of a mixed buy, but it's still a pretty good buy.
Yeah, I mean, the important part I feel for Trace is the majority of their team do actually have full shields. is going to be a big factor against that Bulldog and the Guardian in terms of body shots. And now looking, the vantage point gets a shot away, but again, Trace just lose out another first blood.
Here we go. I mean, Kai has the advantage there. He just can't convert, and this has been the story of the first 2 rounds, and it continues to be the story here on perhaps one of the most important rounds of this half, if not this game, which is his bonus round. And they keep finding themselves in advantageous positions, and this time finally Viva does convert that. Unfortunately, the site's still given up though.
Well, most likely here the call for Trace, unless they do find a frag early, might just have to be save this round away. No killjoys, so Scales will be presented a dual heads up. The timing works out a little bit favorably here for Trace. They can scale up Viva on a single point of health, though anything can actually get rid of him. So he needs to be very careful in the way that he approaches that round. He's gone by the shock dart. The next 2 not really going to be able to do much. Good damage from Delby. That's the second in the round, but the time is still far gone. They need to make this happen quick, and Delby is round 3.
He has a chance.
He needs to find a 4 in this second, and he cannot. Sword 9 smites down the opposition, and the bonus is converted for TYL.
Devastating, absolutely devastating for the side of Trace. I mean, Delby doing his best to convert their round, but it just isn't working out for them. Everything that they try is good on paper, but the execution is just falling short of making it work for them. And now, look, Trace are in a rough spot. They've just lost the bonus, and TYL are off to an incredible start. They're just gonna keep building these rounds up and building up these ults, as well as they just look at the confidence. Look at the confidence. Look at the amount of space they're taking.
Yeah, I mean, who can blame them really for having that kind of confidence? Fang, Kai, and Liu Kang, neither of those 3 found any frags in this game, so and just most likely do as they do, you know, just force their way in, play a very confident game, and Kai, yeah, like that should be a freebie, right?
Should be, but we'll see if it actually converts. He does get the first one. He's in for a second, but he doesn't quite make it. The guns on the side of TYL just winning out on that side. They're gonna try and hit C here, and it's gonna be up to Fang to actually make something happen with that Marshall in hand.
Oh, that would be such a good timing for Viva. Scales unaware. He's completely unaware, right? But the outlaw in hand, looking. A single shot for the kill. Viva posted up in a good spot, but doesn't really spring out for the kill. Instead, it's the Marshall to start off on the right foot, and there's not really that much time left, Cats.
No, and now TYL find themselves on the back foot. They're getting a little bit desperate. They're gonna start to push through this smoke because they feel like they have nothing else left to do. And he get the timing slowly, still gets one. Sword 9 gets one as well. Lauking, the only one left on side, he's taken out. And it's a 2v1 just like that. Tracer once again struggling to make anything work, but Viva wants to change that. Unfortunately, Sword 9 with a 4th kill on the board, and TYL keep the dominance they've been maintaining on this map. The better gun winning out, but Trace made that close. Let's not get this wrong. They made that really close.
Yeah, especially considering how little they have invested in this round. Definitely have made them work on the other end, and credit what credit is due for Trace. They are doing well in terms of actually finding some of those spaces and the timings, but I really would love to see an earlier timeout if things do not go their way. I mean, this round is just make or break in round 5. They got the purchase, they got the Viper Spit operator in the hands of Kai, and that is posted towards the A side, but it's a C side scale here. And they just might try to ramp up the pace because there are only 2 players now. But the rotations will be coming shortly. There it is. The fast lane is out. Neon on the right side. And there's one by the logs, but 2 kills from Trace. And they are holding on for the site until Splash blows this one open. The wave springs over at Tsunami, and Fang is trying to weather this storm. Another shock dart. It's another kill from Splash. Multi-kill galore is what we're seeing here. Even kind of 1-on-2.
Oh, the import from VCT Pacific Splash just making a splash here, getting 3. I mean, they're snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, but then giving it up just as soon as Kai now has an opportunity to get Trace, his team, back on the board. But it's Sword 9 yet again. He's always there to close these rounds out. 5 on the board for TYL. It's an incredible start to the map, and Trace, I think it's about time for a timeout.
Yeah, and it started out okay, right? Like Viva and Lil King each got a kill. We just
Every
didn't
round.
really account for how far Splash has gone. They were not ready for a second player in there. And the rotations perhaps came a little bit too late for Trace's side. They didn't bunker it out well, and there it is, the timeout. Now the real question is, how can they flip the script around? We've seen different kind of pacings from the side of TYL, whether it is that they try to scale up aggressively just like they have done in the last round, or if they actually want to speed things up a little bit. And we'll have to wait and see if, well, both of the default and just the full-on rushes will be countered in either way by Trace, who tried to be proactive Kets, but the main thing that proactivity didn't really pan out.
I mean, I'm not even sure if that's the whole story. I feel like the productivity does pan out. It just pans out for the first half of the round. They start these rounds so well. They start them confidently. They start them winning these duels. Most of the time, I think there was 1 or 2 rounds where they didn't, but at least more than half of them, they start out these rounds winning. But then they have this sort of mid-round collapse where things get a little bit too chaotic. Splash is diving in and he's dashing out, and then everything goes alright. They completely lose track of where the enemies are, where their own teammates are, and the synergy kind of evaporates. And that's, I think, where Trace really need to pull themselves together. Keeping their form, their proactivity consistent throughout the duration of the entire round rather than just at the start.
Yeah, the mid-rounding has definitely been the worst part, but this time, well, it is an eco though. Like, you know, you're not really expecting that much out of them, but sort of that quick though. TYL dominant in their own map pick. I honestly expected more of a fight from Trace in general, but credit where credit is due to TYL. They have been picking their moment. They have been picking the sites apart. And that's exactly how you want to play the Haven, right? You basically poke and prod on the extremities, try to play the tug of war, understand how Trace are approaching both C long and A short, I feel like, are the 2 more important parts. And with them
completely abandoned C long.
Yeah. You know, and with them basically figuring out how the round is played on the side of TYL, it just has made it so much easier to get the read on Trace that even with the rotation of Fong back in the site, he's only got a Sheriff and there's no rotations anywhere near.
Yeah, there's not really a lot that Fong is going to be able to do here as this Owl Drone comes in and the walls come in and Splash follows quickly behind with the rest of his team walking in as well. He just has a Sheriff in hand. He's already down to 13. He's going to walk out and die, and that's exactly what happens. And the round, I mean, it's going to be a miracle if Trace win this somehow with the guns they have and the numbers that they have. But, well, that's a good start to do that.
Yeah,
oh
the
my God.
from the Bucky actually makes it a little bit more competitive than it perhaps should have been. But let's be very real about it. With Lil King and 5 points of health, that is exactly what's always going to happen. Delby needs to put out a miracle, and he is only human after all.
That does seem to be the case. I mean, look, the good news for Trace is that that is still an eco round. Whatever they spoke about during the timeout, this next round is where that's going to come into effect. And what we want to see is we want to see them keep the proactivity that they've had, but combine it with the utility with the way that they have, but then maintain that throughout the round rather than just completely dead stopping halfway through when they get pushed.
Let's go!
They need to take these timings, they need to take these chances, and they need to start doing something different than just trying to hold these sides. And this is a good start from Kai. There we go, the first kill, the second kill, the third kill, they're all coming through. Sword9's the only one that gets a kill on the side of TYL, but now they need to figure things out, and Kai, he's on for the ace. He's not, he's on for 4, and he gets that 4, and that's exactly what we want to see.
And 4 is pretty good as well. Like,
I mean, it's great.
We want them the round in there. And that's the thing that we were lacking from Trace, right? We talked about how they get something early on in the round. They usually get like 1 kill and then lose in the mid-round. But that third one from Kai, though, oh, that is devastating for the ranks of TYL. But, you know, they haven't lost much. They already are on the 6-round streak. Their economy are still in a good stride. They will have the ability to buy for this round, but not for the next. Unfortunately for Trace, though, this round 8 is supplemented by, let me count, yep, that's 4 ultimates on the side of TYL.
And it's 4 ultimates on the side of Trace as well, so they are playing a little bit more passive this time, hoping to use some of those ultimates to maybe retake if the opportunity arises. But it's gonna come down to Kai here in Garage as he takes this fight against 4 members of TYL. He's going out. He might regret this decision. Thankfully, he does have the ability to get out. TYL giving him just enough advance warning to do so, but Garage control is lost, and that lockdown. That's a big lockdown. That's 2 sides that thing hits.
Out. I think that's a great thing about that lockdown, right? There's also another one in short, but it's broken down early. A lot of control by Trace there, but still Splash able to find a second. The lightning gun is gonna be able to overdrive and overwhelm on the other side. And yeah, do remember there's an increased damage multiplier for those headshots as well, so they do kind of delete you pretty quickly, and Scales should be easily able to find that one, and that is pretty much the round done. Kai and Delby with no real way of even getting into the links, let alone into the V-site.
I mean, that's it's a good kill just as a consolation prize, but there's just nothing they can really do to salvage this round at this point, except for getting these additional kills just for the sake of economy. Hang on a minute, they're kind of killing everybody. They're still not gonna win, but they're killing a lot of them.
Yeah, and well, that's it. Kai might be the sole gun saved, and most likely seems to be that way. Tugged in heaven, no problem for him. 7 though for TYL. So for Trace, that round seems to be a flash in the pan where Kai is able to do it all on their own, and now we are back to our scheduled programming. The programming that started off with a good read from TYL, right? They put the ultimate in Garage, and they basically abandoned the ultimate itself and used that pressure of knowing that we would at least have 2 or 3 players from the side of Trace and Garage to force the issue towards a main, to try to play towards the other part of the map, and it made it a lot easier on them when they've done that.
Yeah, I mean, once again, we need to. Trace now have 5 full ultimates at the ready to use for this round. So if we see them use, 2 to 3 ultimates here and still not win the round, I think this map is going to be very difficult for them to come back on. But this is good. This is a good amount of space that Locking has taken here. He has so much information. If they push out a main here, and he might be able to get one at the very least. He does. He puts out that paranoia. Is he gonna stay here? You gotta go, man. You have to go. You cannot stay in the exact same position. You have to at least cross to the other side. A bit of a blunder. Of course, they're gonna push you with utility, and unfortunately, that puts TYL back on the right foot here.
But here's the thing, though. Like, what was King supposed to do? I think he tried to step. Still gotta put them out in the open. I feel like the only other call that he could have made is just to try to step to the other corner and try to catch a good timing. But yeah, it is always going to be a bit weaker when he is on the Stinger, and we're back to what Trace has been on for the most part. Now that's an ultimate in Garage. It's a little bit deeper in the window, and they're trying to bide for their time. A peek here from Splash, a score 4-1, leaves it in a 3-on-2, still advantageous for the side of TYL. And they try to find the timing. The pit is down, 2 for Pong Pong, leaves the 1-on-1 in the end, and slowly trying to play for the namesake, buying some time, but the Neon is just too mobile, too much to handle. And Trace finally able to put the 2 on the scoreboard, doubling their round wins.
Yeah, I mean, slowly, I feel you, man. I mean, that is so annoying to deal with. A Neon that's just AD well, using that ultimate. I mean, there's really not much you can do to make that shot land. Trace winning through, I think, mostly the primary kill, the most important kill, the most impactful kill, that kill in that Viper's pit by Fang Fang here onto Scales. And then the spray transfer as well onto ERV. I mean, can they replicate that? Maybe not, but at the same time, they did win against a bunch of ultimates there.
Yeah,
7-2 still right.
And here's the thing, though. A win is a win. Anything here for Trace is just good enough. I mean, yeah, they would love to go for a 7-5 scoreline, but TYL taking their own timeout, much confirming that they want to, as they would say, sure that they push the wedge in and don't really give any space for Trace to breathe. That it just has been those first bloods, though, that has been a bit of an enigma, right? Like, whenever I'm thinking about how many first bloods Trace ends up getting, and then how they play on the other parts of the map, right? Like, I feel like they're a little bit slower in basically retreating out of the other offensive angles once they got the man advantage. And I feel like that's one of the most important thing on the defense, is that you know that the attackers on Haven love to fish for those freebies, love to fish for a player that is caught single-handed. And while yes, the Stinger kind of forces him to play deeper in lobby, and he still got the kill there, okay, don't make no mistake about it, but it's just gonna be a question of can now Trace back on the guns with less ultimates get the job done. There's still a Viper Spit that actually I was thinking maybe they would be tempted to use it in this round, but they're saving it for the final two. And for their defense, much more defensive in nature this round. This is the first time that we actually have seen them just completely ready to play for the retake than anything else.
And it might work out for them, but I can't really endorse this sort of play style. But the good news for them is that, yeah, TYL is on this eco, but it doesn't matter because ERV just pops LB. Unfortunately, Splash can't recreate the success of his teammate, but ERV is still on for more. He picks up that gun. Guys, how? I don't think he's on. And still gets the kill though. The sight is up. Slowly has a rifle. This might be doable for TYL, but this is a great chance, a great opportunity for Trace to get that score a little bit closer, but they have to be careful, and that's a great way to start. Kai's gotten a second kill without actually seeing his opponent, and we're gonna take those any day of the week. 3v2, 2v1, what is skills? How's he done that? Did they line up for him?
Well, they say a grain of salt will tip the scales, and right now the scales are tipped in the favor of TYL. And what a play there for him, but just a bit of strokes of fortune for TYL all across the board, whether it is the initial kill that they found from ERV or the scales holding his own there. That is tremendous work from him. Not standing up just yet, knowing that it's still pretty early in the best of 3 to do that, but the confidence definitely running high in the Dragon camp.
He's walking into the meat grinder at the end there. I mean, that's a devastating way to let TYL, your opponent, get up to 8. You had it. You had the gun advantage, the numbers advantage, and you still can't help but feel like that round has really slipped from your fingers, and you can see the confidence in Trace falter now after that round. They're taking these fights so much sloppier. They're taking it with so much less confidence. And TYL are taking perfect advantage of that. I mean, it's just headshots across the board. I mean, look, he's so apprehensive. He doesn't know. He can't figure it out. And on the other hand, Splash, he's just in. He's all the way backside. They're just walking in. He does manage to get one, the ERV taken out, but that's the best he can do. Splash is just already there. He's just already there, as he always is.
I mean, TYL just callous at this point. They give no damn, no regard given to a Trace that we said got a wealth of experience, but they are not scared of bringing the fight to them. And that might be wraps on the game just there. A 9-2 scoreline. They at least need to get the third and then the pistol. And that's just to keep it like competitive, right? To get to a 9-5 scoreline. But it might not even be the case. You look at the buy here from the side of Trace. Yeah, sure, you know, they get the guns, they get everything they want, but a lot of those players actually unlight their shields, which must mean that this outlaw from carries so much value.
Why didn't the ERV buy?
Yeah, that's the one question though. Like, I'm sorry, what?
Why didn't he ERV buy? I'm a little confused. He had something like 2,000 something credits. You can at least buy a Bulldog. It's the last round, but okay, we'll see how it works out for him. He just has a sheriff in hand. I think he probably just realized that he didn't buy a gun for himself. As TYL now try to take a little bit slower, try to clear out these angles step by step. Oh, no, Splash doesn't want to wait.
Oh, yeah.
He wants this. He wants the smoke.
I mean, the smoke right now, give him a Fong Fong though. A good start from Trace, and that's the second through the wall. Oh, that's cheeky from Fong Fong. But they'll walk back into the pit, and right now the Viper trying to pay back the favor. ERV, the only player to find anything for the side of TYL, and it's left all 4 scales with an outlaw in hand. Not really the best gun for a multi-man, and it is going to be the backstab from Viva, so they do get that necessary third. And now the question becomes, What can they do once they swap over to attack?
Yeah, I mean, this pistol round is going to be the decider, I think, for the rest of this map. Already, though, TYL are obviously in a much better state to win it. But if Trace have to have any hope, it has to be off of winning this next pistol and then converting the anti-eco after that. I'm still a little confused about what happened in that last round with regards to ERV and his financial habits. But I think Trace are going to be kind of happy, at least having gotten 3 with the way they started out. Remember, it was 5-0. I think it was 6-0.
That's magnificent. Magnificent work from TYL on that one. But as you said, like, you never really discount the team out. And still, like from going to 6-0 to 9-3, a bit more of a fighting spirit given here by the side of Trace, but it might be too little too late in the end, as we are just going to be waiting to see what Trace can do on the pistol. Again, it is do or die for them, but it is TYL's pick. And I'm going to be completely honest, I do think that the Abyss is also going to be slightly one-sided. Like, we have seen a lot better of an Abyss from the other side, and we'll see if that actually continues to be the case for Trace once we go there. But so far, though, on this run of form, TYL are just a dangerous unit. They're not like individuals. They are a lot bigger than the sum of their part, and that is the part that can make Abyss a nightmare for Trace once they go there.
I will say, though, if you are a Trace fan, all hope is definitely not lost yet. As you can see, Kai is doing extremely well. And in fact, across the board, this team was struggling in the first half of so the first quarter of this map. They were struggling to really convert the kills in the second half of rounds. But towards the end, they were doing that a lot more. They were playing a lot better. And all 3 of the rounds that they won in that first half came in the second quarter of the map. And if they had done the same thing in the first quarter, this scoreline would now be a lot closer. But the good news there is that if they keep that form, they're still actually fully in it. It's not over yet.
Yeah, it is not. But Trace start off heavy on the A side. Sword 9. Not getting information of how many of them there are, but he at least knows that there is some presence
they'll be so low.
towards the A side, but just how close they are. Kai in such a deep angle. The dark cover couldn't have come at a better time, but Kai passes through it. Still, TYL hold on well with 3 players taken out, and it's only Fong Fong, but the ranks are decimated. The execute halted at the entry.
An absolute blunder by the entry squad of Trace. They're not checking their corners at all and getting heavily punished as a result. I mean, it took an already difficult map into something that now looks relatively unwinnable for the side of Trace, unless something goes miraculously right for them for the remainder of this game.
Oh, like, absolutely. Pretty solid look for the side of TYL. That's 10. Surprised that Trace are not actually force blank into this one, which does mean that they will need to play from the 11th onward to perfection. A couple of upgraded pistols, but not really much of a test initially. And then looking and Viva. Oh, this is starting to get challenging. If they get this next kill on Splash, there's a universe where things can go wrong, but the Outlaw and the Ghost, the seal of this round, perfect playing combination. And it leaves LB. That is not even a challenge. Well, the waves are here, and we are seeing pretty much the waters eat up everything. It is a flood on Haven.
This guy is so fearless, man. He just peaks everything with the utmost confidence that he can win any fight, regardless of how it goes. And look at that. I mean, that's just a quick scope. So fast. He shot him before I even realized that he saw him. 3-11. If anything is going to happen for Trace, it has to be this round. But, I mean, it's still a very much uphill battle.
Oh, no room for error here. Trace wants to win. They'll need to make it clean. And right now, they are trying to be very methodical in the way they're approaching this round. But just not thorough enough to dislodge anyone on the side of TYL. It's a difficult angle to be played by Splash. The outlaw in hand, and he starts off with 1 to the head. It's 10 HP on
So
Delby as
fast.
well. It's a perfect start for TYL.
He's so slippery, he's so fast. He gets a shot off, he gets a kill off, and then he's just gone. There's no way to trade him out. And he's in another angle, getting more damage onto more people. He is such an annoying player to come up against. He's done another 140 hit onto Viva. Every single member except for Lao King is now 1 HP, 1 shot away from death, and they're just gonna fall one at a time. One outlaw in hand has completely demolished Trace. It's gonna be 3 to 12. There's no way he's gonna be 4-11. I mean, surely
There's still a world, right? Because they go to the
Surely.
seaside, it's completely empty, and even if they cannot touch this, whenever Splash is on the outlaw, the others are taking their sweet time. And with 10 seconds on the timer, they must understand it is towards C. They're just making sure that they're not leaving any room for trades. It is the smarter way to approach this and the smarter plant for Lua King. Now they can play for Seaside, they can play for Garage.
Delby.
But Lua King needs to be accurate. Walks in, is the first shot clean and untraded, but now his position is known at metal. He tries to feign the smoke as if his teammate is not there. And the snake bite takes him out of that position. Detected on backside. The paranoia buys valuable seconds, but Splash, who started the round well, might just seal the whole goddamn thing, because Delby is not gonna be a test, and it is match point for TYL.
Yeah, Delby tried to make a read there, tried to make a proactive play by holding from the back of B while Lao King went to that C side. Unfortunately for him, I'm not sure if it was anti-shredding or if it's just a good read from the side of TYL. Regardless of what it was, they just didn't go past him. They just did not give him the chance to catch him off guard, and as a result, we're at 3-12. Match point, 9 chances for TYL to take their map pick of Haven and send us to Abyss. And I mean, is there a world in which they don't do that?
No, I think that they actually might just get it off in here, right? The economy is broken for Trace. So they're not really put in the best of positions. But I mean, I'll just say to the point that he has made, no, I think it's a very intentional choice by the players of TYL, the way that they rotated through the attacker spawn. Because they know that the only way to lose a 2-on-4 is to give away a freebie, right? To give away a completely untraded kill to stall for time. So even when they did end up losing the Omen there at the start of the retake, it wasn't really the biggest of loss in the world, because they got the information and they were able to scale up a lot quicker in comparison to if they were caught in C-Link, if they were caught in Garage, if they were caught towards B. That is just gonna be a lot of angles that they will still need to clear out, excuse me. And well, they don't need to do that kind of effort when they're trying to play through C-Long. It's very single-minded. It makes it difficult for them to trade them back, and that is exactly how they got their 12th.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to point out the fact that Sword9 and Splash are both on 17 kills. Sword9 not even supposed to be a permanent fixture on this team, still putting up incredible numbers against a squad that, you know, we called experienced before, that we called, you know, a team that knows how to handle difficult situations. And unfortunately, TYL are just coming out on every single one of these. They're holding so strong. Okay, that's a great start, guy. Just threw, that's his 3rd kill through a smokes, by the way. This map, this guy knows something that the rest of us don't, and hopefully that takes them a little bit further than they've gone so far.
I mean, the team has kind of been playing with each other ever since stage 2. And we'll see if that actually leads to them maybe finding the success that they want to here. Talked about their coordination, but no Sword9 inside of TYL means that the A side is a lot weaker. All the util expanded by the Killjoy, and now slowly, without a turret, we'll have to wait a minute for any util, which is plenty of time. Enough for Trace to get themselves into the site. They can try to spring onto the paranoia. Oh, the timing there. In the smoke they go. 2 for Trace, and that should be the round. Now it's them in a 4-on-2, and it will need to be a massive mistake for them to lose it.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a difficult one for them to lose, and Viva's gonna make that, really gonna put the nail in the coffin here, as ERV is the only one left that can still make something happen, and he's just gonna save, which is obviously the correct decision to make here. A 4th round on the board for Trace 8 more that they'll have to win in a row to even take us to overtime, let alone win the map. And it's still, I mean, this is not yet time to believe, surely. But I mean, maybe a little bit. I don't know.
We'll know eventually, right? I mean, that's the one thing that I feel like we're just waiting for. It's a big investment here from Trace. Kind of fortunate to get that first blood in the fact that they get it.
Look at that Kai.
I mean, this is what, the 5th time for Kai to get a kill that way through the smoke?
Yeah. How is he doing this?
He's got heat seekers. That's how he's good. That's how he's doing this.
My app. Magnetic bullets. Here we go. I mean, this might be one of the most important rounds for Trace. Obviously, every round going forward is important, but this will break TYL's economy and maybe even get them to a 6th round on the board if they can win this 5th one for themselves. That's a great start for Kai. His game sense is so incredible to watch. Even when he's not getting people through smokes, he has his crosshair exactly where he knows that somebody's going to peek out of.
Oh, it is immaculate from Kai. As he said, heat seekers right on the dot, and the timing for the drone is perfect. Spots the one on the right, multiple players on the other side, but Delby starts off on the right foot. The timing there for Sword 9, but IGL couldn't capitalize. Neither could ERV. Still plenty of time before I actually am stressed about their odds, but Trace are definitely mounting a solid comeback. Still need 7 more to reach their 12. But I'm saying 7 more because this one is a foregone conclusion. There's no way that Slowly really is going to contest into this round.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, they will be breaking TYL's economy to some degree here. They'll have a mixed buy if they choose to even buy at all. They might not because they're out 12, obviously. But, you know, that might get Trace another round on top of this one to bring them up to 6-12. But honestly, even if they don't end up winning this map, which I still think is a bit unlikely, the fact that they're shooting back now, the fact that they're looking so good right now, late into this map, is a good sign as when we head into Abyss.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely at least a part of the consideration. Even if they don't end up winning this Haven, they've regained momentum. They've shown that they can still shoot back, but well, off the back of Kai is everything that is going on right now. I gotta say, like, it's just Kai against the world with those first bloods. And while the rest of the team are going great, man, is he ever gonna get a kill without actually being blinded or smoked or something?
I don't know. Apparently, I mean, maybe it's a buff to him. Maybe just not being able to see your opponent makes him somehow better. The only member on that side.
Daredevil, I guess. Yeah, he is Daredevil.
I mean, yeah, he must be. His other senses just kick in when he can't see. Regardless, he's gonna need to keep that form up if Trace wanna keep this map at least close. If not, actually still win it. I think if they can get to 8, I'm kind of starting to believe Volt. I don't know. They have to get through this one round first, though. They have to get to 6 before they can get to 8. Look at Kai.
Oh no, this is brutal. Not this Kai, but thankfully saved by the bell. I say that Delby and Kai.
He wins.
Shutting down everything. Wins indeed out of their sail. And the Hunter, one is furious, the other wounded. ERV and Sword 9 not really in a position to make much happen. So it will just be left here in a situation where it should just be easier for them. Gun not picked up though, so the Phantom is gone for TYL. And they would have loved to take that into round 19, but that will not be the outcome. So it's ERV, the only person to save. Good damage from Sword 9. But 2 players is not really the number that you can feel confident and say, hey, like, we've caused significant damage, we can definitely whittle them down. It's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, that was a save round for TYL, so you're not going to be too worried about them closing this map out still. I mean, that's great from Kai. It really is Kai spearheading this, but you shouldn't think that this is just Kai, because Delby was right there with him, got 3 kills in that round, following Kai in on that entry on that Viper. These 2 are definitely the spearhead of this Trace offense right now. TYL now have bought up. They have full rifles. If they're gonna lose this round, it's gonna start to get a little bit close for me.
Oh, we said that. I'm not actually still in the same camp. I think like once they get to 9, if the 9th, like if the round of 23, you know, the 12-9 round, if that one where TYL does not have a buy, then yeah, then there's definitely a world where that could happen. Ooh. But they've kind of stabilized their economy a bit here on the defense, and they're trying to fish for frags. The first bloods all throughout the game have worked this way for Trace, and Trace has slowed down the pace a lot, but they still can explode out on A long, and it might be too much for Splash to handle here if he does not have the support.
He's in a good position though. He is spotted out, unfortunately, just turning around as Del B. He gets the second one. Swordman's gone as well. Just 3 members left on the side of Tyloo. Uh-oh. Trace are looking sharp as they ever have. Still, you're right, a massive uphill battle to go, but I mean, another flawless might be on the cards here on a second buy round.
Yeah, it is pretty much what you would expect, at least from what we are seeing here. From the side of Trace on the entries, Tyloo attacking defensively here in the pit. All they need to do is just keep over those 2 guns that they have, you know. It's great to see that they have actually, you know, not felt the pressure just yet. Got plenty of chances, but that's the pit gone. And I'm thinking about the other ultimates they have, right? They have the Hunter Suri, they're not too far off from the lockdown. But for the side of Trace, they still got their own pit, and that is going to be such a great weapon from the side of the retake once they do get into the site, which seems to be not really a problem for Trace whatsoever.
Oh, so clean. LB has really come alive in this second half. Both him and Kai at 18 kills apiece. Ooh, it's not the end of the world yet for Tyloo. They managed to save 3 guns into this round, so they do still have a chance to close it out now. But, you know, it's getting a little close. Gonna be there's no early fights.
This is a weaker round though, right? Like,
it definitely is. Slowly, still wanted to get one. He did spot out that barrel there. Okay, Scales just gets one by spraying, and Kai walks right into his crosshair. A gifted kill. Ooh, that might be the blunder that breaks the camel's back here.
Oh, so close to get the kill on Viva too. Left on a measly 6 points of health, but smart play from Trace, expanding out the C-Link, even smarter from Slowly. Aware of that option, and he gives them the space. They can try to press from A-Link, they're fishing for a frag. Steps are not heard by the Killjoy just yet, so it's all about Splash and what he can do with his own Stinger. Clean shot from Fong Fong, and now they might just be a little bit more fixated on the other part. Fong Fong buys the time, but Luo Kang holding on strong, slowly trying to play for the rest of the team, but it seems like Tyloo might actually just get the side itself, but it's going to put Luo Kang in a bit of an awkward position because Fong Fong is out there, and Luo Kang might just have to look into the site itself. He's all lane. Skills finds 4 on the post plant. He has been the hero all day long, and he makes sure that it will be his folklore as Tyloo closes out the Haven.
Yeah, I mean, when you're up 12, all it takes is one tiny mistake from the opposing side to close out that maps, and there were a couple of them in that round for Trace in the form of Kai overextending a little bit and Lao King being out of position when the retake started. And that's the first map, unfortunately for Trace, very fortunately for the side of Tyloo, going to Tyloo. It is their map pick, so it did end up kind of exactly how we expected it to in terms of comfort picks. We're now gonna be heading into Abyss, Trace's map pick, and you were saying something about, you know, worrying that might be one-sided too, but do you still think that?
I mean, if Kai still, because that's what we have seen in this round, right? Like, Kai slows down, doesn't get the first frag for Trace, and the entire defense just grumbles on the back of that. So they are really reliant on getting those first bloods, which statistically speaking, they have been successful on in the Haven, but as you can tell there from the highlights, despite those first bloods, it was always well handled by Tyloo on the defense. And from what I am just looking at here, because I need just to recheck on my information, it is going to be an attacking side start for Tyloo on the Abyss. So it is going to be really intriguing to see whether or not they can actually do better than the Haven. That's just gonna be the one real consideration.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a battle of form here. I think both of these sides have been relatively solid in terms of their overall game plans. I don't think I've seen any glaring holes or anything particularly inspiring, but at the same time, they've been solid. It's just gonna come down to whether they can convert these rounds halfway through. Yes, those first kills are important, but even when TYL weren't winning those first duels, they were still coming out on top of these rounds, and that's really where Trace will have to clean up as we head into Abyss here. Ooh, it's gonna come down to it, and I think TYL might just be able to close this out. That's my prediction, I think. Ooh, let's see. 13-10 TYL.
没要说的，只能祝大家今天玩的开心啊！
哦，然后 of course bro，
Happy game，
每天开心。
Yeah，
加油加油，加油加油加油！好吧，每一把当最后一把打，不要怕输，没毛。Play for fun, play for win, possible，OK？Yeah， 把鸡打了，把鸡打了。嗯，我们就打把我哪局？我们能回来报 C 吗，兄弟们？
可以，咱俩回来吧。
啊。 他是把鸟击，他自驾的应该。
能起8吗？等我双拉吧，又回击了。嗯，单拉，来，击到蓝宝掉了，真的。来3。
哦，封烟了。
我要到近点。
我们到近点准备爆了，好吧？我架着爆点。这点，我架4个。
往前走了，没烟了就。
我射箭。
2个。
我们跟跳水，
我水 CT， 保输了。
等我。
看右边。3、
2、1。来，爆2个爆，射箭给他爆。
救了一个。 nice， 长屁股养，我吐毒了，跟他们压，没事啊，
加油都。结果80，
爆能器已部署。
哎，对，Let's go man，Let's go。
What a performance that we have seen out of Scales, and I mean the vibes are great, the energy is still there. You know, we were talking about it when they were losing in the one round that they were in the pit, right? They were just having fun, making sure that everyone is feeling good. And what a reason for them not to feel this way after what they have done. And Scales in particular, the 2 4Ks that he's gotten in this game, they were of the highest order, and he pretty much have won his team the toughest 2 rounds to handle. The closer that was eluding them, and a clutch in the hardest time. And even that 3K, like, he's just been on a tear in its entirety for this one.
Yeah, I was talking about how Del B was coming alive for the side of Trace on that second half, but you know what? Scales did just as well. Both Vipers really stepping up here, and you can see, I mean, they're both at the top of their respective leaderboards here. Both of them putting up incredible numbers. 260 is yes on both sides. Really pretty even, actually. But you know, also worth mentioning how well Sword 9 did. Again, not a permanent fixture on this team, supposedly just filling in for the time being while looking for a proper IGL, and still putting up great numbers. Really fantastic numbers. Again, they're map pick, they're comfortable on this map, they know what they're doing. Definitely a bit of a disappointing showing from Trace so far, but as we head into Abyss, this things might turn around for them.
Yeah, that it might, but I feel like the 2 main statistics here that we're watching for is first bloods and post plants, right? Like they're on equal footings. 10 to 10 is a pretty respectable score, considering that it was just a battering initially from TYL onto Trace, and they were still able to get the first bloods on the other end. And those post plants were the main consideration, and they will be so important on the other side. So Delby might actually still be called on for a lot more on the Abyss. I mean, everything is good for him, but one important stat that I just want to highlight, like the cast is below average, and that is really something that will need to improve when they are playing for those retakes.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest though, I'm not even sure if that lowered cast is Delby's fault. I feel like he did start out these rounds well. It's just that, you know, the cast also depends on your teammates actually doing the A and the T part, right? The assist and the trading part. And if your teammates are just not able to follow through at the second half of those rounds, your cast is gonna necessarily be lower. Still though, I do feel like Trace managed to pull themselves together a lot better in the second half of that map, obviously, since they won about 4 rounds, a lot more rounds in that second half in a row. So I think if they keep that form into that next map, into Abyss, their own map pick, where they should feel way more comfortable, where they should feel way more ready with their comp. I think we're in for a map 3 here.
Yeah, it might actually go all the way, but TYL have been looking really competent once they get the ball rolling. And as I've said, and that is my belief, that if Kai doesn't actually get the ball rolling for Trace, they have not really found any way to kickstart any of those rounds. Abyss is up next, TYL on attack, so it might be a bit easier for Trace to handle things this time from the defense. We'll go to a brief break, and then we'll be back with the Abyss.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Welcome back to this incredible game between TYL and Trace Esports, where one team unfortunately will be eliminated and the other is going to be just that one step closer to making it to Masters Santiago. Map 1, Haven, went the way of TYL. It was their map pick, 13 and 7, but now we're going to be heading into Abyss. Trace's map pick, what are we thinking?
I'm thinking that it's still, it's definitely not the worst map in the world for TYL. And they just might actually be able to get this one over the finish line. They have not played it much. And just to remind you, I believe that the only time that I have seen them play it, it was against EDG. And it ended up in a victory for EDG, if I'm not mistaken. A pretty dominant one at that at the Abyss, a 13-5. where the combination for TYL had the Astra, Waylay, and the Veto. And I feel like the best team that we have seen to apply the Veto is All Gamers. Everyone else is still trying to catch up to the application. But I feel like the good thing about the Veto is it really does allow you to actually play to your own level individually. You know, like you're a lot more free. Like a Killjoy, for example, or a Cypher where you need to play around the util. The util is a lot more supportive than it is actually for the fragging itself. And that does mean that if this scales is the scales that we are going to get from Haven to transition 1-1 to the Abyss, he just might still frag out and win in the second one.
Yeah, I mean, I think individually, Trace do need to keep the same level of performance that we saw in the second half of Haven. And if they regress a little bit to the first half of Haven, TYL, I mean, they're looking so drilled. They're looking so much better individually across the first map. But we know what Trace is capable of. We know what they've done before. We've seen them play before. We know how long this team has been together. And they should be able to win their map pick. As we see our Asian selection coming in here, there is a Veto.
And there's a double initiator on the other end, a breach from Fonfong. So pretty intriguing the way that they are actually going to apply it. But as I said, like, they are sticking to the Veto. And I will say, I definitely do agree about that one. But they have yet to find the win in 2026. EDG is a tough opponent, especially in a game where Chichu, Smoggy, and Kong Kong all were on their top form, 18, 18, and 16 respectively for those three. And that was a quick 13-5, but don't let the score fool you. I feel like the individual level from TYL was actually really respectable on that one. It was just all about playing those post plants, playing those retakes, and as we have said, it is going to be a pretty important part that the Abyss is starting with TYL on the attack. So Scales is going to be fully unleashed to play however he wants.
Yeah, and I mean, you're right. Trace do have a better history on this map, especially with this comp, but I mean, I think it's really going to come down to Scales here and how he plays that Veto, especially on the defensive side here. But they are starting on attack. And as we head into this map, they're gonna need to want a pretty good start here, just like they did in Haven.
And in this arcade that we are seeing here, there's one last coin to remain for Trace Esports. It is now or never. It is Santiago or they go home. Not even Santiago. They're still gonna have to play against the
Just
winner
a little bit
JDG and
closer.
EDG. Yeah. It is a step closer, but they will avoid elimination if they are able to win here. And Trace, pretty much the exact same thing that we have seen them do in the initial pistol on the defense. Very aggressive on the B site. And a methodical approach from TYL means that they get to absorb that pressure and get a main for free, and maybe even Scales will open up with first blood. It's a dink and a retreat, and that's the vault line that will not be here until the final 15 seconds this round.
I mean, that really should have given TYL the information they needed to make a decision on which side to hit, and they've... I'm not sure if they made the right one. They're coming back to B. I think they're expecting... I think they're trying to play mind games here. They think that Trace think that now that TYL saw them at B, they're gonna go A. But in fact, they're just staying B. Trace have outread them here. They know that they're gonna come back to B, expecting TYL to go A. It's mind games on mind games, and Trace have made the right call here.
Yeah, but the thing is for Trace though, as I've said, you know, they lost a fair bit of utility. Saturate, not to find that much of value, but the thing starts off well. Splash to open. Luo Kang still trying to hold, but Dilby wouldn't do that much, and the Astra is finally taken down. 2 players remaining for Trace, and it is Kai that is still on 13 points of health. 2 shock darts, a reveal, and a single flash from Kai that might be the difference maker.
Felt really disjointed on site there from the side of Trace. Everybody kind of taking their own fights, winning some, losing some, and ERV whiffing on the recon dart and then getting killed out by Veto, who is in full HP. I mean, it's a 2v2. This is actually doable. Unfortunately, the last one remaining is 13 HP. It's a 1v1. Kai has a lot to do. He's going to have to really hit that shot. Sword 9 is looking so good today.
That's a little bit ballsy though to take a peek like that. Yes, he's on 13 health, and all you need to do is stick landing for a single shot, but if he found the headshot, that would have been the game over. Yeah. So a little bit fortunate for TYL that they start off in that way. crisp work by Sword9 to find a triple kill. And it leaves TYL in the exact same position that they were in on the Haven. On the attack they start, winning off on the pistol, and Trace will have to most likely re-strategize if they will have any hope of playing that one. They aggressed on B heavily. It's another big stack on there. 3 players in total, with Luo King being pretty close at the connector.
I mean, it feels, at least in one round, it's a very small sample size, but it does feel like a bit like that first half of Haven, where they have the right calls, they make the right decisions, they're in the right positions, but then the micro decisions of playing together, of synergizing off each other in that second half of a round was just not there. But again, only been one round, and it's gonna take a little bit more than that for TYL to get off to a good start, but this round should be easy for them to convert with the buy that Trace have.
And we'll see. Things are actually going to progress. So far, time has been ticked away, but lovely position from Slowly. And the good thing here for TYL is that Viva only has the Sheriff and doesn't have any U2 remaining, so he really can't do that much. He elects to play it back, try to at least inflict damage on the exit, but most likely that means the Kai is a forfeit, and Splash with a beauty of a shot just pretty much leaving the round to be done. And that is the G2 special right there. Exactly what they should do, just not really giving them much of a chance on the other end.
What a perfectly timed camera swap from the observers there, as we see him leaping off the cliff. Yep, it's a G2 special. I mean, it's a clean round for the side of TYL. They're still gonna want to win this bonus, and they actually have the weaponry to do so. They're really only down in the sense of Slowly having a Marshal, but those Bulldogs and that Guardian, that can be just as good as a full rifle.
Absolutely could. Still, patience. That's a very recessed trap though from Scales. You know, usually we see that sent in deeper, right? Like it usually be sent very close up to Link to deny the rotation, and it's even taken out early. 1 star retrieved, Splash for the entry. The flash is great to push them off the angle, but they could not find a kill behind it. Still, very good value from TYL, as they have kind of detected how they are setting themselves up on the A site, and it leaves 2 players only. Where they do not know where both the duelists are. And the Yoru now trying to clinch on mid, but there's a great timing for Scale to find first blood.
Kai might have rotated out a little bit prematurely, but he does get that kill out of Scales. Unfortunately, he has left Delby alone on the side here somewhat, as he's gonna start to get pushed out. Revealed. He's Kai's back, but I mean, he's gone just as soon as he's here. What a shot from Delby! He's taken out ARV. Just a little too ready for that trade. It's a 3v3. The plant is gonna go down. The spike set in stone, and this is getting a little scary for Trace. The timing. The timing again.
Scary. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter though. Still got a gate crash, and support is aplenty, and Sword9 continuing to excel, leading by example here for TYL, as the Dragon looking to shut them down. No kings in this dynasty.
Another absolutely devastating start for the side of Trace here, and Sword9 is looking like he wants the job forever. Like he really just wants to stay in this team. But man, so clean, so good at slicing that pie. As he takes out the last member. I mean, even the coaches are surprised. Hey, I mean, yeah. And it's an earlier timeout this time, though, than Haven.
We'll see. Things are going to go, 3 rounds. I like the earlier timeout, though, because we are still absolutely making sure that TYL continue on in the same pace. And I love the way that they have poked and prodded, right? Where we have seen them initially, at least at the very start of that round, break open the defense a little bit on the A side. They unsettled them a little. And despite losing that first blood, I think that the idea of letting Scales play that way and then the rest of the team corralling is excellent. And we have seen that execution, that even when Scales died, they were already so far deep in that B contact that it was too little too late for Trace to do much.
Yeah, and I mean, it really is deja vu from their first map. It's good starts. I mean, they're making the right decisions. Kai is getting that kill in mid. Del B is trading out Kai on site. But then from there on, it's all individual fights. Even the 2 kills that Sword9 got, it didn't really feel like Trace were peeking off of each other. It was made incredibly easy for him to isolate and get essentially 3 1v1s rather than a 1v2. And that's really what Trace need to be cleaning up here. But they are on a save, so it's not going to be this round. Or maybe it is. 3 people pushing out a B. It's a good start for Del B.
ERV not really has had the best of havens on map 1, right? But I mean, there's a great timing for Scales. This time should have him off guard. Oh no! That is brutal. Because now they lost 2. The guns are picked back up, and they already had a Guardian to start things off, so it feels necessary for Splash to go as aggressive as he does, because now they're left in a 3-on-5.
Thankfully, he does have Slowly with him. He gets the first kill. They've turned around. Del B manages to get another one. A 3rd one on the board. The 1 rifle they bought. That Guardian putting in so much work. And somehow, some way, this eco might be Trace's round to win.
The timing on the 1, but never mind. Del B really wants this round, and he brings it home. It's a quad kill for him on the Guardian. It did not work out that way on the pistol, but that was a crisp couple of shots that we have seen here.
You have to wonder how this round could have been different if Scales did manage to get this kill on the Lau King. Unfortunately, Lau King somehow the right clicks, 2 of them coming through so nicely for him, and look at Del B go. He's so sharp. This is the individual level of performance we were missing in the first half of Haven that we saw glimpses of in the second half of Haven, and that's what Trace need to be putting up if they want to put up a good fight against TYL.
If much be made, Trace, of course, that massive win. They're calling you bolstered, but they're still a way out of most of their ultimates. It is only the conversion path to be present. And it's pretty close for Splash, and I would not be surprised if they just let Splash put the spike down. Flood retake on the other end, and there's a great timing for Slowly, but he's caught up on the other end. And the conversion path is just too much for them, and the handle scales down after 1. And it is ERV and Sword9. The last 2 to remain. Hunter Fury, no more. And the Sova will have to do his best to just find the shots there. The spike is planted for a lot of denial from the Astra, but the RV dies after 1, and Viva from the heart of the smoke still able to get the job done. Plenty of damage from TYL, but unfortunately for them, just not the real kill that they needed.
Yeah, and Scale struggling a little bit on this map to really find his footing here on this agent as well. And this, I mean, we're already off to a much better start for the side of Trace here. We're not at 6-0, so really anything beyond that is better. And they're looking sharper. They're looking so much more together in these retakes. They're not collapsing halfway through the round. This is gonna get close.
Oh, I mean, it is close. It's a 1-round game right now, and the economy is going to be broken from either end. But the operator out for Kai might just be the thing that they need here. I'm pretty sure the Kai spotted the trap, right? No, I'm pretty sure he did.
I don't think he saw it that time.
I mean, he should have.
The temporary smoke from ERV, hiding it just enough. Here they come. Maybe not.
Okay, they do, but Viva able to hold it on well, but Trace doing great. Splash is the only player to find a kill, and there's still a second on site. ERV expertly handled the situation. ERV, he actually walked back in the Hunter's Fury. It's not really letting him get out of this one empty-handed. A Splash ready for more. Viva even better. The IGL, much like what Scales have done, leading by example here, Viva, and he has been known to have a lot of those big rounds, and he is gonna deliver yet another one. And this is a tie game, well recovered by Trace. The timeout really paying dividends.
Yeah, I mean, they've looked so good ever since that timeout. 3 in a row, matching TYL's great start here. And I think the most important thing to notice here is just how much better they are at playing off each other since that timeout. They're not taking these fights alone. Even that last kill, they've got a pincer attack from both sides so that even if somehow one of them goes down, the other one is already there to trade him out. And now it's TYL's turn for the coach to talk to his players and try to figure out a way to get themselves back on track to win this map.
The track is set. Sometimes we'd say wave by wave, but right now, definitely a drought for TYL. And a great couple of rounds, especially from the players that we did not actually see get the ball rolling from the side of Trace, right? And that's the important part for me, at least, is when I'm looking at this game and I'm seeing Viva having a big round, and then we have seen Delby also have another one, and Luo Kang still being pretty important to the team. Just the one main thing that I just want to see out of TYL now is leaning more into the Astra utility, is maybe not actually allowing Scales to roam for free, because he hasn't been finding the required success. And if that is the case, he just might as well be another part of the entry pack, and they just try to snowball their way with 5 members into a site.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we head back into the game here, now finally TYL's money is a bit broken. 1 rifle, 1 hero vandal in the hands of ERV, but the rest of the team really just, one of them is on Sheriff and the others are on Stingers here. Not a round I think TYL are particularly expecting to win here, but they're still going to try their very best to make it hurt at the very least, and they're actually somehow going to get the side here. Locking manages to get slowly, but Splash takes him out just as fast. That's a lot of damage onto Kai. Hang on a minute, this is somehow looking like the best chance that Trace have had in 4 rounds to win one.
Goodness, Fong.
Oh, that's nice.
Might be brought down,
that's
and
nice.
He will. Okay, well, timeouts have definitely taken a turn for the better here.
Okay.
On this next map, and right now Delby might just have to throw himself into this one. Saturate present. That's the kill
he's
he
not
thought
ready.
that he had, but Scales just beats him to the punch. And it seems like the waves is back on, and it's deep waters time again for Trace. The economy is pretty solid for Viva, for Delby. But as we can see on Luo Kang and Fong Fong, money is a problem for them. And that means that even with the drops, that operator to be saved is a necessity to keep them buying. But it will not be the case. It's thrifty converted for TYL, and they steal away a massive victory.
They played that so nicely. Yeah, those initial kills were important, but even they were done so well. Look at Splash. He's already in backside by the time that fighting bridge happens. And in this skill especially, Scales is so ready to protect his teammate from any potential danger from heaven. That's the level of synergy and togetherness that we love to see, and that's exactly what won TYL that round. Both of these teams are playing at a great level right now.
Yeah, it's really a lot better for TYL that they've tried the exact same things that I was talking about, right? They just snowballed into a site as 5. Use Scales as a part of the pack, and has actually
a little fight.
A lot of value on the other side. But that is courageous from Scales. I thought that he would have wanted to take it all in the smoke. And they've heard him TP, right? So they're trying to take the fight back into him. That is a perfect interceptor.
He almost fell. But he does have that teleport to go back. The rewinding time. And they are going to be able to get this plant down. And it's going to be a very safe place to get this plant. Especially with slowly. Oh god, he pulls out the util at the worst possible time. Del B gets 2 before he's traded out by Scales. It has to be on the hands of Splash here. He gets 1. He gets 2. Viva's gotten 1, but it's not going to really matter.
It might matter.
He has to win this.
That kill.
It might matter.
Viva. That is crucial. Now Splash against 2. Time on his side, but no util to remain. Shock darts and flashes for Viva and Fong Fong. They're trying to hold down, catch them on a drop, looking for more. It will be another time that someone comes up clutch. Viva sticks for the half, and it's a neighbor spray for Splash, but he still makes sure that there's another round for TYL.
He has been so good for this team, showing up time and time again when it matters. And Del B made this really close, and Viva made it even closer. But it is going to be Splash coming out on top, and that puts TYL in a really good position to have a fantastic half here on Trace's map pick. They're going to be great in terms of economy, and Trace, while still keeping their guns, is now going to be desperate to win this next round.
Oh, that is some beautiful work done in totality from TYL. And now they're back to their winning ways, right? They're doing the exact same thing that they have done on the Haven. Playing the push and pull, but this time better shooting from Del B, but quickly traded onto Kai. And while he can retreat onto the side, I think that the play is just play for the conversion path, try to trade one back, and then play for a fast ultimate retake with both Luo Kang and him.
The smoke timings have been perfect from both sides, especially TYL as the plant now goes down. They have 4 members here ready to defend this. A lot of ults coming through, and it's Del B yet again putting his team on his back a little bit here, but he's taken out by Sword9. Look at ERV's position. He knows one of them dropped, but he's not looking at him.
Oh, slowly need to find more deep on the angle. Sword9 with 1. And they're trying to trade back on the other side. Great work from the Astra. But as he said, the timing is everything. And Viva again. It's 10 kills for the IGL as he bails out Trace.
Yeah. I mean, it was a very close round, closer than you'd think, even though Trace ended up with 2 people left. It really just came down to that timing at the end there. Still, a couple of blunders, I feel, on the side of TYL, especially on side here. I mean, the amount of ults that Trace had, you can't be playing the way that TYL did there. I mean, you're just asking, you're asking to be a sitting duck there with all of that. But on the other hand, that was a lot of ults from Trace.
Still, a win is a win, and that I know they're keeping this game competitive, and I'm pretty sure that they'll be happy about that when they go to the attack, because they got the double initiated, double duelist comp. So every round they get here on the defense should make their job of the attack a lot easier. That is already, for that composition, the easier side to play the game.
This new box is crazy. He comes up just a little too early. Spotted out by the Owl drone as the rest of TYL now enter the site, or try to at least. Lauking gets the timing. He gets 1 before he's traded out, but that is a pretty important one to get to at least help his team a bit on that retake. Without that Veto, it's going to be a little harder for them to stop the retake, and the plant is denied. Damage. Some damage done. Kai just got a kill as well. Sword9 down to just half HP. Oh my god, so much.
That's beautiful. Like, no two ways about it, right? All the right timings, all the right peaks. And, well, we were talking about over-investing in the ultimates. This time they only had 1. But just, they got the maximum value out of the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, off the back of some ults, which can be a bit concerning in the sense that, you know, can they replicate it? Can they keep that performance up when they don't have the ults? But at the same time, the good news is they played that so well. I do feel like the way that they played that was they had a clear plan, they executed it well, and they executed it together. And if they can keep that up, I don't think they need those ults at all. It's 5-5. I think Trace are very happy with just 5 on this half. But if they can get up to 6, if they get up to 7, oh, they're going to be sitting pretty.
Yeah, okay, I'm just going to hope that he did not do that on purpose. But hey, at least for us in here, it's a good start from the side of Trace. I like the fact that they're taking a duel now that they know, they got the confidence. And they are ready to deny map space from Trace. That means that they lost their initial bout of map control on mid, but they still got the control on the A side, where Luo Kang is actually the only player in there, and he's left a little bit weaker. A quick rotation in Link for Viva, but that is the controller taken out immediately, and a slight given for the Dragons.
Splash is in a position that Del B does not expect him to be in. That off angle, perfect for him. Unfortunately, slowly does get taken out by Viva, even though he had the positional advantage there. Fortunately, Trace are still way behind. Fortunately, of course, for TYL. In terms of numbers,
they're gonna have still a commitment to their rotate. They got the funds, so it's easy for them to do that, but not that much util left, though. They'll need to use it effectively.
be a bit of a... Oh, that is a very difficult ult to counter here from the side of Trace. Unfortunately, those scales may not be ready. He is enough to get one, but look, it's 3 kills coming through from the side of Trace all at once.
Oh my god, that's genius.
Beautiful.
Oh no.
Just beautiful. Just beautiful. The pull and the peek to line them up just for ERV to clean up. Played to perfection. Honestly, played so well from both sides.
Yeah, but I really like that still from the side of Trace. It was such a great idea from Pong Pong just to try to push himself into the line of fire of the gravity well to keep the player on the defuse. And I feel like they should have just used that to halve the spike and not commit to the full defuse, because then that made it a lot easier for ERV. He still found those 6 rounds for TYL. But I'm just feeling that this is going to be so much closer than the Haven. It already is. And 6-6 might be the scoreline after all.
Oh no, Kai, you can't let that happen to you. Unfortunately, taken out, and Splash is here to play. The Saturate and the Dash combining together to take out that last remaining member on that B side and clear it completely for the spike to go down. A 7th round looking not just likely, but... Oh, hang on a minute. I may have spoken too soon as Lauking comes in for the flank. If Viva manages to get one here, this could change everything. Unfortunately, Splash is just too good. He's on for the ace. He's just straight up on for the ace. ERV might catch him here, and he does. The ace is denied, but the round is still TYL for the taking. He's so good, though.
TYL, I mean, this is a massive win in and of itself. Just winning out on the half by 2. Where Trace were at points looking like that they might dominate. And credit where credit is due for both Splash and on the other side, of course, it is Del B on the way. The 2 of them have been so successful in finding the openings when they are proactive. But that's where the credit also goes more to TYL as a unit, where they have facilitated for Splash a lot more. And I feel like case in point to this round 12, where basically Splash off the Saturate and the remaining of the utility that was used. He only had one angle to look at, and he just made his job easy. And that then allowed him to snowball into the next few frags.
Yeah, I mean, at least on an individual level on this map, Trace are kind of looking a little bit better for me. It just seems to be that they're just, I mean, the game plan from TYL, especially the way that they're setting up Splash, is just so nice to see as we see some of our live audience recreating some of these memes. So cute. A lot
of love for Kong Kong in the crowd, and I feel like with EDG up next, I really hope for everyone that have actually tuned in that they would not be disappointed, because EDG has been on a bit of an up and down streak and things might be complicated for them. But back at the present hand though, the same can be said a little bit for Trace. They are known to be a team that have slower starts, but right now this pistol is of the utmost importance because it can make or break a map, and this is the last map for them.
Yeah, especially in this meta, it feels like teams are able to snowball so much more in this meta right now. And if Trace can win this pistol round, they might be able to win this. But if TYL win this pistol round, I think not only will they be able to win this map, but I think they'll be looking like a very strong contender to go up against EDG or JDG.
Oh, Guangzhou might be in for a surprise here with this map first, actually. The more important one, ERV initially finding the information. He can stall for time if he wants. There's still a star on the door of main, but it is a full-on commitment here for the retake. 5 on 5 is the numbers that we have at hand, and Kai trying to avert attention. Terry's Esports starts off well from Viva, and they are holding on. The IGL does great. There are still 2 more players in backside. Sword9 in the head-to-head is able to beat his doppelganger, but Kai is holding on well. Still a 2 on 1 now. In the end, the Sword is left alone against 3. And looking,
chip damage,
trying to buy all the time in the world. It's not really going to be easy. Maybe a frag at least to get some more damage, but not going to be the case. Necessary. The pistol win here for Trace, and they do get the job done.
a huge pistol for the side of Trace. The first one they've won this game. These teams are now 3-1 in terms of pistols. But again, a huge one for Trace to win, and we finally see that Trace skin on the Classic there. They should be able to convert this round without a doubt. And this is a start that Trace needs to get themselves back, not just in this map, but back into this game and take us to map 3 Breeze. You cannot be letting yourself getting eco here, but TYL might have a good read. Unfortunately, Viva is way too good with that gun. The Guardian just taps away and 3 people go down. There's not really a lot that ERV can do. It's a very fast round, it's a very fast cleanup, and it's 7-7 on the board. We have a game on our hands, Well,
Yeah, true game indeed. So back to a tie now. And we'll have to see if Viva's going to continue playing like that. Because we've talked about it right on Haven, where we said Kai was the one that made or broke their halves pretty much. Now Viva leading the chart, 17 kills from the IGL. Already on the Hunter's Fury. Oh my god, that's probably one of the earliest ultimates that I have seen from a Sova outright.
I think it might be the earliest. Second round ult is quite insane, especially for Sova. And Scales is in trouble here. He's been having a lot of trouble in this map in general, and he might just be stuck here. Doesn't actually take any damage somehow. He's kept himself alive. He manages to get one. He manages to avoid the stun and teleport away. No, he doesn't. He gets taken out just before he does.
Animation. There's a bit of a delay there for that one. And right now, no delay for Fong. But in the remainder of those frags, it's a little bit complicated for Slowly. But he still gets the job done for the one. 3 more to go. And he starts off with a labor spray, allows the trade for Sword 9, who's now left in a 1-on-2. Needs to get the job done. He's isolated a 1-on-1 here, but he's not even aware of how far Duo King have gone, and then it's easy on the backstep. Just the most unexpected of angles, and they get the 8th first. Trace now on the right foot to put us towards the Breeze.
Yeah, the bonus 1 is a massive advantage for the side of Trace here. Something that TYL have done 3 times in a row, and now Trace have finally managed to do for themselves, and that is coming at the perfect time for them. This map is looking good for Trace, and it's looking good in terms of momentum to take us into Breeze. Right now, TYL are on that eco. Trace could be up to 9. Oh, that's a good start though from Splash.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, like, a solid start from the Marshall, but still nowhere near enough. The A side is a lot weaker, and with them finding that kill, they're actually electing to double down on middle, which is just the wrong call. Trace has just got them beat on the macro in this round.
It seems to be the story of this entire half here. Trace looking to enter this A side. ERV the only one really left to keep themselves in it. Fog takes out ERV. He can't really do much with that Sheriff in hand, and the side is Trace's for the taking. It's a 4v3. The gun advantage, the numbers advantage, and the positional advantage on the side of Trace. Scales has to go huge. Unfortunately, he doesn't. Leaving just 2 members alive. Slowly does have that gun. He does manage to get one, but there's still 3 members left on the side of Trace, all with rifles in hand.
They're sending Sword 9 to be the sacrifice for the side of TYL. Maybe to trade the one.
Ooh.
Plenty of damage on Kai, but that means he is just going to leave this round outright. 2 players in backside. And now they're spring forward for that duel. Good work from Slowly to get the damage, but still 2 players remain alive, and now inching closer to double digits Trace. And they are in the perfect position to twist the dagger here and just confirm this game to be theirs. 9 rounds is what they have. And they went against this buy, and it might be over for TYL.
Yeah, that's exactly... that's... Yeah. There's not much left to say here. Trace are looking really strong. The good news for TYL is that they did manage to get a lot of damage done in that round with that weaker buy, but they have to win this one. This is the round that is the most important for the side of TYL. Trace, they can afford to lose this, but TYL just cannot. That's a lot of gunfire through the smokes there. Look
Oh,
at
duels though, and they take down the interceptor, and that's Trace playing for a 5-on-5 on a retake, and there isn't a dimensional drift for the Yoru, but Lil King can actually get a kill before everything even starts.
Larking does want to get the kill on the Sword9 here, but it could go the other way just as easily. Unfortunately for TYL, it does not. Trace coming out on top again in terms of numbers and the plant going down. That's quite nice from Splash though. They have this flank and it's going well until Viva activates. And of course he's going to get at least one before being taken out. Scales has to go huge. But actually look at the numbers. Look at the HP on the side of Trace. It's looking good. 53 left on Kai. He's being pulled away from the side. Unfortunately, slowly can't make it. Stick. Scales does though. Finally coming alive, and he doesn't make it work. It's 0.32. I thought they had it. Oh no. So close.
But I mean, it's a big judgment call to be made here by Trace, and they've delayed TYL enough on that round just because they were not really aware of where the final player will be, and it took them quite a while to get out of heaven. Now double digits for Trace. TYL, a hero rifle for Splash, could do the same effect that Del B has done with his own Guardian. We've seen that happen before, but I don't think Lightning is going to ever strike twice, at least for TYL. The Guardian is in mid, and it needs to go towards A quickly, because this is where the attack is coming from.
Yeah, and again, TYL find themselves on a much weaker buy and having to fight an uphill battle just to win this next round. He's not quite able to enter just yet. They do now, though, with Del B leading the charge off of a nice little shockwave. Sight's theirs, the guns are theirs, the kills are theirs. An 11th round on the board just might as well be theirs. Slowly's gonna try to do something here. Oh my god.
My captain, Viva, have done all the work necessary, but still plenty of damage for a while, and then until Trace just make sure this round is still not gonna be as competitive as people think that it was initially.
Trace are looking so much better now, by the way. I mean, these guys are looking cohesive as ever. They are looking like they know exactly how they want to approach each of these rounds, how they want to work together, and how they want to deal in that mid round with the way that TYL is responding to their aggression in the first place. They are looking clean, the shots are hitting, and this is the Trace that we felt was missing in Haven, and we're finally getting them. And if they keep this momentum up, I mean, map 3 is going to look a bit scary for the side of TYL as they head into this timeout, trying to pull themselves back together and end it here in Abyss.
They need to scrap through. I mean, there's really not much for them to get by with. It's last purchase, and while we have seen a significant comeback from Trace on the Haven, I feel like unfortunately for TYL, we have not seen really that kind of streakiness on this map whatsoever. Now it becomes just a question of whether or not this gun round can be converted. If they win on their buy, maybe there's still some life left in the game, but plenty of cash remaining in the bank for Trace. They'll need to win a few rounds in a row. They got the tools for it though. 4 ultimates for the side of TYL. It's everything but the dimensional drift, and they'll be looking forward to colliding on that B site.
Look at the round wins right now. It's 6 in a row for Trace. TYL have been absolutely struggling on this defense, not really able to get any of them to any of these rounds to convert, even though a couple of them have been very close. But this is going to be the big one for them, and that's a bad start for Slowly. I mean, you have to be a bit more careful about that angle. You can't be peeking 2 at the same time, and now it's up to Scales to do something on this round to make it a bit easier. And he does get LB though, through the smoke, and Splash gets one as well.
A lot closer than it should have been. 3 players still remain, and lovely work from Trace. It's the big risk from Kai. Dimensional Drift can play late for the round through middle, and he will be spotted by the Veto trap though. So his position now known. He goes back with the rest of the pack, tries to hunt 2 players on main that they know. It's an evolution but yet still Scales turn in the flash. He needs to adjust to his new reality. He needs to shoot them out. Only Sword 9 to find the kill. And time is of the essence, but Scales is the hero that they need. And Kai trying to be the one maybe to get the job done, but the evolution will lead Scales to be the apex predator of this jungle.
A bit of a labored round win for the side of TYL. It came down to a very scrappy retake there. 2 ults having been used to secure that win. And a win's a win for sure. But it does raise some questions about whether they can do this again and again so that they can win this map. Or if they need these ults to get something done. For now though, they're going to be happy that they finally won a defensive round in this half. Two ults still left though for the side of TYL, but 3 on the side of Trace.
Pretty much will be complicated affair. But I do see here for TYL, the dimensional drift early in. Kai taking the information towards the B side, scouting for numbers. He spots the one, and they know that the site itself now is clear thanks to that. So it's another retake. Hunter's Fury early, but not that much value found this time from TYL.
Oh, perfect peek from Slowly. Unfortunately, getting a little ahead of himself there, picking into 2 people, and Scales not able to convert that kill either. ERV finally manages to get one, but he has 2 people he still needs to kill on site to at least make this retake start. That is a great saturating, catches 2 people off guard. The flash in response is just as good. It's trades on trades on trades. It's ERV coming out on top. He might be able to get a 4th one. He does. He's so good.
What a time to stamp your authority, to bring an entrance just in their hour of need. ERV steps up to the platter. He has been a ghost of his typical self for the start of this best of 3. And just when TYL needed him the most, now they are within touching distance of maybe tying up this game. A massive multi-kill. And that is the repercussion of the Hunter's Fury. Just pushed back a little bit more. Another timeout for Trace because they need to close it out before TYL gains back momentum.
Yeah, frustration from the coaching booth of Trace here as they try desperately to stabilize here, finish this map. I mean, they're ahead. It was 11-7, now it's 11-9. They don't want to let TYL build up their own momentum and go on a bit of a mini run. One more round for the Trace side of Trace. If they can win this next one, they'll feel so much more confident. They'll have so many chances to close out this map and would really only need one mistake from TYL, the same way that TYL depended on that in Haven.
Well, dependencies is one thing, but now we have seen the ultimates used, and they're out of it pretty much on the side of Trace, especially with Kai using his dimensional drift and the Hunter's Fury as well. The post blunt, and now they just need to make their way through 2 rounds to remain a bit of a force buy here from the side of Trace. Guardians across the board, but they're keeping just about enough to be able to still afford a purchase in round 22. A lot of importance for TYL not to drop the ball here, and it all starts if they let a first blood get past them.
A great start to the round from Trace, getting them off that angle. They don't want to be pressured. They don't want to be harassed here. Splash doesn't quite make it around the corner, but he does make it to safety. And Slowly, he's a little bit stuck, but it's a trade on a trade here as Kai goes down, but Splash is right there to take it back. And with this massive ult, they are going to be able to get this spike down. Fang might be able to get one. He doesn't quite hit the shot before Sword9 kills his teammate, but the trade is still good enough. It's a 3v2 for the side of Trail. Look at Fang. The timing is so good. It's so nice.
If he gets the first one, they're isolated in 2 1v1s, but that shot angle, too much for him to handle. And Trace with the force buy. This time the Cosmic Divide comes to the rescue. And although they like their lucky stars in this one because they are all lined up for them, it was just a constellation of those close duels working in their favor. Over eager there by ERV for a little bit, but the bucket just coming up clutch from Lil Kang on the other fair.
Del B has looked so good on this map for the side of Trace. He's not he's not the kill leader by any means, because Viva has been looking even better, but he has been so instrumental in getting themselves up to match point, and he's going to probably be continuing to be instrumental in winning this. As Kai takes the... well, it's Delby again that gets the kill onto Splash. He's gonna dash in and not quite get the kill onto Sword Knight, who gets 3! They line up for him! They give him a freebie! And the rest of Trace are low, but they still manage to get something done. It has to be on the ERV. He gets a quick kill. He doesn't quite manage to get the second one, but Scales is there to clear out. Hang on a minute, Volt. It's not done yet. 12-10.
Well, some might die by the sword. TYL living by sword 9 here. But a massive spray down. Blocking down the round. I mean, the first shot is beautiful, but then the spray on the next two. That is pristine work. It is pristine work. No two ways about it. But that got too close to comfort. Still, it's not out of the grasp of Trace. But they'll need to make sure to lock in their economy. Weak on this one. I've seen Delby do it before. This time the Guardian in the hands of Kai. And there's a propensity for TYL to let a couple of those rounds go.
Trace are going to find this round in particular a bit difficult, just because of the weaker buy that they're being forced to use here. On the other hand, though, TYL, obviously they don't want to lose this round because that would be the map loss, but you have to be feeling a bit more confident about giving up this space, because there's a lot of space to give up to Trace here. They have all of mid. Oh, there's a...
I like the way that they're approaching, but Link is not going to be easy for them to walk through, right? Splash already got first blood.
Splash is so good at these first bloods. With that dimensional drift, though, they know exactly where every single member of Trace is. This just dashed past him. He did not check. Okay. Well, alright. He just ran. He just flew right past him. Did not check either side, and then the judge just activates. Flawless.
Oh, now... all the way to the 24th. It was again a judgment call to pressure this hard on middle. A little bit surprised that they go towards A instead of B from that initial position, right? Because they could have just sent a couple of players down bend and make this round a lot easier on themselves, but they try to make the commitment despite. And that's the part that caught me off the most, right? You already know that the Euro have made its way towards A, so forcing the issue just did not seem like it's the best course of action right now for Trace. A rolling thunder and a final chance, and they go where most of their rounds have been won. It is the A site. It is their initial point of contact.
TYL does have that Cosmic Divide as well as the Hunter's Fury to make something happen on the retake here, but they don't want to be losing these early fights, and in fact ERV is doing exactly that by backing off, saving himself. Oh, Delby just dives in, gets rid of Sword 9. That's one of the ultimates gone. The Rolling Thunder does come through, doesn't quite hit anybody. The site's theirs for the taking. TYL have given it up entirely. This is going to be tough.
The Hunter's Fury, right? But they still got the Cosmic Divide. And they can try to isolate the site on 2. But they need to be careful about their presence. Waylay deep in the line. Lal King can still do a lot of damage. Kai trays back for 1. Lal King, I think that they know where he might be, but it's all about finding their moment. Scales with 2, and it's all in the hands of Viva now. Lal King gone.
Goes down
the IGL needs to win the round for his team, and it is not gonna be enough. TYL holding on, and Trace on the brink of elimination.
We are in overtime. Scales coming alive when his team needed him the most. He had such a rough start to this map. 5 rounds in, he didn't have a single kill, but now look at him go. He's keeping his team not just in the map, but in the game. What an incredible round. What an incredible way for TYL to get themselves up into overtime. My God, we have a game on our hands, Volt.
Maybe not too much of a game if TYL actually close it out in the right time. A sigh of relief along the staff, and you can see that even when they got to this point, the coaching staff know the caliber of players that they have on their end, and I gotta say I'm really happy for TYL that they're able to push through. But look, the sentimental part of me, right, the little bias of me, do not want players like Fong, like Viva to be eliminated from Kickoff, but realistically speaking, TYL is the better team, and on the objective side of things, I think that they would be the better team to end up victorious here, but it's not over yet. It's 2 rounds, and we have seen so many heroics from TYL, so many more from Trace, and now it's time to read it all on the individuals. No more ultimates. But they will need to make it concise, and they will need to bring out something special.
Either way, we are being treated as some really exciting Valorant here on this map, and I mean, it's hard to deny that TYL look better today, but Trace are certainly putting up a hell of a fight, at least here on this second map, and if they manage to win this, we might still have Trace really popping off on the final map of Breeze. But before we get there, we still have an OT to play through. 20 seconds till the round starts, and this is the most important couple of rounds for both of these teams in so far in this year.
Well, now a time for the teams have come to steel themselves, being their real metal. TYL again.
Ooh.
How many times have we seen them on that A side? And the pace is tremendous, though. They scaled up so quickly, and they still trade out a kill. Lauken got one. That means no more Astra for Trace.
They're gonna be pretty okay with that. I mean, slowly already completed the entry. They don't really need him as much as Trace need the... Okay, Splash, he's just so confident right now. He's just pushing through everything, knowing he's gonna win these fights. 3 members left on the side of Trace, 4 on the side of TYL, and Splash, look at where he is. Look at where Splash has gone. He's so far ahead. Unfortunately, those scales not able to convert that from that better angle. Splash needs to speed up just a little bit here. He wants to make this work. The timing is good for him. He doesn't get the kill. Fong. He's going crazy. Fong still on it. Shoot him. It's gone. He didn't get the defuse. It's TYL coming out on top. ERV gets them both.
3 letters and 1 player to make it all happen for TYL. It is ERV as he saves them again. They needed him a few times. He came close at the start of the game, and as the series mounted on, he's starting to bring the heat. Great patience and good shots to deny any real problems on the other end. Desperation. Yeah, desperation, frustration. I mean, it is just a very delicate game here. It came down to the final margins, and right now for Trace, their entire tournament run will end if they lose this next round.
Yeah, I mean, what a round from ERV there. I mean, really incredible work from him, aiming perfectly exactly where his own gravity well pulled the diffusing player Viva, and then spamming it, and then being able to transfer to the final remaining member as well from a position that he couldn't even see the spike from. I mean, fantastic work from the side of TYL. Trace, they're not done quite yet. This timeout that they've taken, it's an incredibly important one. This next round, if they lose, remember, they're out. The next time we'll see them is in stage 1.
Oh, one more chance for Trace to keep the dream alive. Santiago still in an arm's reach. Remember, the final games for Santiago will be played, if I do remember correctly, on the 9th, right? So the 7th is for the upper bracket. It's going to be the 9th for the lower. Slowly right now, trying to get them a chance at tomorrow. And TYL might pull the curtains. Oh, the operator is still raining bullets on them right now.
TYL are just taking over all of a sudden, and Trace, they're struggling. They have 3 members left. Make that 2. 2 members left. Viva and Del B, the stars they have been for this team, have to do everything now to keep themselves still in it. Del B gets the first one. He's not gonna get the second one. It's all up to Viva. He has 4 to kill. 4 people to kill to keep his team still in this game, in this tournament. Chances alive for Santiago. He cannot do it. It's TYL, 14-12, 2-0. They're still in it. They're still on the way, potentially,
Stars
to Santiago.
Yeah, Stars and Del B and Viva were pale in comparison to the monsters that TYL are right now. It has been on a great run, of course, in the middle bracket. They ended up losing to DRG 2-1 in a pretty close affair. It came down to the decider map here. It closed it out in 2. And now for Trace is a real chance for them to maybe try to get their affairs in order. They're not a bad team by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, the pieces are great. But unfortunately for them, I feel like they've met their match. A lot of teams have been meeting their match, right? Like, I'm thinking about a Bitty that lost 2-0 initially in one of their games in the upper bracket, right? And now, Bitty beat Trace 2-0. They've beat EDG, who is going to be coming up next. And, well, it's a confident look for TYL as they will be facing the winner of that next game. And maybe they're hoping for revenge against EDG. If they get JDG, they'll be happy about that because they've played them before and they've won against them before.
Yeah, and I mean, Trace absolutely had a great opportunity to take us to a map 3 on that second half. They won 6 in a row to take us to 11-7. Unfortunately, they could not close it out. TYL pulling themselves back together in the final moments, just in time to take us into OT and then to win it out in, honestly, pretty convincing fashion. What a game, though. I mean, what a game. I might be a little high up on TYL right now.
Yeah, and well, it's great for TYL, the team that has looked really, really solid for the most part, and now they'll have some time, and we will give the ball now to Veto as we get the entry.
本场比赛的胜利，站在我身边的是 Skills 选手，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Skills。
Hello， 欢迎 Skills， 也是再次恭喜你们一个非常不可思议的2-0。虽然说上一次你们在影视修索这张地图中拿到了大比分的胜利，但今天看到天路整体进入比赛状态的节奏和速度还是非常令人惊叹的。想知道你们是怎么做到一开始一上来就这么有火力点的？
我们比较
And how do you guys like come out into the game just popping off right away?
状态跑得更快一点。
队内的氛围非常非常的不错，也是助推了你们实力的发挥。
And he says that the energy is really important. It's like if we bring that, everyone's like all excited, and then we all just shoot better, and we all get into the game much quicker.
拿下对手的选图，想知道你们做怎么样的准备和努力呢？
其实没有特别针对吧，就是把自己的阵。
And how did you prepare against Trace to take down a map pick?
阵容的优势，那你在这张图是拿到了镜面嘛？那对手是拿到。
And he says that the main point is to maximize their own comp strengths.
多少信心去拿下？你觉得占了多少的就是重要性？
其实我这个位置就是主要的目的就是解放其他队友，我可以自己一个人在包点里面就是活下来，然后让他们把其他2个地方。
And he says that the main point of this role is to kind of unleash the potential of his other teammates.
来到了败者组，也就意味着你们没有过多的容错空间，可能每一场比赛都会是最后一场比赛。也想知道目前天路是怎么去看待这样的压力的？
其实就不要给自己太多压力吧，反正就是最后。
And how do you deal with like the pressure of like being in the lower bracket?
就去圣地亚哥嘛。
对，不要有太多的包袱。那作为加入队内相对时间比较长
And he says that yeah, we just have to move on forward. It's like if we lose, then it's time to like celebrate New Year. If we win, it's time to go to Santiago.
保持心态方面的秘诀和经验呢？
其实我没有什么特别多的经验。
And have you shared any like mental tips with your new
就是
teammates?
心态好，然后每一场比赛去做好自己的事情，对吧？
嗯。
对，相信。
And he says it's probably just his personality.
的每一场胜利，也非常想知道你最后有没有想对所有的粉丝朋友说的话。
谢谢大家的支持，我们今年一定目的就是。
And anything to say to the fans?
相信你们。那最后本次比赛现场，我们也设有福能掉落。
And he says thank you everyone for the support. Our goal this year is definitely to go to internationals.
获赠游戏资产。接下来也有请
And that's it for the interview. It's time for the prize draw for the audience.
开始，3、2、1，停。
开始。不知道。停。
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, well, we got Scales talking up for TYL there, but they looked so prepared this game. They looked like they had practiced this composition, both of these compositions again and again and again, and they looked so together throughout the game. There were a couple of moments where they didn't really seem to find their footing, but it all came back regardless every single time.
Yeah, great team effort for sure from the side of TYL. But I gotta say, for Trace, perhaps a little bit disappointed because just like another one of the teams that have been already eliminated in Wolves, they fall under the same category. The team could not amount to more than the sum of their parts. TYL are definitely that. Like, not to discredit the individual ability of anyone on the side of TYL, it is just that they actually bring the best out of each other, which I feel like has not been the case for Trace here. And it is really indicated in them taking such a long time to actually get the ball rolling. I mean, so long that they actually did not really seem that they have the full firepower on until, what, 15, 16 rounds in the Haven? And I feel like that was one of the things that if they actually showed up in full force from the start, maybe we would have had a different look for the teams.
Yeah, certainly. And even when they did finally get the ball rolling here on Abyss, unfortunately, they did drop it towards the end there. I mean, a lot of that was Splash, though. This guy is so good. You can see some in some of these replays, but just in general, this guy was absolutely incredible throughout both matches. What an incredible pickup from the side of TYL, who is now doing a lot for them.
I mean, I would say another person that for me has been the difference maker has been ERV. Right? I just said that, hey, you know, they've definitely not had the best of times in Haven, but ERV, he stepped up tremendously on that one. And actually, I've made a mistake. The team that have won against JDG, that was Trace. And now they're not here, but speaking for TYL, let's let them take the comps.
他们已经睡了，他们来来，3、2、1，准备开大，小智。好。 来开，我这个激活，我飞，我回来追你们。我顶零，右边是，我加右边来，下跑，走，我加左边，小心上面，跳到英雄吗？看见没？没看，开了，好，往脸上一个，往脸上，别看到，没看到，往脸后，留我，没事，留我，全夜路后面，往脸后没死，帮脸，二楼跟屁股，文哥了。 好了，跟屁股人也有分。我方还剩1人，不稍后撤回。A大开飞机，走着。乔包。time。还剩1名敌人。time。走着，就这。No！ Well play，let's go guys。
Splash.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers don't lie, and even if they did, your eye test shouldn't lie to you that this guy was absolutely incredible this game. Like you said, ERV as well, especially towards the end there. I mean, I know we're talking about Splash right now, but I don't want to forget about ERV either. Like you said, I mean, towards the end of that map, he really came alive, pulling the team across the finish line at the very end there. But man, this guy was so good.
Here's the thing, though. Like, ERV got put in that position because Splash have given them so many rounds of this consistent firepower. They were put in a competitive position, right? If it wasn't for Splash, if they were able to neuter the effective Splash on the side of Trace, it would have been a complete stomp from their side. I mean, just look at those numbers, and that's what I was talking to you about.
It's just a perfect hexagon.
Yeah, it is a perfect hexagon. I mean, to have over a kill round, to have almost 200 ADR, and I mean, for me, 6 multi-kills on a dive duelist that goes in first. Like, it's not like he's playing the Aura, right? And he's got the luxury. He's playing the Waylay. That is an immaculate performance from him here on the Abyss.
I mean, really, there's nothing to complain about this guy. It really is almost a perfect hexagon. I could be an unnecessarily critical and be a hater and be like, oh, he didn't perfectly get a hexagon. You know, he could improve a little bit more here or there. But if I had this guy on my team, I would say nothing but thank you to this guy, because he has been so good as an entry duelist more than anything. But obviously, it came down to TYL just having the better teamwork overall and everybody stepping up when they were needed. I mean, yes, Splash was so good, but he was so good in his role. When we needed ERV to pull people off the defuse, when we needed him to do the smokes, he was so good in that role. When we needed Sword 9 to step up as a leader, a temporary player as a leader. He was so good in his role. Everybody on TYL stepped up, and Trace did too, just not quite to the same level.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the difference here. Kai at the bottom of the scoreboard, not really the same look that we have seen from him on the Haven. And credit where credit is due, as he said, Viva with 21 kills. He was so impactful for how close Trace got to that finish line. They even got to match point. They just couldn't close it out in the end. And for TYL, they'll be really happy about that kind of performance as well. Wave by wave is now the new motto, as we will wait and see if they are actually able to get it to Santiago. But the one main thing that they will suffer, whether it is actually going to be JDG or EDG, is going to be First Bloods. Sure, they got 10 in this one, but I'm just going to be real about it. Make no mistake about either of those two teams. The firepower and the amount of First Bloods that both JDG and EDG can find can actually lead TYL to spiral out of control. And we have seen that against EDG before. Maybe JDG could be a different story, but still, a 2-0 is a 2-0 for TYL. They didn't need to show much of their breeze, which I feel could be something for them to utilize. I mean, Kets is a little bit unhappy about that one.
Man, come
I
on,
didn't even
man.
get to see that split, man. Look, it's
True,
even
I
in
guess
grayscale, right?
we both lost.
Here's the thing. Like, I expected some form of split. The ban, though, was the one that caught me off guard. And I would have actually preferred to see both teams on the split over the Abyss. I feel like they just weren't as confident in their execution. They could have made it simpler playing that split. But at the end of the day, this is how this cookie crumbles. And over here in Project Horizon, I feel like now we have kind of established our picking order for how things will go for the lower bracket. And just before we go to the second game, I just want to give a confirmation. I have decided that since I'm going to be so biased for JDG anyways, and I'm going to take myself off this best of 3, and me and Kets are going to go to a brief sabbatical, it is going to be Zach and Costream to take over from there. A big thank you as well to everyone who's tuned in to this very early morning best of 3, and as always, to both Kashi and Beatles for the production and the translation. Beatles is still hanging on for the next best of 3, but me and Kets are going to take a brief break, and when we will be back, it will be Edward Gaming against JDG, 2 of the titans of the Chinese esports, now squaring for a final chance at Santiago.
And the loser gets eliminated.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need
Hello everyone, welcome back to Project Horizon. It is me, Zach, joined by the amazing Kaiserine. Today, we're going to be taking you through our second game of the day, which is proving to be a very exciting matchup. We just saw TYL finish off 2-0 in first best of 3 today, but now we've got some more Valorant action coming for you. It's going to be Edward Gaming going up against JDG, and I'm so excited that we finally get to like cast together, Kaiserine.
I know. I feel like we've been working together for years, and I feel like we just keep missing each other. So
you're always in the production room.
And you know what? I feel like neither of us were originally supposed to be here, so it's just it was just meant to be, and this series was truly meant to be. I mean, I don't think anyone necessarily expected this to be the meetup that we're seeing, especially in this lower bracket, and of course an elimination on the line. So yeah, I mean, I'm expecting a pretty tough matchup, but man, I mean, we're starting to get to that point in Kickoff where it's like you're gonna have to see some good teams go, and it's just unfortunate. Of course, you mentioned we just had a really banger matchup between Trace and TYL, and of course TYL made it through, like you said, 2-0, so goodbye to Trace, and whoever wins this matchup are going to be facing, of course, TYL next. So this is a tough matchup, and then you're gonna have another tough matchup ahead of you. I mean, that's just the nature of the lower bracket run, and how things really tend to go as you make your way through the end of these brackets.
100%. The lower bracket always just so difficult because it's teams who have taken 2 losses irrespective of, you know, their previous year's calibers, and EDG is certainly one of them. For the last two and a half years, I would say they've been dominating the China scene, but since last year we've been seeing more and more teams rising up to take them down, and this year as well, the beginning has not been good for them. They were all the way up in that upper semi-final, but since then it's been quite a fall from glory. That first loss to Shilai Gaming, and of course their second loss to Bilibili, both qualified teams in their own rights. By no means are they bad, but for EDG, for a team that won champions all those, like, you know, a couple of years ago, I think that it's important for them to be able to return to that championship form, to be able to make it through that lower bracket, because it's 1, 2, and 3 more matches after today that they'll have to win. It's not 3 including today, it's 4 including today. So long road. That's the trouble with dropping to that lower bracket. You just have to make an absolute run of it. So hoping that they have the stamina to kind of do exactly that.
But when you talk about making an absolute run of it and having the stamina, you have to talk about JDG, right? Fell a little bit earlier on than their counterparts here in EDG, but they've been making that run through, and they're still kind of solidified here. And you know, I think there's something to be said for a lower bracket run. I mean, sometimes, you know, the sooner you fall, the easier it is to keep that momentum going throughout that run. So yeah, some early on fell, but you know, they're here. But let's flip back over to the other side and let's take a look at this EDG roster.
Okay, look, first of all, these are the best graphics ever. Petition for all
So
of the
good.
regions to steal the format. You know, just
good.
put those little 2-second poses, players showing off really. But talking about this roster, so many clutch players there. I mean, of course, you've got Kong Kong, who has been the face of this team for years, especially after that fantastic performance at Champions in 2024. I think that it's going to be very important for the side of EDG to get that initial momentum and maintain it, because against a team like JDG, it's going to be the same problem that they faced in their game against Sheila Gaming, which is the fact that if those fast executes don't work out, what do you do? And JDG definitely have the players they need to make this work. Of course, Coconut joining this team from Sheila Gaming, definitely a proven quantity. YU as well. Both of them have been so incredible so far in these tournaments, even in the games that they've been losing. So we just need everybody else to kind of step up as well. J-Kuro as well on that controller role has been looking really good. A couple of nice nifty plays with the Omen to net them some rounds. I think that it's just that this team has had trouble being able to perform as a strong playing five as opposed to individual hero plays. That said, they've been making an absolute run in this lower bracket. They've won 2 games in a row. This is going to be the 3rd one today. So hopefully they'll be able to maintain that momentum, because remember, EDG are coming off of 2 losses in a row. So that's definitely going to be a factor in today's matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's exactly what we're talking about, right? 2 strong teams, and like you said, I mean, we're no stranger to EDG at this point, but you have to think about the mental aspect of, yeah, okay, we just lost. Okay, we just lost again. We can't afford to lose this 3rd one in a row, or we're out of Kickoff now. Versus JDG, who've kind of been on their back foot for a while, but they've been able to kind of, like you said, like solidify themselves a little bit more and steady out. So yeah, we're still looking for a little bit more maybe cohesion and team play, but at this point, you know, with the last 2 rounds being wins under their belt, it's a little bit easier to do that. They're finding their footing, and of course, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they're, you know, able to lock in a little bit here in the lower bracket, but man, I do think EDG is going to give them a run for their money.
I think that's what we're used to seeing them doing. Last time around, though, I mean, it was, I think, I forgot who they were playing against. I think it was their game against Sheila Gaming, and I was getting to cost that, and it was just like, it was just so difficult for them after that initial lead that they had. They were up 5-1, and then after that, they just lost like 12 rounds in a row. Not a fun map. And the second map as well was like a 9-1 start for the other team. So yeah, EDG definitely struggling to break out of that initial slump. Let's see if they can go over it today. But in terms of stats, JDG seems to be winning overall. In particular, that 5v4 win percentage. Even if EDG are able to get that initial kill, which of course Kong Kong does so often, they are good at those post conversions. And of course, post plant in particular, depending on the map, you know, this is going to be something that's an absolute unit. I think that you know, the comps that you run so often can determine how well these turn out, and we're seeing more of a post-plant focused meta. You see Astra coming back in the meta. You see people picking up Deho more. So it's been pretty interesting to see the comps that people are running and how this stat has been affected. And I think for JDG in particular, having looked at a couple of their games, I think that they have a little bit of an advantage, especially coming off of those 2 wins.
Yeah, and I mean, not just coming off of those 2 wins, but we did get to take a look at those stats, right? And for a team that we're saying, well, they fell early into the lower bracket, they're trying to find their cohesion as 5. I mean, those stats kind of speak for themselves when you're looking at least at the head-to-head stats, right? And so JDG looking pretty good here, and even this head-to-head, pretty close. I mean, a good matchup, but those stats don't lie. So I think EDG are really gonna have to reach in, because I think one thing is if they underestimate their opponents as someone who fell to that lower bracket early, I think it's gonna be tough for them.
Yeah, true. I think that for looking at these 2 players as well, they're both the clutch players on the team. Chichu, so incredible. Sorry, I thought I was going to sneeze there. I apologize. But T2 so incredible in the clutch, also so consistent in terms of being able to play that side anchor role or just be a menace in general. I think that he's one of the players to watch out for today on this team. Him, Smoggy, and Kong, the games that they win are the games that they're consistently fragging out. But this head-to-head is pretty interesting because we're looking at the newest addition to EDG here, CB, coming in there. The thing is that EDG, I think somebody else brought this up in their cast, but EDG haven't been able to do well at an international since they lost Simon. So hopefully CB will be the solution. He does add that secondary duelist layer alongside Kong, who does tend to play more of that dive agent, and in particular he plays Yoru, so it's very important for teams in this meta, even with the Yoru nerfs that came in like a couple of patches ago. I think that it's just so important to have a good Yoru player. He's been filling that role for the team. The chemistry could be a little bit better from some of the rounds that I've seen, but yeah, for the opposite side, JDG's Yoru, I mean, this guy plays only Yoru and he does it damn well.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. In this meta, you really need to have a strong Yoru, and I think both teams just kind of trying to see how that's fitting in terms of their team comps and their team chemistry and synergy. But like you said, JDG, I mean, I think one thing they have is they do have that Yoru down, and that is something I think that is so important. And like you said, CB, a new pickup, still trying to slot into that team, but I don't think by any means is disappointing at that. So the fact that both of these teams do have kind of like that solidified player, like you said, that secondary duelist, really good flashes, and just overall able to do your things on your maps, I think is fun. And I think it's also cool. I mean, we do see CB on Phoenix every now and again. So although Yoru's the meta, it's nice to know that you have a little bit of variability and adaptability in terms of those flash second duelists.
We are seeing a couple of teams run that Phoenix as well. There were a couple of, I think it was Sheila Gaming who ran him, I'm not sure, but there were a couple of teams who have been picking him up around the globe. So even if it's a bit of an off-meta pick, I think that it's still very strong because it's one of the few ultimates that remain 6 points at this point in this game. Even the Reyna ults got nerfed to 7. So I don't even know if there's another 6-point ult at this point. It might just be Phoenix here. And it's an incredibly strong ult for 6 points, especially if you are able to farm things through. Also the utility, I feel like people have gotten out of practice dodging Phoenix flashes because it just hasn't been in the game. People haven't been running him in the meta comp for so long, so could definitely be a pick that sees a lot of value if you can farm those ultimates, and if your Phoenix is fighting a lot of damage. The self-sustainabilities as well are a little bit underrated because I feel like in this meta where you don't really have heals, your Reyna has also been nerfed. Not that teams play Reyna, of course, but even seeing that we're not seeing much of the Sky or Sage coming in most of the time, having that little bit of extra healing capability, you know, you get into a fight, you get dropped down to 20 HP, you just toss your hot hands down and you get to full HP again. So it's very nice to see that.
Yeah, and I think there's something to be said for that utility that, yes, it heals you, but it also is so incredibly volatile, especially that Molly does a lot of damage, and we don't get to see that too often because, like you said, I mean, teams haven't been running the Phoenix as much, but now we're seeing a little bit of those off-meta picks, and it's really exciting to see. I think offers a little bit of maybe an alternative to the Yoru that gives you more, I think, flashes and TPs and a lot of information with that ult. But I think when you look at, on the flip side, you have the Phoenix, like you said, I mean, people got really good at dodging Phoenix flashes for a really long time. And now that he hasn't been picked, he's back in play. There's a lot of funky flashes that you can do. Just the same way we're seeing that with Yoru coming back, right? And now people are getting good at dodging Yoru flashes again. So I think that's strong. You have that wall to break up sight lines a little bit. That also does a lot of damage, but you can just walk right through that. You can flash right through that. And I mean, in terms of your ultimate, like you said, another way you can self-heal, you can still kind of go in and get a little bit of info off that too, and it just gives you a little bit of a fighting chance to be a little bit more aggressive in some of those pushes, knowing that, okay, it's fine, I can get back to safety. And so I love the Phoenix pick personally, an agent I love to see, I love to play, and I think it's fun that we're seeing him a bit more now.
I think that I also enjoy playing him in ranked, so there's a little bit of personal bias as well for wanting to see a Phoenix.
Me too.
So yeah, I mean, Phoenix supporters, gang up here. We're here to cheer for you. So I think that looking at the bigger picture though here, aside from the Asian comps, I think it's also going to come down to the map vetoes for sure. Because I mean, looking at EDG, they only played split once where they really struggled on it. I think that was their game against Shilai, and it didn't really go well. Their breezes will have been very funky. Their map pool has just been looking super weak because the only maps that they've been able to win through in Kickoff so far and win in a convincing way have been Haven and Bind, and even that Bind map was a 14-12 against TYL. So you know, if EDG wins today, the TYL rematch is definitely going to be spicy. But back to that, I mean, they've lost Pearl, they've lost Breeze, they've lost Split, they lost one of their games on Abyss out of 2 that they played, and they've been batting Corrode out as well. So just not much left in the map pool there in terms of consistency and performance. Hopefully they've been able to fix their mistakes. And JDG on the other hand, of course, they've played more maps, seeing that they had to play an additional couple of games to make it to this point against EDG, but also they look a little bit more convincing, especially on maps like Abyss, maps like Haven or Split. Split perhaps not the greatest. They did lose to Trace, although that was 11-13, and it does seem like they were able to make it close. There were a couple of mistakes that were not going their way, but aside from that, I think that they definitely do have a chance on it. So I think that I'm much more excited about JDG's map pool. So EDG, they better have done the work. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, although I do have to say, we did see that little stat on, you know, the thank you to China production. I mean, first of all, these walkouts, always incredible. Love watching them. But two, I mean, we did see that little stat when you're talking about JDG's map pool. Their map pick win rate right now is only 20%. Now, I mean, that being said, at this point, they did fall to the lower bracket, so you have to take that into consideration as well when you're talking about, well, what series have they won? But to only be 20% on your map pick rate, I mean, obviously that's not a stat I think that most teams are looking fondly of, but I wouldn't put it past them to try to pad their stats a little bit here and win on their map pick.
Padding stats, everybody does it, let's be real. I think that more than stats though, the objective, it's gonna be what really matters here. Although it's nice to have like a 30 bomb even if you lose the game, I suppose. A little bit of a consolation. Again, just production value top notch. Honestly, like all of this stuff makes me wish I understood Chinese. So that's like the feeling I get watching. But yeah, JDG players gonna be making their entrance, and again, just this has so much aura, dude.
So much aura. I mean, I've been saying this, but I'm so excited for champs, because if this is the production value we're getting at Kickoff, like you just know they're gonna bring it. You know the walkouts are gonna be insane, especially for an international event. I mean, the mascots, like you can't ask for a better region. I think they do production and they do it so well, and so. And, you know, obviously feeling really blessed that we're able to bring this English coverage. But, I mean, this looks like an international level event. Like, this has the same feel as, you know, like, as a Masters event, right? And this is just a region kickoff. Like, incredible.
There were some Masters that I went to in Europe that had half the crowd, and this is just Kickoff here. So
yeah,
it's just absolutely insane. The level of support coming in for the players as well of both these teams. The level of hype around VCT as well. In China, I really love that energy that they're bringing in, and of course my favorite part is the mascots. I was just thinking today, watching TYL's mascot kind of like bopping around their head, and I was just like, yeah, this would, I could do this job. Like, I don't need to speak Chinese to do this job, you know, just put me in a mascot. I know it's gonna be a bit sweaty, but at least it'll be really fun. Either way, both teams on stage, they look very amicable, and hopefully EDG are able to recover from the slide that has been going down. Of course, they've got Coach Autumn with them this year. Last year, Masters Bangkok winner, shifting regions all the way from Pacific over to China right now. Was a bit of an insane run in the beginning, but now at the bottom, you know, when they've hit bottom, will they be able to recover and keep going? That's the question here for EDG. While for JDG, they've been doing well. It might not have been the greatest start to them for Kickoff, but it's not over yet. How much longer can they last?
Well, I mean, it all starts here with map 1. I'm excited, like you said, to get into these map pick bands, because I'd love to know where we're heading in the series. I think it's hard because at this point, right, we're starting to get to the point where it's like we're saying goodbye to teams that we don't want to say goodbye to, and there's those. This could be you next. This could be you next. Dancing around. I'm excited.
I would want to be like the cat. I think I don't know if that's a cat. I know the other one's a dog. But anyway, mascot species apart, looking at this map pool here, JDG locking into that abyss with confidence. I really do like that they've gone for it. I think that it's a map that EDG have looked pretty mid on before, although it's a 50-50 win rate. They recently lost it against Bilibili, so that's definitely going to be a factor here. Maybe it seems like JDG would have seen some advantage in playing it, although for EDG, I will say this, it's a map that they have a lot of practice on, so could definitely be good for them. But aside from that, I mean, what do you think about the rest of the map, Veto?
Yeah, I'm excited, and I believe it was Haven and then Corrode that we got to see. I'm excited to see Corrode as a decider because I think if it goes to that, I've been saying this, and it's why the devs put it in the game, but you have to be so much more intentional with their utility usage on a map like Corrode, instead of just, you know, it's kind of their answer to that flood of utility that we used to see on Bind. So very excited. I think it'll be a good match in terms of like we wanted to see that cohesion and team play coming out. I think Haven has been a staple for so long that I'm not surprised to see that come through. And then of course, you know, like you said, we're starting at Abyss. Both teams have had a chance to play it at this point and at least practice, if nothing else. But I think Abyss has also been kind of a staple in this China region for a long time. I mean, I think a lot of teams elect to go there, so not surprised to see that come out. I am excited, though, looking at these team comps, and if anything piques your eye, I mean, a little bit of a difference coming through. Of course, we have those two yours we talked about, but what I really have my eye on is we have, of course, the Cypher coming out. I think a lot of teams have been electing to run this no Sentinel comp, and so it's really exciting to see kind of the difference these teams are running, and of course the Waylay coming out I'm excited about as well.
Personally love the Waylay coming into this meta. I think that it's just a strong agent that seems to have very few counters, and overall I like the comp that they're running for this Abyss as well. The Yoru acting as a secondary duelist. Again, Shay has been so good in the past, but on the other side, I mean, Kang on Jet, this is the agent that he defeated Heretics with, got a 4K Guardian with, that made him the Champs MVP all those years ago. It might be enough to maybe give them back that momentum that they've been lacking, the confidence that it seems like they've been lacking. You know, when in doubt, always return to your comfort pick, and Kang on Jet is certainly that. Hopefully, you know, EDG, they're able to recover. I mean, of course, this isn't their map pick. Okay, I'm sorry. I love that. Excuse me, can someone put those on Smoggy, please?
I love the production value. Like, this is, like you said, I mean, I've been to Masters events, and this feels just as big, if not bigger.
Definitely. I think that it's been super complicated, I would say. But again, they make it look so seamless. The production, just pulling everything together, like a couple of strings just perfectly at the end. And I mean, I don't know, man, even the Masters that we saw in Shanghai, apart from I think one or two minor tech pauses, that was probably the least tech pause heavy Masters that we've had in the history of like Masters events. So that's definitely a buff as well, I would say. And I mean, Kickoff as well, right? We've seen so few tech pauses. It's mostly been other things.
Yeah, I mean, I think aside from like a couple minor ones, things have been going pretty smoothly. And also, I mean, I think it's just the efficiency that they run these events. They get the team switched out. I mean, I love to see it.
Finally being, looks like it's gonna be a fight coming through very, very soon. You've got the Astro on side playing hard. Anchor, although Kang is converging on the position, dashes into his own smoke, gets J Kuro. No more smokes for the remainder of this round, and EDG, they get themselves the site. The rest of JDG rotating over right now, but they're gonna be late, and it's more than enough time for the spike to go down.
Spike's down, EDG on site, and now JDG. 4v5 retake, but it's pistol round. I'm expecting them to flood in fast and furious, but you have to worry about Kang. Good for 3 for the round, and now All down to one. Not able to do it in a pretty clean round there coming out from EDG.
Clean round indeed. It starts with the opening from Kong Kong and the rest of the players as well chiming in with kills of their own. I mean, just Jay Kuro was not ready for that coming out of his smoking, or what do you call it, cosmic dimension or whatever. Either way though, it's going to be the anti-eco round for EDG. A bit of an eclectic buy here. They've got 2 Phantoms and a Bulldog and 2 Ghosts. So any of these players die, drop their guns, it's going to be 50-50 as to whether EDG can close out the round, because we just saw last time what happens, you know, if you drop a Vandal or something. Their way though, Smokey is going to be the one holding aggressively, and it's just going to be a suicide play. JDG not wanting to give them an orbs. They get one of their own, and the rest of them, they just choose to take the honorable way out. Of course, whether it's an honorable way is still a matter of debate according to the larger Valorant community.
It might not be honorable, but definitely the right call there. You don't want to give up those ult orbs, especially so early in the game when, you know, something like momentum is so important, especially that ultimate economy. So, yeah, it definitely, maybe not honorable according to some, but at this point, you know, you're in the lower bracket, elimination on the line. You have to do what you have to do to protect yourself. But that does mean those 2 ghosts that we have, they were able to buy full rifles again here. So not a bad buy from EDG, and maybe had the read. Gonna start spreading out for some of these extremities, just trying to see where they can find any sort of impact. What kind of control can we get on the map? Any information is good information.
I like this also, that Coconut, he's been holding his utility. Finally gonna invest the drone to check for a main presence. You can see that he was trying to timing the drone there, maybe get through that smoke, but instead now having to re-clear all the space, maybe just passively hold it. Clock running down. This is a big problem that we saw for the CDG roster in the past. Might still prove to be the case, although it looks like they are making their way towards that A sites, ready to possibly go in for the execute. Drone gonna give away the noise. 37 seconds. Doubt there's gonna be any time to make that rotate. Dash comes in from Kong Kong, able to maintain that position on the site, although there's a lot of utility with the stuns and the pulls. Astra tries to go in for the peak, but Kong Kong ready for it. The problem is they don't check the corner, and Coconut finds 3 on the round already. It looks very much done. Chichu in a 1v3.
In a 1v3, but also has to find Spike, and with just the clock ticking, 10 seconds left, it's gonna be nigh impossible. Not gonna be able to isolate these fights either. So at this point, you just have to hope you can get one, but it's not gonna matter. Can't find that in a very, very good run coming out from JDG.
It was a full buy from EDG as well, of sorts. Again, this is the problem that we see, right? We talked about it during the stats 4v5 conversion. Even if Kong Kong gets that first blood, the rest of the team, minor mistakes. Kong Kong can't check the corner while he's dashing into his own smoke, but the rest of the team, they had to cover it up, and the drone didn't spot it either because it was broken earlier. So many small things going wrong to combine in the round, completely slipping out of EDG's hands. Not really having any ultimates, although Kong Kong is getting close to the Blade Storm. Full buy up.
I think another problem last time was the call to rotate back through A main, especially after that drone. We started to see, you know, Blue on this waylay rotate back over, and everyone was kind of waiting for that A main execute. Whereas they had mid control, they just didn't know it, and that's tough. EDG again, just electing to see where can we spread out, what kind of map control can we gain. But like you said, they're not afraid to play things slow, and sometimes that works to their disadvantage.
Working his way through mid. Smoggy gets spotted out as well, so heavy or medium mid presence is going to be definitely noted. Again, looking to make a play towards that A site. The drone from Coconut. Really gonna spot anything, but the timing is there. Kong Kong hears the sound and is able to take him down. Opening kill onto the site. Still though, another player there. Jay Kuro looking to anchor things down. The problem is that CB and Kong Kong are in his face. Kong Kong finds another kill towards heaven as well in the meantime, so now it's just gonna be a 2v4.
2v4, and they're not quite together in terms of being able to execute. So JDG, I think, making the wise call to just group up and wait. But Chichu, always so good at lurking, going to try to see what kind of intel they can find. I don't know if they're ready. Definitely were not. Why you going to find Chichu and EDG now know that that save's coming in. They can start to spread out and maybe hope to hunt down those last 2 guns, but JDG is going to be ready, holding these chokes.
Best case scenario for JDG. That was a rifle delivered as well. Goes down, so has to invest again in the next round. They get both of their guns, and EDG still win the round though. So again, Kong, those 2 entries, the timing on this peak here. Here's the Sova when immediately comes out, and of course 2 trying to trade, does not win out that 1v1, a little bit ahead of his team there. Could have played that a bit more patiently, but still, there is gonna be a buy available for JDG. They're forcing into this. 4 people or 3 people with light armor. Sorry, 3 people with heavy armor, 2 with light armor. Coconut with only a sheriff, although EDG, look at this, all of them buying up that heavy armor. The threat of the outlaw has become too strong along with the bandit.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. The addition of those guns makes it a little bit tough when you talk about what you need to buy. A little bit of chip damage coming through. That jump spot was spotted. EDG not going to elect to push though, but know that some people could be coming from these chokes in order to be in mid, but CB, good positioning. Walk right into his crosshair, has that opening pick. Coconut not able to recover that rifle on the other site. Nobody just quite misses that, and like things are ending here over towards this A main, but just the sheriff in the hand.
Oh.
A Coconut not gonna matter, finds the head and lands that shot. They're able to slow down this push for just a little bit, and with just about 30 seconds remaining, a good position here from CB that's going to be, well, punished. 2v2, they're gonna try to get this spike down, but that ultimate coming out from Coconut, unfortunately not going to find that spike, but not going to matter. It's a 1v2. That high-low is going to be so volatile to deal with, and it's going to be Chichu to find the 3rd in the round. And another round on the board for EDG.
Nice kills there from Chichu. The trades coming in at the most crucial times, I would say. It starts with this entry from CB, but yeah, Coconut going huge to find 2 kills there. Just Chichu finding these trades on site, being able to do the damage, getting the spike down as well. Defending his teammate, rather. Very, very nicely played, and now first time out gonna be called here by JDG, if I'm not wrong. Gonna be an equal round for them up ahead, if I'm not mistaken. And EDG are starting to build up with that momentum, so it's a good time to call one. I mean, what do you think has been going wrong for them so far?
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't hate what I've been seeing necessarily from JDG, and I mean, obviously 4-1 scoreline doesn't look great. I think the round they won looked really good, but I think it's just a little bit more map awareness that's coming through from EDG. I think they have good positioning and timings, and just their ability to kind of control that map, get into positions, and you know, I mean, we saw going through mid and the timing on the Silver drone, we saw flanking all the way around the back, and I think it's been tough for JDG to kind of answer to the way EDG can just kind of control the map a little bit. But I think taking this time out to slow things down, and hopefully their coach is able to identify some of these themes and issues. I mean, I definitely think it's early enough that they can turn that around.
They try to get around. It's going to be a priority here. Can't let the games them too many times, especially when you consider that this is their map pick. Yes, their Haven's also good, but it'd be nice if they can start things off with the right note. EDG, they've been playing this very well, not falling into the trap of losing too much time before they get onto site, although a couple of rounds have been getting dicey. Overall, I like the level of map control that they're showing in this eco round now. I just don't like how they're blindly pushing into smokes. Hopefully, CV won't fall into the same trap. Able to actually catch YU on the camera, but not ready for the peek coming in from Shay. It's gonna be nobody though with the trade. expecting the players to go for the guns. Able to cause a little bit more of fracas. In fact, actually causing both the Astra and the Yoru to go through spawn and go far away. It's just gonna be Stu on site. It's gonna be a Sheriff versus the world, and Kangkang not gonna risk it. Just gonna take the knives and head into site.
Yeah, I mean that's tough when you're working against the jet ult and these guns. I think we saw some that good pick come through onto CB, but it's just you don't have the same firepower to work with him. Not gonna matter though. Coconut again has been such a master with the Sheriff, but you walk right into Kangkang's crosshair, and that was a tough eco. I mean, I don't think necessarily that was bad from them. I think they just didn't have the firepower, but now, I mean, I think it's going to be, hey, let's start to... We have the buy-up again. We need to answer to some of what EDG has kind of been doing, how they've been running the map, because if you look at JDG, I mean, they're ready for some of these like full site pushes, I think, but that's not exactly how EDG's playing. They're not afraid to kind of see where do we get info, where can we spread out on the map. I mean, we've been seeing this 3-1-3, 2-1-2. The way they've been able to spread out and just kind of work these extremities has been really, really hard for JDG to deal with. But if they don't do it now, I'm afraid the economy is going to be so built up in EDG's favor that it's going to be a really, really tough ask for JDG if they want to bring this half back.
TB already on site, knows the position of where this Yoru is. Kangkang with the attack side of op, having to catch these players. Nice shot by YU though. Kangkang with the op, actually gonna fall there. Now the operator towards aiming, claims its first victim. You talked about the 3-1-1 split and one falling on both of these sides. They know there's an op on the other side, so EDG looking to re-aggress here. CB finds a trade, but it might be a little bit too late for this round as it's a 2v4. After all of that action, seems like JDG might have very well found a solution. CB picking up the operator now, and Smoggy going for that covering position. I don't know if you really want to have the op here. Smoggy able to reposition as well. And in this 2v4, I mean, it's going to be first contact, first kill to come through, but the problem is there's a player on your head ready for the kill. And now Stu to 1v4 again. It seems like only 3, sorry, including the Yoru clone. The op still in play, and Smoggy gets shut down brutally. JDG recover well.
That was really unfortunate that Kangkang missed that first stop shot. But I think also that was a very good answer from JDG, right? I mean, we saw that they know that, okay. Unlucky is true. Unlucky is right. I love when we hear little play comms. But I mean, I think also, right, JDG, a lot of presence over there towards this B site, but didn't rotate, right? You had that op still just holding A main, knows that they like to kind of split a little bit. You still had coverage in mid there for a little bit before you rotated over, and I think that was a really, really good answer.
Ikuro has been doing his best to anchor B, a bit of a switch up in playstyle. I think that was, or rather positioning from this team. I think that might have been what the timeout was about. Who also uses that dash, or rather recall ability. It's not gonna have it for the fight, it's just gonna have no get out of jail free card available. I think that JDG hears something. Why are you spotting out the jump peak, still holding on? That's the information. Camera gets broken and the Yoru is actually gonna push him out, so yeah, both YU as well as J-Kuro playing far away. They get spammed through as well, taking a lot of chip damage, although Kangkang takes a dink as well, so looking at a full possible 5-on-5 in this retake attempt as the spike goes down.
Spike goes down, and that's going to give EDG enough time to get into these post-plant positions. Like you said, really, really good use of that Yoru ultimate, so the answer is going to have to come out from JDG. Good shots coming in from both sides, but it's JDG who've been able to have a couple more. Ooh, aggressive, sees that gun barrel just peeking. A really good Sova dart, but is it going to be enough? Can't swing off of that. JDG ready for the answer, and that defuse is going to come off. That was a bloodbath on site. But gunfight's going in favor of JDG there.
retake setup there. I do like the saturate coming out as well, along with the waylay ult, just completely shutting down anybody trying to anchor down that side. Combine that with the cosmic divide, you know, you just have a pretty much free diffuse. Everybody from EDG forced to push in unfavorable angles, and JDG ready for all of them. This positioning from Stu as well, really clean, and EDG not able to break past that iron retake defense.
I mean that was what, 5 ultimates invested that round?
4, I think. 4 or 3. I think it was Waylay's ult, and I don't know if Yoru ulted, but yeah, Waylay
Both
and
yours ulted, Waylay
and
Tova
Astra,
ulted.
yeah.
And
5 ults
Astra.
then, including both teams. A big round. EDG needed to win that for sure. I don't know. Economy starting to die down here. Kong with only a Spectre already dinked as well through the smoke.
Yakuru saw quite a bit of utility, knows that they're making their way, and that's enough to call for JDG to rotate over thanks to this spike play. EDG, after the answer that JDG's been kind of posing, have elected to start pushing together. Not as much map extremity, really good positioning there around that smoke from YU. More ultimates coming out. CB finds a pick, Smoggy finds another. And with this Astra ult, it makes it a little bit harder to work around. You don't have those audio cues that you normally would have. Wow.
Insane trades onto side despite losing that first player. Recover well. They play on the side, all 4 of them. They don't care about post plant at that point. They just have to take down the players trying to retake, and a little bit of nice adaptation that really helps. That was despite the Nero theft coming through as well. CB continuously getting his ping position pinged out here. But yeah, the operator at the end, just a little bit too much to try and retake with, and get themselves up to a 6-3 lead. Guaranteeing themselves an even half at the very least. But also look at this, second cycle of ults already starting to charge up here. Your results in particular, we should be seeing another one come out for them. But yeah, 3 players down fighting A main for JDG.
A bit of utility expended there over towards the A site, and there was enough of a presence there from JDG for EDG to decide that, hey, we're not going to just push through this. Let's start making our way towards mid. We saw 2 or 3 over at the A site. We know it should be relatively free. We should have a little bit of time before they push through. They're going to show that presence mid, head over to the B site. Start making their way. Good positioning from Kong's going to find one more, and now they have to worry about that mid. Not anymore, though. Stu does find Kong, but it's EDG on site. That drone's going to come out. They're going to start to clear site, and soon that spike should be planted.
Down. Timer on now. Nobody finds the anchor, although JKRO finds that crucial trade. Opting to play a little bit safer. Still a 2v3 advantage in favor of EDG. Smoggy makes it a 1v3 as well. They know exactly where JKRO is, tagged up into oblivion. Just has to be able to hit the headshots, although without even a gun, that's a hard ask. Oh man. Just the spam and the kill to come through for nobody at the end. 7th round for EDG here, and I mean, it was against the Nico, but this is the confidence that you want.
I also think really good calling, right? Good rotations. You made that presence main. You knew that they were ready, especially because right now, if you're EDG, you've been changing your calling styles. You were spreading out, just controlling the map. Then you started all pushing together, and so it kind of puts EDG back on this foot, thinking like, okay, what is this going to be? Is it going to be a site flood exec? Do we have to worry about this positioning? And so the call from EDG to come in and rotate through mid, then rotate back to B, but still have someone holding mid, and then you have to worry about that. So they still have to hold both sides. I mean, yeah, if I'm JDG, I'm taking a timeout here as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think you want to be able to at least slow things down a little bit. I think that EDG are really finding their confidence and are able to power through off the back of it. Second timeout called as well. Very unfortunate that both of them are called so early on in this first half. You're not going to have much resources in that regard for attacking side. But I think that might be where this confidence, seeing how willing they are to get scrappy. At least they were in the beginning, but now this retake strategy not quite working out. So hopefully after the timeout, we see another adaptation coming out of this team, because EDG have adapted great. They know that the flood retakes are coming, so they're just chilling on site, willing to fight it out. But yeah, JDG, the retakes, they're being read out. They've got the Cosmic Divide as well as the Hunter's Furies online, so a couple of major ults available. They're actually going in aggressive.
I like this call to be aggressive. Stu, great positioning, finds Stu. And able to make it out, but saw a little bit more presence, so knows that at least there's a couple over there towards that B site. That means JDG with those opening picks can start to position themselves around the map, knowing that when this push starts to come through, they can be ready soon. Have Stu on site. Should at least hear or start to notice that presence, and a jump peak, excuse me, is going to be exactly the call to push out. Stu finds one, but when you gotta worry about nobody and Smoggy, that makes it tough. Finds one, but now it's all down to nobody. Is the positioning enough? But you're peeking into a couple. Coconut finds nobody, and a really, really good read, a well-placed timeout. I love that aggressive call.
Exactly
Really
what
good
they
stuff
needed.
coming
Yeah.
out.
Finds two as well there. That's just ballistic off the back of that saturate, and of course Kong just not ready for the pressure from every single direction. Very nice use of the Waylay util. Of course, Smoggy and nobody try their best, but yeah, 2v4 it's just not gonna be, or 2v5 rather, it's not gonna be easy to win out. Fourth round for JDG. EDG, if they can get an 8-4, it's gonna be a big advantage as they head into the defensive side, but for JDG, getting this last round would definitely be a huge advantage. Here comes the Sova's ult though, trying to deny this early push here, or rather help this team get some space here, but Jake Kuro just shuts Kong down. And now the trade, it's not quite there. Managing to get two before that happens, and Coconut's ult to boot, the Waylay ult as well. Stu able to dash in and find a couple of kills off the back of it. EDG now in a 2v3, make that a 1v3 just up to Chichu again. He's been the lurk, and the problem is the spike is with Jake.
Yeah, I mean, last 1.5, nothing really to save, but that's a tough ask for Chichu. They have sight. If you can isolate, now they are spread out enough that if you have the ability to isolate, you stand a better chance, and that's exactly what Chichu's going to be able to do. A 1v2 is a lot more doable than a 1v3. But now JDG know exactly where Chichu is. Not going to look to give him the chance to isolate any of these fights. All down to Chichu. How can we use our utility to give us the best example? And that's a really, really tough high-low. You don't want to peek into that, but you might not have a choice. Jake Kuro going to find one, and honestly, the best half I think that JDG could have asked for.
After that slow start, right? They were down 5-1, so the fact that they were able to bring it up to 5-7 at the end of it, on the opposite side. So yeah, they might still not be in the lead, but it's still pretty darn close, and if they can win this pistol, it is going to equalize. You have a halftime coming up though, so give these players and ourselves a bit of a...
All right, Zach, I have to ask. Your main rifle, is it a Vandal or Phantom?
I'm a run and gun kind of trash can, so I like to play the Phantom. I admit, it's nice to play a Vandal sometimes. I've also been playing a lot more Waylay, so the Phantom just feels better, like my go-to pretty in a Phantom these days. Quite nice when you're dashing into people's faces, breaking their ankles, running and gunning them, making them rage and chat. It's been quite... I gotta say, what about you though, Phantom or Vandal?
I mean, the Phantom is just objectively better, but it feels so bad when you
140 someone,
die and you 140 someone. Like, that feels so bad. So I think I have to say that I'm a Phantom user until I 140 someone, and then I'm going Vandal for a bit after that. Until my sprays are all over the place, and then I'll swap back.
Fair
I'm a
enough.
very reactionary gamer, I think. I fear.
A bit funny there, but yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think I'm very aggressive. The problem is I keep dying first, especially when I'm playing duelist. But yeah, we're gonna be heading into the second half. Enough us yapping about our ranked randomness. So I must admit there is something satisfying about a Vandal one tap, especially when I watch other people playing it. I just wish I could hit those one taps myself. JDG going for a pretty straightforward hit onto this B site. Smoggy has the info. Not gonna be able to deny the push though. So it's just gonna be him towards this heaven angle. Look at this though, Jace2 already so aggressive. The paranoia connects and Smoggy hits it at the right time, able to shut down Jace2, although Shay manages to find a kill. J Kuro towards the top of the box as well. CB with the double quick flicks. 2v3 situation. This trade's coming through and now a 1v2. Shay has been great with the frenzy, but it's not exactly the weapon that you want to have at this range. Spike dropped as well. Has to be able to get the shots. It's the first one onto Chichu. Takes a lot of chip in exchange, and again the high-low just so damaging.
So tough, like you said, especially with just a frenzy in hand. Though did quite a bit of damage to Chichu. They know where you are. You're gonna have to swing. Not going to be enough nobody to clear out that first round. A nice run on the board there for EDG, and that means they should have the economy to buy up again, and not what you want to see if you're JDG, because now suddenly what, only 2 rounds separated you? Let's say EDG wins this next one. Well, now you're looking at 4 rounds. So the pistol rounds, obviously so important, it goes without being said, and the fact that EDG has been able to win both of these, that's a little bit tough for JDG as well.
I think it's like you said, 4-round deficit coming up big and strong. I think that it's definitely, I don't know, I think that for JDG this round you can't really expect much from them. Just 5 classics across the board. No one's even bought a sheriff since they didn't get the spike plant. I don't know if we're gonna be seeing another honorables, you said, kind of round, but instead it's just gonna be the same, pushing back towards this B site. It didn't work once, maybe you work twice, and again EDG this time around. 2 bulldogs and a guardian, same kind of buy. First TP shuts down. CB gonna be able to put the second, and okay, at least able to get 1 kill, although everybody else just jumps off.
I wonder what the call was. Was it going to have them jump off, or like go in and try to find one maybe? I don't know. But regardless, yeah, JDG just doing exactly what they needed to do. Only gave up 1 orb, and now vibes are gonna come through. No rifles, of course, because of that lost on the side of EDG. Still electing to hold on to that ghost to lurk, and so they can really keep that economy build up going.
Guardian from Smoggy. Pam not quite doing any damage, although a lot of utility in their face. Waylay dashes in. The spam from Shay though shuts down nobody who was trying to make a nasty play with the Bucky. Having to anchor all of this alone. Already site overtaken, Spike going down, and the rest of EDG, they're gonna be on the back foot.
Spike's going down, numbers and rifles in favor of JDG,
Oh, wow.
but not anymore. Beautiful shot there from Smoggy. That's okay. JQ, why are you going to find a couple? A good flank coming in, of course, but it's not going to be enough, especially with just a ghost in hand. You can't fight them all. Good round from JDG. I mean, I think what I really like is, yeah, nobody sitting in that smoke. I mean, I think had good positioning, but what JDG's not doing that we saw early on from EDG is kind of spreading across the map. So when you have so many people on the other side of smoke, you can just kind of spray through and see what kind of impact you can find.
Up the Euro ult coming in, dimensional drift for Shay. Up after those several kills. Not gonna be caught anyone yet, although it's just a fake onto the B site. The rest of the team ready on A to go forward. Kong with the dash, forced to get out of jail. The problem is, oh my god, what a shot onto Shay. That's the Kong that we know and love. And oh man, nobody was expecting that, least of all the Yoru. Beautiful, beautiful round so far. The problem is Chichu is isolated on side. It's a double fake that we have coming in, and he has to be able to hold down the fort here. Gets one at least. Refrag not there though from nobody. A rare whiff, so we're still in a 3v3.
On a 3v3, but now we have to worry about the time, right? Spike is planted. CB going to at least shut down YU, who's been doing such a good job of just kind of holding on. Now down to Coconut and Stew. 2v2 though, make that just Coconut. Trying to position, and that gun barrel's gonna peek out. Finds Kong, but can't quite find Smoggy, and EDG going to get that defuse off.
That was such a back and forth round, I gotta say. Running off with the first few kills there. This kill by Kong was just disgusting. But yeah, YU getting that double really made that round possible. Came down to 1v1 at the end, controller versus Coconut. But yeah, Smoggy just ready for that headshot. Almost a 1v3 there for Coconut. Bit of lucky that, you know, they weren't able to close it out.
Yeah.
But all things considered, now in double digits, and look at this again, economy in splinters here for JDG.
I really like the play they had on this A site last time with the saturate and the flash and then the teleport. This time though, they're gonna have to fight with a little bit more of an aggressive positioning from Smoggy, going to spray through the smoke to see if it finds anybody, but it's not going to. Fortunately though, JDG not quite on the buys that they would like. Gonna have to play together and get those shots off, but good use of utility coming out from EDG to just sort of stall that. JDG make their way onto site and that going to attempt to get that plant down, but look at this, EDG already rotating, already over there, just waiting for these smokes to fall, but Stu with that stinger. It's gonna be tough for Smoggy. And that should be a rifle recovered, and they find Kong too. That's tough. These trades coming out, rifles recovered, and now suddenly it's EDG on the back foot in terms of numbers, and with that Sova ult coming out as well. Can't quite get that defuse off. Nobody, good position, finds one head, finds two. And CB to clean that up. Wow, how EDG turned that around.
2v3 at the end there, but nobody making up for that little bit of a whiff in the previous round. You just cannot get past this man. You shall not pass. And JDG walk one by one into that death crosshair. Low HP, by the way. I think dude had like 20 HP or 10 HP for that last couple of kills, but yeah, just very, very cleanly played. Nobody gets that first towards heaven, and the rest of them, of course, as well. 2 HP, sorry. 2 HP on that last kill. And he's able to find it, of course. CB chiming in with one of his own. It could have otherwise come down to a 1v1 on 2 HP. But yeah, EDG now up to 11. Confidence back in full swing. And this is the round that JDG have to win. It's their last buy round. They've got the Cosmic Divide. No timeouts left, remember. They have to be able to just figure this out themselves.
Looks like still electing to see what kind of impact they can find here over on the A side. I think all things considered, these pushes have been a lot easier for them, but it's a little bit harder when that spray comes out. Yes, you have a trade, but you lost an integral piece of the puzzle.
Oh my god.
CB actually just insane there. Good for 4.
Stands in the corner and holds mouse button down. That's 3 kills for him in the corner. 4th one as well later, but yeah, the op there for the perfect backup. A rare whiff from Kong, but it doesn't matter because everything else gets shut down by...
That was a warning shot. That was to let you know that don't worry about me. You gotta worry about CB.
The most unholy spray down. 3-4 kills before being shut down. Yeah, that's just tragic. Oh my god, we get to see it.
Let's go! Let's go!
I agree, let's go. After that, I would be hyped up too. EDG on match point, 1 round away from closing it out.
You're a JDG fan, not the way you wanted this map to go. Of course. Still the chance. 6 rounds to bring it to OT. Just a, you know, just a simple 6-round run. No mistakes. Easier said than done though. Harder. your Sentinel, you that Cypher, you lose YU. Now working against the clock, a little under a minute left. You still have time to kind of spread out, but you're working with this firing squad that's EDG and no place is safe.
He dodges the ults. The problem is the Waylay is still there. Able to dash past. Backup is here though. Chichu not hit by the saturate. Kangkang still firing, and EDG, all of them come in time. The cavalry charging in to shut down JDG's execute. A flawless half there, I would say, except for that bonus round. And EDG showing that they are still capable of being the demons that everyone is scared of. A dominant map by all means.
I mean, going into this, JDG's map pick win rate was 20%. So they've come back in map 2 before on their opponent's win rate. But yeah, definitely not the way they necessarily wanted that to go. I mean, I think EDG looking strong. There was a good turnaround though, Zach, that first half after those timeouts.
100%, yeah. 2 of them, I think that those two in the beginning were able to really go head to head, but EDG starting to slowly build up that momentum, and once they swapped onto this defensive side, just the level of aggression they were constantly showing. You could see CB pushing mid, you could see Kangkang going for those early peaks sometimes, and of course just starting off with the positioning as well. Everyone just so ready for the clutch play. Nobody in particular a beast in this map alongside Kangkang. I think I'm really excited to see stats here and who is going to be topping the scoreboards and everything. But I mean, this whole map was just insanity. We saw some nice rounds as well from JDG. Coconut in particular having some excellent aim. I think they got at least 5 or 6 sheriff kills this map on these eco rounds. That was kind of wild.
My sheriff shots don't do that, that's for sure.
Same problem.
And why invest in a rifle if you can use 800 credits and then like just hit heads? Is that a life hack? I did like this really aggressive push though that we saw from JDG that one round. I mean, I think really good to see, but just overall, I mean, EDG just had kind of a better handle on the map. We saw that the first half, and it really became apparent the second half. A well-deserved victory on the map for them.
中国烟给上行吗？那我就没烟了，我中路给烟。我待会儿开大的。要提，我们第2先提吗？我们睡了，哎，顶都去了，哎 ，A 点直接进 ，A 点直接进。来，我2路下推黑了。爆脸后闪光，爆脸后有一个，放了，帮我架2楼。好，下包，你家左手，下包。能开大手包吗？一会儿，我可以。我10滴血，再慢一点开行吗？再慢一点开。2楼可以点个烟吗？万子，我你家没人帮我是吧？没有人帮你。一会儿我们包点开大，兄弟们。一会儿我们包点开大，不用急，就在包点等着。你家出啊？开大吧。2楼烟要出。他妈盖住了。开这个包。没事，包点后拉了。我看右。包点右边有一个，是吧？基本上有一个。nice， 是吗？可以。没事。
I love being able to listen into those team comps, and you can tell the cohesion. But look at that, 300 ACS. I mean, are we surprised? CB. Oni Phantom.
I'm not surprised. He was having a great game. So many crucial entries. The second last round as well. The massive 4K that he had, which was also with the Oni Phantom, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, quick in a row. Taking a look at the map here for the numbers. I think that definitely above the average for the server, getting double that, I would say. And yeah, overall multi-kills as well, 6 of them. So he's been able to maximize the value that the Yoru really has. Get a kill, TP out, reposition, being able to pop off. And I mean, we saw a lot of those entries coming in from Kangkang, but this guy also has 5 of his own. So CB definitely stepping in to this secondary duelist role with relish, I would say, seeing how he played on this map. Huge game to come out of EDG as well. Remember, this was their opponent's map pick, and the fact that they were able to power through in such convincing fashion. Yeah, the pistol as well, right? This is where the kind of runaway for EDG really started, and it starts with CB finding that crucial double kill.
Yeah, and I mean, that was just beautiful positioning, but I think you're right. I mean, I think the fact that you can play this double duelist there, or like a secondary duelist, excuse me, on that Yoru, right, means you don't have to worry about Kong doing jet things. You can position yourself. You have the TP to work with. You have the flash. You can kind of go in for those cheeky plays, but you have the team to back you up and set you up for those positions. And I think as a whole, EDG, we just kind of saw masterclass in terms of map awareness on a map like Abyss. And so when as a whole you're a little bit a step above being able to do that, you put somebody on a Yoru who's also able to, I mean, some of those flicks and spray transfers we saw were also incredible to see. So I mean, really lends to a team that can kind of push you up and allow you to go in for those kind of multi-kill situations.
True. I think the multi-kills coming through on this map was definitely a big factor, because I think that for EDG, that's where they really struggled, like not being a one and done kind of situation there. But yeah, in terms of first kills, you can see things are pretty equal, like neither team finding a massive advantage there. But what really stands out to me is the post plants, because JDG in the rounds that they were playing on attack only got the spike down 3 times, of which they only won it out 1 time. So that shows 2 things. Number 1, they're not able to get through the defenses that EDG is putting up, and number 2, even when they do, they're not able to hold on to it. So not a good sign. Hopefully they're able to take a little bit more of looking at this particular map. But remember, this is a lower bracket elimination game. If you lose, you're out of Kickoff today. So EDG are going to be breathing a sigh of relief now that they took their opponent's map pick, and they're going to be heading over to their own haven. Now, you were saying it, Kaiseri, this is a map that's been around since the beginning. Pretty much everybody knows how to play it, but it's also one of EDG's better maps, I would say.
Yeah, but I mean, you're talking about a team like EDG, which, like, yeah, they've been struggling recently, and we say this as a team that's a former champion, right? So, I mean, when you're up at the top, there's really nowhere to go but down, and so I say struggled lightly. They did find their way in the lower bracket, but only just now versus JDD that's had to make this run. But then again, right, the fact that their map win rate is only 20% means this isn't their first rodeo. This isn't the first time they've lost their map pick and then had to kind of bring it back and fight it out and make it to that decider and then win there. So obviously it's always easier to have that first win under your belt. You have a little bit of a map buffer going into the second win. I think EDG looked confident and strong and comfortable, and you know, we said we were worried about coming in after 2 losses and what that means in terms of, like, okay, what's going on as a team. But I mean, we got to listen into the comms. I mean, they're finding their foothold. I think, you know, whatever happened, those last 2 series is done. They're ready to make that lower bracket run, and they're looking strong. So JDG, while I do still think they have the potential to do it, they have their work cut out for them if they are going to come back on Haven, on EDG's map pick, a team that's pretty strong on that map. It's a tough ask. They can do it, but it's a tough ask.
I think that it might not be the easiest, but it could be worth it. I mean, there's some like statistics you can bring up for Haven, because you brought up the overall lose percentage for JDG, or rather like really low win percentage. But I think that also, if you look at just the stats for Kickoff here, I think that this is a map that JDG have proven to be good on. The only time they lost it, they actually played it in a rematch in the lower bracket against Titan Esports, and they were able to pull off a win against them. The first time they might have lost at 6-13, but the second time they won fairly convincingly, although it was still a close map. So that is something that's in their favor. So far, they've been running the Yoru and the Neon as the double duelist. I don't know if we're going to be seeing more of that today. While if you look at EDG's comp, it's more of the Fnatic comp that was popular last year, you know, with the ISO, everything. So a little bit more of a different kind of style that we're seeing out of them. I do like the ISO comp as well, but I do like the Neon personally, because again, like, Neon is just such a strong movement agent. If you know how to play with it, it's just so disgusting on the server.
But I think also, I mean, it's so fun that you kind of brought up the old Fnatic comp versus this newer comp. I mean, I think that's kind of what we're seeing in this, like, EDG versus JDG matchup. It's like this old school, we're former champs, like, these are the comps that work for us and this is what we did well. And that's not to say there's no variability in them. I mean, we obviously are seeing variability in their comps and what they're playing, but I think they have a formula that works for them and it works well. And we even saw that on Abyss, right? Didn't have mirror comps. We had the the Jet Yoru versus the Waylay Yoru. And I don't think either team did it right or wrong. I mean, obviously EDG, I think it came down to a lot of map positioning, map awareness, and then also just your ability to win out those crucial gunfights that set you up. But I mean, it's not that I think the Waylay was a bad pick. Oh, we saw some really good, I loved the on A. We got to see it a couple times and it didn't really quite work out for them because we had a good flick from Kong, but I liked the saturate with the Yoru flash with the TP. I liked how they used that ticket on site. That was so exciting to watch. And then, I mean, on the flip side, you know, we have Kong on that Jet. A lot of op shots were missed. Ultimately, it didn't matter, but I mean, that's not to say there is not room in this meta for these new comps, and I love to see what teams are trying out, and it didn't work out for them on Abyss. But I think, you know, in another matchup, another time, another day in the server, we could have seen that flipped easily. So very, very excited to see kind of what these different comps have to bring.
So true. Either way, though, we're going to be throwing it to a short break before we head into map number 2. So see you on the other side.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. Well, Zach, we are back and ready to hop into Haven. Those of you who missed the first map, we had
quite a game on Abyss. JDG's map pick and unfortunately fell 6-13, but they have a chance to bring it back here on Haven and see if we can go to that decider of Corrode. But it's a tough ask.
Definitely. EDG. Neither team actually swapping out their comp in any manner, maintaining it. I like this play from JDG. They know that EDG like to look for picks in mid, so gonna be putting across that crossfire. Nice omen smoke though, forcing Stu to step out of it if he wants that confrontation. Counter dark cover to come through. And Kankan hasn't even popped the shield yet, just waiting for someone to maybe push the smoke.
Not a bad gamble as well. I mean, I think it's a pistol round and things normally go a little bit fast and furious. Quite gonna buy that bait. Well, they're getting ready to execute on this B site. Jeff gonna find one. Jakuro with the second, and JDG just winning all of these gunfights here on this B site. That's spiked down. Pichu finds one, but has to find 4 more to take this pistol round home.
He's won a lot of clutches before, 1v3s, 1v4s, but a 1v5, well, at least he gets the first. Giggle peeking as well, coming in from Coconut. You know exactly where Chichu is now. 24 seconds on the clock, and the first obstacle is Jake Kuro. 20 HP, but crouched in the corner, does not expect that angle at that height, and it's just going to be the kill to come through, and the round for JDG.
That was a pretty clean pistol round from JDG, and I think when you talk about the momentum needed and maybe what they need to bring in terms of this map, I think definitely a good place to start.
With the win, push with the win. It's gonna be what you're looking at here, and JDG investing fully into this round. A judge on this short, so could definitely be a very dangerous weapon to face if they decide to go towards this side of the map. Although the rest of EDG, they're just running it down towards long. You've got Silva as well as, oh my god, what a utility combination. Everybody flashed, everybody stunned. The problem is that the guns just aren't there. And Coconut and Jake Kuro, between them, terrorizing the A site. Judge as well doing a decent amount of chip damage to Chichu.
Kind of waiting with a scope, and they're gonna find it on Kong Kong.
I like this from Smoggy. Just goes for the spike plant. We want the money. We don't care whether we can win the round or not. So at least it's gonna be a bit of additional money in the pockets of the EDG players for the next round. But yeah, should be a pretty easy retake.
And a good positioning from Smoggy finds YU. I thought Smoggy had another one there.
Very possible, but yeah, just couldn't retrieve the gun and was very low from that first fight as well. Bit unlucky for JDG. At least the flawless gonna be denied, but for the rest of the squad, gonna be able to carry their guns into the next round. 4 people left alive, so very convincing, and a nice shot as well from the Marshal. Thing is, now full buy for EDG. Everybody on full armor except for Kankang, who does have that additional shield available. Never mind, CB's also uptake for half. There's still that Marshal in the hands of Shay. And the rest of the guns, I mean, the judge could definitely be a big factor in this fight, but EDG headed back towards this A site.
EDG on those blind rounds, so have rifles in hand. It's going to be really, really hard to peek into that if you're JDG, but information given that they're towards this A site, and EDG going to back off after that initial presence. But what's so tough is you've given JDG enough time to kind of stretch out and hold for those angles. So when that rotate came over to see they were ready and being able to teleport out.
Still, the trips are there. Got the Euro as well for some backup here. EDG, though, they're able to, you know, make their way onto site. Tap the bomb, hoping for someone to push out here through the cages, perhaps. But that's enough time for the rest of JDG to rotate over. Outlaw claims that first victim. And Coconut finds a kill as well. Spike still hasn't been planted, and these lesser weapons in these close ranges just doing so much work.
See if it's still able to do work. Smoggy might have the Vandal in hand, but JDG able to pick up rifles of their own, and lots of utility going to unfortunately scan Smoggy. And how do you deal with the firing squad you can't even see? Well, the answer is you can't. JDG put that third round in. I loved what I saw from them. I love the kind of push up. I love the pull back. I love the positioning. I love the utility usage and the cohesion and playing together. That's tough for EDG. That was your buy up.
Worst part though was I saw CB buy full shield and then switch to half shield, but the outlaw just caught him. If he would have still been alive and been able to possibly kill that player if he had invested in that full armor. A little bit unfortunate. Outlaw still in play, continuing to be a menace right now. Nice little TP by CB towards garage instead. Still got like 2 players on this side of the map though, and the spike itself is headed towards B. Yeah, look at A lobby control. It's been established deep by the Yoru. So yeah, at least they're gonna be able to get the spike down possibly, but the rest of it, yeah, it's just impossible.
I definitely think B is the easiest site to hit when you're on these low buys. There's not really those long sight lines to worry about if you can get through mid, but a little bit harder to post plant as well. But things going well. That doesn't feel good in that ISO ult to die like that. Good positionings, and honestly though, I mean, didn't go EDG's way, but a very, very, very good round. 3 guns offline. It's not going to matter too much in terms of economy though.
I'm just still lost on how Kangkang lost that ult. It was a 1v1 with both players at full HP, with Kangkang having a rifle and Shay having an outlaw and a pistol, and the pistol somehow wins. I also think Kangkang had a shield as well, so somehow you're gonna be seeing Shay clutch that one out. 8-0 right now, hasn't died yet. Dimensional Drift online as well. So many of these ults, in fact, very, very close to fruition for this JDG squad. EDG on the other hand, finally have a full buy. They gotta be able to win a round. So far it's been a struggle for them across the board, and Shay continues to be an absolute menace with the utility. Just a 1-for-1 trade. This time he has a Vandal too.
Still putting a lot of presence here towards this A side, but if you take a look at that mini map, that bomb just located right outside B, and I think nobody's gonna wait for the perfect moment to break that trip, make their way on to site and get that plant down as backup comes in. Now they just have to hold these extremities. A really, really good Yoru ult to come out. A little bit of intel, and also can't shoot an ulting Yoru.
Let's shoot an ulting Yoru indeed. There we go though. I mean, still got G2 ready to try and find something here at the very least. Nobody as well with 2. Suddenly things look very possible. It's just gonna be Shay in a 1v4. How much can you really do here? It's gonna be the question. Answer is nothing.
Get 1.
Yeah, well, not the round though, so EDG gonna be happy for it.
EDG, definitely a much needed round for them. At this point, right, you're down 4-0. You can't really afford to keep that build up, but what I like that I'm seeing is I think it's coming off of really good reads from these teams. So I think it does make it really exciting Valorant. And we saw that on Abyss, but I think here we can, it's easy to see how both teams can do that. I mean, good reads from JDG, but just the fact that you waited, pushed onto B, and then were able to post plant like that, you love to see it.
Love to see it indeed. A very, very nice round there. Again, it's been Kangkang who's firing on all cylinders, having to find these entries. Coconut forced back by this barrage of utility and the dimensional drift. The op spotted out as well. So yeah, just gotta be very difficult to make any kind of headway as Coconut gets spammed out alongside YU. The EDG, they're just running forward right now. They're taking the fights to their opponents, not letting them maintain any kind of space. CB, fake clone attempt, does get shot down, but the refrag is immediately there. And EDG, a very, very convincing win, exactly what they needed.
Things you love to see if you're an EDG fan. Really, really good round conversions, and now suddenly JDG have been looking so strong. They're going to be forced to buy upon these bigger weapons. 2-4 for JDG. Still ahead, but how much longer can they hold on to that lead once EDG figures out their path to victory? I don't know. It's tough because they had such a good read on Abyss. Gotta keep it going.
Timeout called JDG. I mean, they had a good start. Gotta figure out what they were doing right and stop EDG, who have found a revitalized burst of confidence. They've been looking really good these last couple of rounds here. For EDG in particular, I think that the fact that they were able to do much more better in these opening duels, and Kangkang finding those double entries in the previous round. Before that, it was CB. I think this is exactly what you kind of need.
They're able to keep that same momentum going. We're still early enough in this game that it could be either team's map to take, or at least half to take.
Okay, I think we are back after the slight technical malfunction. There we go.
Perfect timing too, right off the back of these teams just taking a little time to figure out what they need to do. Coming in, and it looks like attempting to go onto that C site, but JDG's not gonna let that happen. They might be on a weaker buy, but they still know how to hold positionings and hold sites. So EDG going to rotate off of that again. Chichu with the good pick, a good Sova ult coming out. Does find impact. Those are rifles recovered as well, and now suddenly numbers in JDG's favor. Yui with 3. Very that what an incredible round.
The eco be able to win it out there for EDG. What a tragedy, I would say. But yeah, I think YU in particular being able to do so much there. 3 kills. Kangkang still able to find a couple of entries, but too many players for him to find at the end of it all. And the Phantom in YU's hand just confirms that kill. 5-2 right now. JDG starting to really step up big time. EDG's economy good enough for another buy here. But ultimate wise, it's going to be the kill contract and the Hunter's Fury that I have my eyes on for the squad. Kangkang could try to take perhaps the Cypher out of his sight, make it look a little bit more open, or just catch somebody in the ult who's playing aggressive, and the rest of the team can just run him down. Should be an interesting strat as they look to go towards A.
Kangkang going to pop this ultimate, looking to try to find Coconut, and going to be able to do just that. Clears out a bit of sight and gives you that opening pick. CB saw Stu, but Stu able to hold down sight just for a little bit longer. The call, though, from JDG is going to be to rotate over there here. They're posted up outside, and now EDG have to decide, do we want to commit to this? Do we want to rotate? It looks like so far the call is being made to commit tentatively, but they still have a backup option if needed. It's still a 3v3. And that's going to be the call to back up and rotate away.
Maybe. Yeah, too. Camrats were short. Actually catches Stu on the push. Now it's a question of whether Chichu can find this kill with the dash. It's perfect, and that's the power of that Neon. 3v2 right now, advantage back in favor of JDG. Smoggy trying to pick up the pieces. JDG playing this perfection with perfection. Just not giving them any chance for a trade, and now they look to work their way towards the C site. The problem is, look at YU. Yes, full info, 14 seconds left. They have to make their way onto site, and all YU has to do is find the kill on the second player. That's gonna leave just nobody in a 1v3. Not even gonna be able to get the spike down. Here's people coming at him. Actually does get the spike down in time, but now the 1v2 in hand. Gets the first, and now might actually have a chance. Neon ult in his face. Shoots a little bit too early. The pre-fire just not ready enough. And Stu, we talked about him in the beginning of the round, but clutches up at the end as well. Almost a clutch there for Smoggy. Sorry, for nobody. A little bit unfortunate, but beautifully played by Stu.
Look at that. Look at that. I mean, just really good, I think, holds coming in from EDG as well here, especially on that A site. Like we said, I mean, I think Stu is just such a strong player, but I think look at them, look at the coaches, look at the coaching staff. That's how I'd feel too.
I agree.
That's how I would feel too.
Now EDG starting to really lag behind. JDG have guaranteed themselves an equal half at the very least. Alone though does have that hero rifle that does get shot. Therefore, I guess the rest of the squad look to go towards B. The problem is this rotation has been incredibly quick, and the flank is going to kick in as well. They have to be able to find a kill soon. And Kong tries to make a play in the smoke, but J Kuro ready for it. Nobody, at least with the Bulldog, able to find one, although it does seem like the spike, it's already been tapped on. And now it's just 2 players left to try and deny the defuse. Make that 1 and make that 0. Ooh. It's just a defuse for JDG in the 7th round on the board. Clean retakes, man.
That Outlaw is just so clean. So clean. I think the thing about B site is, while it's easier to get that plant down, it's also easier to hold. And that's just kind of like the risk reward analysis that you have to run every time you consider planting there, because it's like, yes, we can get plant down, but if we can't get into good enough post plant positions before those rotates come in, and you typically can't, that's really tough. So yeah, I would probably take a timeout here as well.
Well, there, honestly, I mean, the problem is this is your second, or no, it's actually just your first timeout. I thought they took one earlier. I think that was a tech pause, my bad. But yeah, EDG might be a little bit late, but finally gonna be calling this one. 7 and 2. You want to figure out what you're doing wrong. It's gonna be a full buy round for you as well. I think they've really struggled in terms of finding those crucial opening kills. Kong's gotten a couple, yes, but the rest of EDG, they have been falling more than they should. Kong gets 1 and 2 of his teammates fall. Even he can't clutch it up. So yeah, hopefully the rest of the team able to pull things together. For JDG, yeah, things looking very good for them.
If they're able to keep that up off the back of this timeout, I mean, I think EDG have like a couple tangible things they can fix, and I know their coaching staff probably was able to clearly identify them. And I think one thing we saw, especially on Abyss, is that when these teams take their timeouts, they're able to properly in the server kind of retain what was being said in the timeout and then like execute that vision. And so I worry now for JDG if EDG had a comfortable timeout, and these trades are coming in for both sides, so still relatively even, but you miss a couple of the utility of the puzzle piece. So good ultimate coming out from Chichu, but I worry what that's going to mean and how JDG will answer. But doing a good job of just kind of holding down the fort right now, and EDG electing to inch their way towards this B side again. A lot easier to execute onto if you can hold on, but they're gonna have to worry about J Kuro on site. Chichu did spot him out though.
Second time Kakan's dying like this, pushing into a smoke with that info, and now the dimensional drift as well. Gotta find information. Scat catches an angle for these players to be shot down from YU, as well as Jay just finding so much space, forcing this rotation onto the C site here. Problem is Smoggy's position, it might be expected. Beautiful paranoia though.
That
It
was
connects perfectly.
really good.
Smoggy gets 2, brings it down to 1v1. It's just gonna have to be the shots to come in, and Smoggy, oh my god, a 2v3 that gets converted off the back of some beautiful positioning and util. So well played there.
I hope they show us a replay of that. I mean, that was such a good paranoia. Such good team play in the crossfire, and even though, yes, it came down to 1v1 at the end, I mean, the way you're able to set your team up for these crossfires, I mean, beautiful. You love to see it.
Very, very well played there, I would say. Gonna give EDG just a little bit more of the boost that they need to power through, but you can see that their opponents are playing much more aggressively. Oh my god, those 2 sliding in off the back of that Hunter's Fury. Gets 4 kills already on the round, on track for the ace, the change of pace. EDG, we're just not ready for it. Works out so well. And okay, no ace there for Stu, but J Kuro, clean final kill and a very, very dominant round for JDG.
Another 4K for the series and no ace. I think though, I mean, at this point with elimination on the line, like, you have to just go for round wins, but you love to see it. Stu's entered the server, but Stu's never left the server, is the thing. Stu just looks so comfortable in this neon, like so comfortable in this neon.
The one good thing that I can say for EDG here is that even if they're having a rough time in the beginning of the map, I would say that their defensive side is much stronger than their attacking side. So if they can get like another few rounds, it's or even just an 8-4, or you know, it's gonna be enough for them hopefully off the back of a pistol to bring things back here. But for JDG, if they can get a 9-3 here, it's gonna be such a huge lead. Very nice start for them. I got the op as well on Shay. That's gonna be the TP kind of taken away, although the drone doesn't spot anybody, so they might just think A is empty, although there's still 3 players stacked up there.
If EDG play this right and they show presence towards C, because that's kind of where they're headed. If JDG elect to go, you're right for that kind of rotate there and push out into A main. I think they're gonna walk right into that crossfire. Unfortunately, though, it looks like EDG inching their way over, and while that drone didn't spot anybody, they're still poised and ready for this A execute.
So here, not the greatest weapons in hand. You have to check this corner already.
Yeah.
It is the call towards B continues. They should be able to at least get the spike down, assuming of course that op doesn't connect and take a life. That's at least one nice thing. Chichu though on the flank watch gets taken down by YU, so even if the spike goes down, it's gonna be an almost impossible defense. At least nobody gets one, but yeah, 9-3 is what we're seeing at the half. Really, really nice half from JDG. They dominated.
I mean, they're not ready to go home. They're not ready to go home. This is an elimination match, and EDG, I mean, they have a map under their belt, so I don't think they're getting complacent by any means. What I think is that JDG are hungry to stay in this.
Is the right word. Definitely not wanting to give up here. Halftime now though, and I guess it's not the worst thing in the world. Like I said, EDG, they know how to play. They know how to bounce back from that deficit. I think even if you look at some of their off-season events, this I don't know. I feel like the map that they're very convincing on when they want to be. They were able to take down Billy yesterday. It was also a 9-3 half, I must say. Although they were able to. I think that the fact that despite that they were able to bring it back, so as to speak, it was them on the 9 though, on the defensive side. So yeah, I think it's pretty good chance that we're gonna be able to see them bounce forward in this defensive side. I think they don't really leave a lot of openings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I think while on a map like Haven, rotations are a lot faster for attacking versus defensive sides. I think EDG do such a good job at holding their side and preventing pushes that I think it's still going to be hard for JDG. But with a scoreline like 9-3 going into that, I mean, you only need 3 rounds to bring it to match point. You win pistol in the next one, I mean, you're at 11. So, and then it's on EDG to not make any mistakes. Like, it's a lot easier for JDG at this point. But I still think you're right. I mean, EDG is a good team, and it's still going to be tough.
Very likely we'll see a map 3 if this pistol doesn't go the way of EDG here. It's kind of a must-win, I would say. Looking at the buys, just 4 ghosts. Yeah, everybody wants to take an aim duel these days. Stu, though, with the frenzy, we saw what a beast could be in the past, could definitely be a factor.
And it definitely is a factor. JDG, not afraid to just wait out a little bit of that utility. Looks like, though, EDG were reading that A hit and JDG deciding and electing to rotate out of there. These are pistol rounds. They're headed back. I expect this to be explosive and fast, and shots fired, and they are going to clear that out. CB falls, Smoggy falls. Nobody gets a trade before falling as well. That's going to be pretty free for that plant, and now all down to Chichu and Kong, but I mean, that is not an impossible ask for Chichu and Kong. We've seen them be able to do things like that before. These are strong players. These are veterans. Able to isolate. Like you said, Chichu's so low. Has to deal with 2, stuck in a really tough position, and it's going to be the right click to come through from J Kuro that's going to give them the pistol, and wow, suddenly they're at 10.
Yeah, difficult pistol to lose if you're EDG, and it starts with the fights on the site, right? Just advantage garnered in the first few seconds there for EDG, and they never really let it go. Really nice win overall, and very convincing. Towards the end, it looked like Hong Kong and Chichu might have been able to make heroics happen. None of EDG able to really wake up or find the frags that they need. On the other hand, JDG just walking forward and getting exactly what they need. Looks like we'll very well be seeing 11-3, seeing that EDG didn't buy anything at all.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering. I mean, what do you do at that point? I think I would force, is what I think I would do. I mean, you're down so many rounds. Your opponents are at double digits. You need 7 just to tie. I love Stu on this Neon. I think Stu just has like a fundamental understanding of how to play this agent. TB needs to decide, though, what to do. They're going to have to die, or at least try to take some weapons, and they can't. Stu finds that 3rd head, and another round goes the way of JDG.
Field test EDG got their full buy. They've got the tools they need to possibly be able to take this through, and of course, I mean, you talked about it, JDG's too. He has been incredible on this Neon. So good on the defensive side in terms of taking space and fighting towards a main, but on the attack as well, continues to just be a menace. Him, J Kuro, and Shay are all having an absolute game today. Map has just been their dominion, not losing a single fight, it feels like. Econ does spot out a couple players alongside the Paranoia, and Smoggy with the spam once again, able to get 2. Second kill was just illegal there. Hello? And you're back?
This is a reminder to everybody watching, just always spray through smokes. It works. From Chichu as well. Hong Kong getting a bit aggressive. Smoggy finds the 3rd and a flawless round, I think.
JDG can do it again. It might be the breath of hope that they need, because remember, that was against JDG's eco. Flawless, yes, but also what's more impressive to me in the Smoggy clip is the fact that he's doing it with a Vandal. Usually you see the Phantom used for that kind of spam, but Smoggy doesn't care. 3k for him at the end of that round, and a little bit of hope there for EDG. Bit of a Brett line, I would say. Their mental hasn't looked the greatest, though. They haven't been able to really make that round-by-round comeback that we're used to seeing out of the most resilient teams. Once again, JDG on towards this A site, but nobody pretty much by himself here. You see the mid push coming in on the opposite side of the map. A bit of extra control. And I mean, I don't think that JDG realized this yet. They might re-clear it, but they don't realize it for now.
At a best last round. If EDG can do it again on JDG's buy, then it'll be good. But what they did last time, I think they could have done no matter what the buy was. I loved the aggression. I loved the holds. I think they knew how to pace that round. I want to see them do it again. I want them to make this a close map.
I think that, to be fair, it's Haven defense side. I think that the problem is they just don't have too much runway to work with here in terms of what they can do. And Stu, that 1-2 punch of the Yoru and the Neon just finding so much value. There's nobody able to find a couple here, but yeah, leaves Hong Kong alone in a 1v3 at the end of it. I mean, he's an insane player, but even he might have some trouble in this one, I gotta say.
Well, I mean, it's kind of do or die now if you're Hong Kong. They're at 11. We've seen Hong Kong be able to isolate these fights, but it's pretty tough. You're also working against the clock.
Try to find some kills, I think. I don't know if they're really... He might be able to jump down from heaven and find both of these frags if he decides to jump. The problem is there's a player towards short. That's the first kill. The clock is still ticking though, and yeah, I think the call might just be to save here. I'm not gonna actually go in for the fight. Not much money left in the tank for EDG, so tragic that this is how this round ends. Match point here. Probable map 3 on the cards, which I don't mind. I mean, I'm excited about Corrode for sure, but not the way you want to lose on map number 2, especially your own map pick, 13 and 4 or 13 and whatever it is. No, it's not a good look.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think these maps have turned out to be a lot more one-sided than we were thinking originally, which means that it's really exciting, but I think that Corrode could be anybody's map, so exciting. But I mean, I don't want to jinx it. EDG have the ability to do what seems like the impossible, and it all starts off of nobody, but when you have to work against J Kuro, finding 2, really tough. These trades are still coming out, 3v3, but JDG on map point.
Away.
Nothing to lose. J Kuro finds number 3 for the round.
Headed towards B as well. Garage camera, not gonna hear anything. So there is already towards garage, ready for the relurk or come through from this side. Remaining players of EDG come back towards long. They are able to clear it out, although that's at the cost of losing all other map control. And I mean, this trip is nice, but the problem is that it lets you get so much space for free. They're unable to go under it and possibly head towards that C site, which seems to be the
Good call. Time is running down. I don't think they realize how free site is, but that plant should get down no problem. It's going to be down to Chichu and Smoggy to retake together. Again, I mean, these are seasoned veterans. They should be able to isolate and do it, but that's a real tough ask when JDG just seemed to be in the server. Some mix from YU, though, going to make it at least a little bit easier for Chichu. Isolates 2, and now all down to Coconut, all down to Smoggy. This is it. This is map point.
Does it too. Oh my god.
EDG's gonna
round, I'll be honest.
I thought that was too. I thought that was series. I thought it was 4 rounds and that was it. But I mean, EDG obviously want to stay in this. They could, I mean, if there was a team right now in this bracket that I'm like, oh yeah, I think they could make an insane comeback like that. I mean, I don't want to be too ahead of myself, but I wouldn't be surprised if EDG could do that.
Long way ahead of us for sure, like you said. 7 rounds in a row to push this to OT. Do EDG have it in them? The real question. He has been great at being this sort of solo anchor of this A site. As well, letting them help him control it a little bit better. Now though, Moggy, who gets overconfident and gets caught in the open. There's a judge in the corner though. All they have to do is be able to connect with it, and Kong pops the ult but actually doesn't find anybody, so that might be a false positive that mid is empty. Lurk here from nobody though. It doesn't spot out those players in garage. There's still a neon towards mid as well, and Kong with the perfect peek able to isolate that first fight. Remainder 3 on site here, and nobody on the flank finds a couple as well. Eco round not really going the way for this JDG squad, and it should very well just be over here. Yeah, there we go. Kong gets 3 on the round, and it's a 6th round for EDG.
I mean, that just looked really clean from them. Not much to be said. Other than, like, good shots, good positioning. Good knowing when to back off and when to commit.
Committing the last couple of rounds have been for EDG, but now you've got the ults, you've got solo ult as well. With the overdrive from the neon. Bit of a sound made towards C, but the spam actually catches Kong. Tries to spam down C long, but it's the counter spam that takes him out of the equation. Another player making a bit of noise, although might be trying to mask the fact that there's 2 people still here. Unlucky as well for Jaco. It was unlucky as well for CB there. One of his TPs gets broken by that shock dart, which is for the trip, and now has to use the second one, which should be getting over in a couple of seconds, so that's just going to be done for the rest of the round unless he gets a double kill.
I mean, at this point in the game, you gotta invest everything you can. Without that TP though, it is a little bit difficult. That's okay. Look at these positionings. Spike is planted. JDG on site. EDG have to retake with just 4.
CB able to find the first one. Nice recon. Catches out CB, although Shay off the back of that bait able to find a couple more. Chichu now with the neural theft pops it through. Has to be able to clutch it out, but it's not gonna happen, and the 1v2 falls. 13-6 for the side of JDG, and we get a guaranteed map number 3.
Wow. Wow. If you told me that we were going to map 3 after Abyss so dominantly from JDG, I would have said, I don't know, like, it's EDG's map pick. I think it's going to be tough, but JDG really showing why they've been making a run in the lower bracket so far, and they're going to continue to do so. With elimination on the line, not surprised we're going to map 3. I mean, this was so fun to see from JDG.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they were having fun for sure, but also they were just able to stay ahead in the frag department. Both Stu and Shay were having an absolute game this time around, and EDG just couldn't find that momentum. I mean, a lot of these rounds, Kong and nobody were stepping up, but the rest of the team was not really there to be seen. Chichu's on the lurk half the time, but the rest of them, yeah, not able to do the damage that was necessary for this team to be able to win it through. I think that at least for EDG, this is a bit of a wake-up call, because that slow start, it seemed like they had a much better chance on this defensive side, but just too many rounds had passed there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of, and we saw the, I think, opposite on Abyss, but you just get that momentum, you just get in the zone, and once you have a fundamental understanding of this is how we need to play against this team based on how they're playing and based on how we can control the pacing in the map. It's just really hard to come back from that if you're on the other side of it.
Very true, and especially a lot of these executes, I mean, just so aggressive. Nobody playing alone on the A side as well. He's been great, but even he can't hold up against the flood. That is JDG, which is just running into his face. We got some team comps now, so listen.
Go Kim, go Kim, go Kim, go Kim. 他退了。我们，落，哈弗。哎，从 A 的上，什么回事？哎，从哈弗。玩一捞，玩一跳，两个。小心。他能 TP 进来吗？对上，能 TP 过点，能 TP 半。他退小步了，他退小步了。别想吧，来错，我玩错。外遇在天上，应该没摸，兄弟。这他妈老自己跳的。小心大，1跳1个。
我先去了。
来，走。他们本来是要打 A 的，小心他们转 C 了，先。
剩余30秒。
Go， 哎，两个，他们能转 B， 维欧。好嘞。哎，过呗。EDG go， I can hold by full side。别容易补 B 点。他妈在自己跳。不然来车，拿。完了 ，OK， 没有，就4秒。来冲 A 跳钩，来了吗？进了一个，我踢过来。爆点，你先打 ，YU 先打，打完又打进了，包后败胜，没时间，我练，没必害。没有，有时间。
还剩1名敌人。
nice， 兄弟，我靠，怎么有时间呢？真的没时间吗？我看到400，对，我也看到3.79啥的。对，没事没关系，赢了行，加油！加油！加油 ！Let's go！ 加油！
I'm so glad we got to listen into that round. I mean, I think that was just a really good round to showcase what JDG had to bring in. Again, I mean, we said this on Abyss, but it's got to be the Yor, right?
100%. I think Shay was just having such a good game. 4 first kills, so many multi-frags as well. There's not a counter on this particular statistic, but there were so many rounds where he was just going in, getting a double, getting another one, a little bit of a jump scare there. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, he was basically cosplaying like that, so makes about sense, makes perfect sense as well. And so many of these kills, just awareness of map positioning. First off, with the Outlaw as well, bro was farming.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Like, just round after round, especially in the beginning, and getting that early lead and kind of round buildup, that's really tough for anyone to work against, but especially in this case, EDG, I mean, just the comfortability on that Outlaw. Also, I mean, we talk about pacing and positioning. We saw, right? Okay, presence A, let's take up all that space C. So that way when it's time for them to rotate over, I'm there, I'm ready, I have the Outlaw, and I can TP out. So good use of utility, good map awareness, and I think overall just really good reads from JDG.
A bit of a quieter game there from CB, just not able to find the space or the entries, so a bit unlucky there for EDG, but nice rounds from nobody. We saw Smoggy and Kong in a couple of touch situations as well. Cheaters, lurks, finding value, but yeah, overall just more frags coming across the board there for this JDG side. Talking about that, we can see that reflected in the statistics as well. 12-7 first kills most of these rounds, and of course post plants absolutely abysmal for EDG. They got the spike down 9 out of 12 rounds, and they were only able to defend it 3 times, which is a bit rough.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, this map didn't go their way. A couple good rounds there at the end to at least bring it to 6-13, which I think is a better scoreline, especially considering, hey, that's what you took Abyss on. So at this point, going into Corrode, both teams are even going into that. But yeah, I mean, really, and look at Jake Kuro here. I mean, just incredible. This well over the map average, I think, across all parameters, and just, I mean, all things considered, I think it wasn't just like a one-man show on this map. I think the entire team put in incredible work, but I mean, I think Jake Kuro especially.
I think there were a lot of rounds where he was getting these multi-frags unpunished. I remember that one round towards 11 where it was his team getting to match point, and that was off the back of a 3K that he was able to catch. But really nice round there from J Kuro towards this to be able to pull JDG through 13-6. Dominant map win coming out of them. Got to make them feel better after how Abyss went, but that also means I think we saw that in the show chat from Wolt. Death, taxes, and JDG map 3. That does seem to be the case for this whole event, and it doesn't change today. We are gonna have a map 3. We're gonna be heading over to Kuro, but that's after a short break. So stay tuned, and we'll see you on the other side.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us.
everyone, welcome back to map number 3 between JDG and EDG, which will decide which of these two teams decides to stay in the tournament. And we got some spicy agent select cooking on Pearl. I think this might be a first time in the history of VCT on this map. We're going to be seeing a Phoenix coming out of Kong Kong. While on the opposite side, we got the more traditional Neon and the Yoru comp, of course, too. On the Neon has been putting up absolute beast numbers on that previous map. Let's see if he can do so this time. But looking at these two agent comps, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I really like what we're seeing. I like that, of course, it's not instead of the Yoru, but I love that we're seeing this Yoru Phoenix come out. Really, really excited for that on the side of EDG. I think that's going to be fun. On the other hand, I think, you know, I think Neon is a pretty classic agent to run on Corrode. We oftentimes see Neon. I'm surprised we're not seeing Waylay. I'm surprised we're not seeing Chamber. I think there's a lot of viable comps you can run on this map, and so I'm excited to see what these teams bring to the table, because if anything, after Abyss and after Haven, it's that I don't feel like I can underestimate either one of them.
Very true. I think that both these teams have been looking incredible when they're feeling themselves, and definitely saw hints of that from both EDG on Abyss as well as JDG on Haven. The thing right now is that EDG are coming off of a loss on Haven. That was their map pick. They gotta recover their mental in time. The biggest problem this tournament has been them recovering exactly that, and not just, you know, being able to also play really well. In fact, we have a fun fact. The last time EDG played Corrode was in Champs, so it's a very different agent comp from what they were running the last time. I'll tell you that for free.
Well, I mean, we'll see, because I think also, right, this time both teams face elimination on here, so there's a little added layer of desperation, but I also think there's that little added pressure of like, hey, you know what, we belong and we want to move on, and so I think both teams are ready to bring in their all. I love, what a fun little cheeky stage wall there too. Just put up and then B hop right past.
Stage on this map, I feel like very underrated sometimes.
I agree.
Pretty bit of an inkling. I like how Kang and going through spawn with the spike, trying to find like a wraparound onto maybe this B site, although that push from JDG, it's already going to catch out nobody, and that's a lot of information as well towards B main. The CT push is spotted out as well. Remaining players from side of JDG, I don't know how they're going to play this.
They're going to have to figure it out very, very shortly. Still haven't quite been able to make their way onto site, but I love this whole wraparound and how they've been able to make their way onto the site. They keep tapping. That spike hasn't quite gone out yet, and here's that Phoenix utility that you've talked about, but it's not going to matter. JDG waiting on the other side. All down to Smoggy. Not going to matter. JDG take that first round.
Very convincingly too. No spike down either, so yeah, not looking the best here, I would say. Or the EDG, although like it's just a pistol round, we can't really judge them too harshly, but in terms of how a JDG were playing it, very, very clean. Nice. Of course, perfect on those trades. Really seeing the value of the Phoenix until, of course, we see Kong Kong farming down the ult already halfway there. Could very well have it for that bonus round, for the next round if available, but this is a very heavily invested anti-eco. No sheriffs on the other side, just classics across the board. Very straightforward B hit is what we're looking at.
I really like the addition of Corrode into this map. I think not a whole lot of gimmicks like some of these other maps, and so I think you have to be a little bit more intentional, like I said with the util we talked about, but also like in terms of like hey, we lost that first pistol, what do we do? I mean, I think I'm not surprised that it's just this classic play. Now I like, it looks like they're kind of posted up outside this A. I don't mind this, especially for these ecos, because I think there's a lot more sharp corners. You can get some of those right clicks across. You have this Phoenix wall to block off some of site too, so in addition to your smokes, it kind of helps with that, and that's exactly what we're talking about. You can go through, get those right clicks, especially when you're able to be such close corners, but it doesn't matter when you're walking right into a Yoru with a Bulldog who can TP right out.
Go for free and TP's out, like you said. no trade to come through, and the spike goes down as well. So at least EDG gonna have that bit of a financial buffer. There is a player behind this wall, tucked in, not gonna be pulled in by the stun either. Kong fighting for his life there. Does get spotted out though. The shoulder peek perfect there, and YU finds another victim. Trades try to come through, but it's just a bulldog barking out loud. Nobody with the only gun in the game gets the run and gun, has the 1v1 available. Coconut now knows exactly where he is, but nobody. The perfect clutch for the Thrifty. Started with a Ghost, ended with that Spectre. Started with the Classic, ended with the Spectre, and gets a 3k to close things out. 1-1. What a round.
That A hit was absolutely the right call for them. I think they played that perfectly. I don't think you could have asked for kind of a better Thrifty to come through. Yes, only could save one gun, but like all things considered, good positioning and good call, good play. I love that we can hear the crowd too. I mean, I think that's exactly how everyone's feeling. Not around JDG should have let go, and now it's JDG who are on that classic buy. One bandit, one new gun, one new pistol.
That's the worst part. Like EDG winning that round with just the classics in hand. Bit of a tragedy, and now this push from JDG caught out. People punished. Remaining 2 also coming here. At least YU is able to take down Chichu. But 4 guns remain. Kong starting to stand up again, feeling that momentum again.
Look at that aura.
I think you gotta keep your team spirits up, and he's trying to do exactly that. Nice little round from them. Of course, expected win for sure, but a lot of these ultimates now starting to come online for EDG. The Sage ult in particular, right? Just 1 away now, and the Cosmic Divide online as well. So looking at the ult score here, very, very nice things available for EDG.
Yeah, definitely like what we're seeing. Good flash. That's gonna get them in here early. Ready? Again, the benefit of having this Phoenix as a duelist, you have that wall. They are able to use. Yes, isn't quite as strong as a Sage wall or Sage wall, Viper wall. Speaking of Sage, that ult coming out means that yeah, you might have found that opening pick, but we're able to equalize that right away. Huge coming out from EDG. Now numbers equalize yet again. They're gonna make their way over to the A site and seem to be working for them.
Here comes the ultimate. Try and take this space here, Kong. It hits the flash, but a little bit late on the peak, and Stu actually able to find so much damage. Jaker and Stu completely holding down the fort. Just Smoggy left versus the world. Please find the cross here. But yeah, Kong gets taken down as well. Nothing left to be done, and JDG find themselves a crucial round. Very nicely done. Just a strong hold on mid between Stu and Jakuro. They were not able to get through despite that Phoenix ult.
Yeah, I think it was a good investment of the Phoenix ult, but it didn't find really a whole lot of impact. And although it did find intel, not enough. A really good swing, I think we just saw two coming out from Stu and Jake Kuro. I mean, we said before, I mean, I think Stu just knows how to play Neon in terms of like the movement and what you have to do, and good swing from Jake Kuro as well. I mean, it's no surprise that those two are kind of a 1-2 punch. Equalize the numbers. A very convincing round from JDG makes me think that's going to be a very, very close series.
So at least puts out one player, although gives away the mid. They've taken mid. That's where do they go from here? Linked. It watched as well by two. Site's looking a little bit more open. It's going to be a bloodbath here if things go the way that you'd expect. The Paranoid out of position, and Gauntlet finds the timing. However, 2 more kills towards mid. It's still things looking net and even. Hong Kong able to retrieve the spike. The spam doing a little bit of chip damage. Spots out one more player. Although nobody on the other side finds such a huge kill. Knows the position of this last player as well, and brings it down to a 1v1. Hong Kong versus VAYU.
At the very least, Plant is going to come down. And it's all about who's going to have the better read, who's going to have better positioning. And it's gonna be Kong ready for Yui to pop out through Link there. Really, really well played. That was so well played by Phoenix. I mean, just to be able to have Kong do the timing. It was really just down to timing. You could see Stu was getting ready to do neon things and dash out. And of course you had Jikuo ready for a paranoia or something. Beautiful timing. Beautiful, beautiful timing.
Very unlucky there, but yeah, just the awareness to walk up there towards Link and catch that set play before it even happened. Yeah, Kong happy to have that any day of the week. Talking about the economy here, once again, in dire straits for JDG. Looking to go aggressive though, and Smoggy, the awareness is just perfect. These Vandal spams have just been claiming victims left and right. Phoenix all popped once again, maybe second time around it'll be a little bit better. It's against an eco too, I'm surprised they invested this, but I mean, the way he's farming, he's having one every 2 rounds, so it's not the worst thing in the world.
I don't mind the investment of that because like it's almost like a pseudo Sova drone, right? You go in and you're like, okay, site's clear. Okay, perfect.
Like a flawless Thyllus, why he was able to do something. Poor guy, caught by this Sage wall. Not able to really find anything until it breaks, hoping that somebody might come in for a late lurk or might be able to find somebody on the exits, but EDG, they're playing this so far away from the spike, and YU, I mean, what can you really do here? Here's the sound of people coming in towards him at Link. The molly does not exactly go as planned. The spam does though, and a 4K for Smoggy on the round. Very, very nice.
Unfortunately, just like couldn't get out of there, and they knew exactly where he was. So like, what do? You know they're hunting you down. Really good execute on site. I thought they were gonna leave him hanging. I was so sad for a second.
They didn't.
They would never. They're good teammates. That's why they're winning rounds.
Smoggy just being a beast, 11-4 right now. Operator in hands for Shay, but the timing on the peak perfect for Smoggy. A double headshot to boot. I like that smoke to counter what J Kuro and whoever else was playing there with him have been doing too, I think, for the most part. And despite Kong going down towards mid, Smoggy's double entry is gonna open up this site for business. Blown does get spotted out. J Kuro looking for a bit of a peek here. Smoggy does spot him out. Now it's the Cosmic Divide, so just gonna be investing that in this round.
Yeah, I think if you don't use your ultimates, you're just kind of sitting on them. Really good Cosmic Divide, but it's going to be how do you play off of that? Ooh, not exactly where they wanted that to go, but it doesn't even matter. Good cleanup. And another really good round coming through.
Round indeed. I mean, Kong went down towards mid, but Smoggy, man, back-to-back 4Ks for this man.
I mean, look at this.
Yeah, I mean, it's precise.
Like, let's just continue to peek Smoggy. Surely it works out well this time. This next time, surely.
That's what these coaches are probably saying. Stop peeking Smoggy one by one. Please, guys, have some self-control. We have a good 4v5 win rate. You know, I can kind of see that being the case. JDG. Still, EDG finally, the coach is smiling. Things looking good for them. 5-2, a good start. I can hear them saying, well done, Smoggy. I mean, to be fair, after an Astra 4Ks on you twice in a row, I would also want to be calling a timeout, you know?
Yeah, I think it's that time. I have to agree with you. The coach saying don't one by one peek Smoggy. I'm probably saying don't peek Smoggy at all. I don't care if you 4v1 peek Smoggy at this point. Just you see Smoggy, let's just like disengage. But I think there is kind of a problem because like all jokes aside, like they are individually peeking, and it's not just Smoggy, it's like other players as well. And yes, sometimes they get the kill, but then you have someone like Smoggy who is like just kind of turned up right now, and if you keep doing the same thing, like it's gonna work out. Smoggy needs to save some kills for the rest of his team, though. That's all I gotta say.
You gotta take it from him. It seems like he just really wants this MVP and for EDG to have a chance remaining in this lower bracket. He's playing his heart out for sure. JDG after that timeout might be able to do something. The double swing into Smoggy's face seems to be the answer. This time around, it's gonna be a clean kill. EDG though does have that res available, so in one could pick up the orb and try to go for it. Ooh, this is a dangerous game for Kong and CB, but they're able to find that first kill. Stu goes down.
Look at Kong's positioning here. Has been able to make their way all the way up through mid here. Kind of sitting and waiting to see. Across. And there is exactly that res you were talking about. And suddenly all of EDG is back online. The 5v3. Coconut only a sheriff in hand. J Kuro got a shotgun, even worse. Do some damage if they decide to go through Link, but it doesn't look like they're gonna take that bait. Okay. Yeah, my fault.
Oh my god.
I forgot that Coconut. It's Coconut. Of course a sheriff is gonna be fine. Beautiful shots to equalize those numbers, and now suddenly it's a little bit more doable. That shotgun is waiting on site, but it doesn't matter. Good flash from Kong. At least going to give them a chance to make their way on site. It's all down to one.
As well. Ooh, small. I keep thinking about pushing it. I wouldn't do that if I were you. It's gonna be Shay holding it down. Second smoke to possibly come in as well here, as that first one dissipates. That is buying so much time here for these players. Close and Personal has the 1v1 and the spam.
Wow.
Perfect. Almost gets the clutch at the end of it, but Kong ready for the swing and the play. That got very dicey very easily, but at the end of it, the timing not quite there. I don't know. I would
I don't know if I'm standing up after that one. I don't know that I'm standing up after that one.
I would, man. I killed him. It's my clutch. I'm standing up after that. I'm standing up every round if it makes my team happy.
You're right.
If he lost it and stood up now, that would be an L, but man, Coconut getting 3 here is just disgusting. 17 and 6, by the way, Smoggy.
I mean, just incredible. And I think that's off the back of one, like your team setting you up for some good plays, and then 2, JDG setting you up for some good plays as well. Good early pick from Kong. And look how much damage that Molly's gonna do. Down to just 23 HP. That's real tough. And of course with the Vipers there, but it's okay. Everyone looking good and healthy now. That gun barrel. Ooh, Smoggy's just waiting, and there it is. The step forward.
Almost
that was
a
clean.
Round, yeah.
That was clean. That was a clean round.
Very, very clean. I really like the positions that EDG were holding throughout. Also, just letting Kong plant the spike, get the ult, and run through. JDG starting to visibly show that frustration. I mean, this round was, you can't even say any individual player was good. It's just that EDG got the space for free, and with the amount of util and the hold that they even had the Phoenix ults for the post plants of all things. Made it impossible for them to retake. Once again, an eco rounds, 2 with the Stinger. Just having the Nightfall in their arsenal of ults. Viper Split as well, although I doubt we're going to be seeing it used. The opposite side, though, I mean, I like the CB investing in this Outlaw, knowing that the eco is not the greatest. And nice little set play there by Stu. Kong goes down. 1v1 trade.
Certainly we're not going to get to see much more of that Outlaw. The rifle is picked up. They got the Outlaw back. All good. They don't want to give any guns into the hands of JDG. Smart and wise decision. G2 finds one more.
Wow, the swings are perfect. Almost a second kill to come through, but it's a 1v1 at the end of it. Nobody. Gun in hand, might not expect this position. The jump almost gets him killed, but he's able to connect a shot at the end. Phantom versus the Stinger. Probably not the best fight Although it did get too close for comfort at the very end of it. Not able to find the last couple of kills there. Almost a thrifty for JDG, but EDG, they hold on for dear life, and 8th round on the board if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, no, that should be 8 right now, and now if you're JDG, you're wondering like, okay, what exactly are we doing wrong? How can we turn this around? Because clearly this is not the showing we wanted this first half of Corrode, but if they can win these next 2 rounds and bring it to 4-8 and then win the pistols, we can start talking about it being a little bit more doable.
Raider, once again in the hands of Shay. I think that this has been something that we haven't really seen find impact. He's only bought it once before, and the last time around it didn't go as well. EDG on their usual mid pathing. 3 players still playing around the Viper spit. I don't know if I like this. It's just gonna be Stu and J-Kura trying to hold on to his site. Have the smoke as well, so we might be seeing a CT push, but Kangkang on Link gets caught alone by the operator. There's no res either for this round. 2 orbs away is Chichu. The rest of EDG looking to possibly push into the smoke, but yeah, that's the problem. Stu with the offering able to find both of them, and this certainly looks like it's gonna probably end up being a JDG round.
Yeah, good positioning, able to get out of there, and that's spiked down. EDG going to be able to recover that, but a 2v5 retake needs to come through. Nice use of the teleport, but again, still numbers not in your favor. JDG have numbers, they have ops, they have weapons. Not even Smoggy can put a stop to that op. All down to CB, making their way on site. Has a flash, but with just 10 seconds to go, you're gonna wonder if you're able to even get that spike planted. Little extra money. Not going to be able to do a J-Kuro. Fine CB, and that's a 3rd round on the board here for JDG.
So, can they get to 8-4? That's the question left for this half at the very least. I mean,
if they play like that, if they play like they just did, doable.
No, though, I mean, last round was also on EDG. They were just contacting up things. It's worked for them before, but now that we're seeing a bit more passivity coming out of JDG, they're going to be playing on the backside of the map. A side, or rather B side, looking a little bit juicy here for the taking EDG. They have a couple of ults coming into play this one if they play it carefully, in particular Chichu with the res available. They're going to be prioritizing getting that up online. I don't know if they're actually going to invest here though, because it seems like they're still holding on towards mid. You've got the deep lurk here in the corner by Jay with the op. But when that TP fades, going to be stuck in the open and force a TP out. The timing on that was so lucky for EDG.
I mean, I do think one thing EDG is doing better is not forcing the aggression. And instead electing to be willing to wait and hold and see what they can bring as an answer. Kangkang going to find Stu, and that's tough because that's your neon ult gone. To make your way on site, and you're able to do that, but it's tough. You don't really have all that control. You just have plant down. JDG all posted up. It's going to be a bloodbath. 4v4.
But if you're able to, utility,
yeah. I mean, wow.
Oh my god, the dimensional drift. The Shay versus the world, they know exactly where he is. They heard him come out of that TP, gets the first kill. But yeah, caught with util in his hand. 9 and 3/2 for EDG, a reverse of that previous map if you think about it. It was JDG to end things with the lead there, but EDG now looking so confident, and you know, Smoggy may not have gotten a couple of kills in the last couple of rounds, but this one, it was beautiful timing. Kangkang on the link push just in time to shut down the neon, and of course the rest of EDG as well, just playing so in sync with each other.
I mean, I think another reason that Smoggy's really been able to have this standout KD that he does is that JDG were just being very, very aggressive. Like we said, one by one, individually peaking, and I think that was tough. I think JDG did sort of figure that out, but without these momentums and rounds to work behind them, they weren't able to ever get like the upper hand in that half. But we're going to a different half. I mean, things could change.
True. Different half, different styles. Depends on the timing of the plays, though. I think that, yeah, I really like these crowd things. Which ones do you like? I mean, it's a nice way to keep them engaged. I also do like the harbor spray more. I agree, it's much cool. That's it, though. I mean, back to the game here. Those are some great points, I think, in particular for JDG to be able to mentally recover and be able to bring things back to a stable footing. Starts with this pistol. So far, though, I mean, this map we've seen very little brilliancy out of them. Smoggy, 413 ACS so far, I think. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be, but yeah, 2 4Ks in a row. You can see like the damage graph of this man. So consistent round after round. I think round 11 and 1 are the only rounds he didn't even get killed. So that's just been how consistent this guy has been on Corrode so far. Astra really finding its value. For the rest of JDG, they gotta watch out because Smoggy does not want to lose this. He does not want to leave the prospects for Santiago or be eliminated from Kickoff, and I'm guessing none of these people do, but he seems to want it more than everybody else, looking at the way he's playing.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, also having a team behind you that can back you up, but yeah, at this point, I mean, it is sad that one of these teams is going to go, but you have to fight like it's the last chance you could be in the server, because it might be, at least during Kickoff. I mean, you made it to the lower bracket, and I'm sure like 2 series losses in a row has been tough for EDG, but I mean, this matchup looking really, really well. Pistol round though so far, I mean, favoring JDG, but not if Smoggy, like you said, has anything to say about it. Smoggy's been turned up ever since we got into Corrode, and now suddenly numbers favor EDG.
Chichu, they're looking to walk right into Chichu here with the Classic, who's doing the best he can. The right click to end things out here. Doesn't even heal himself, so confident at the peak, and EDG. Double digits for them here. Closer and closer to eliminating JDG from this competition. And their opponent's starting to really, really feel the pressure right now. EDG, on the other hand, playing so relaxed. Smoggy, we talked about him this whole day today. A triple for him. The 3rd kill, kind of unexpected. So probably why he's laughing so hard. I would laugh too if I got a free kill with the first 2 that I had. And yeah, I mean, EDG's Classic looks very nice. So why?
Okay, so I have to ask, if you're JDG, I mean, what are some tangible things you could do if you want to keep in it? Because EDG 2 rounds away from match point, but it's an uphill battle, but you could turn this around. You look pretty strong on Haven, but I mean, what can even change? Corrode obviously not going your way.
What JDG were kind of known for, they forced into this one as well 5 stingers across the board. And what worked for them on Haven was just some Psycho W key plays. It seemed like that's the call for this round as well. Stu able to find that opening entry. Might even be able to get a second here, but CB so good with this Yoru. Even able to get out and reposition and hold on for dear life on this elevated angle on stairs. Does get shut down though by Coconut, so that's a bulldog you can take. 2v2 at the end of it all with the rifle, and still a Spectre and a Stinger in the hands of JDG players, or who might just rotate from spawn towards it.
A really good investment into this round by JDG, and of course, that's like you said, a little bit of a rifle upgrade available for you as well. JDG going to rotate over to this A site and try to beat out EDG. They're going all the way through their spawn here. We plant down.
Get the spike down, yeah. One good thing, lets them play out this 2v2. Most plant that they're gonna hold is short CT. Both players for that instead. The opposite side, though, it's the Astra and Fade to try and clutch it out. Having Smoggy there definitely helps. You also got the Judge. Ooh, they did spot out one player there. Judge not quite doing the damage you like, but they might expect this crossfire. Now Smoggy has one smoke left. That might be enough for them to possibly get the spike down. The dink as well, but the shots don't connect. Smoggy gonna have to clutch it out here. The wrong side though. J Kuro still in the corner. Fakes the TP, able to stay there for free, and Anti-Eco gets stolen away. That's what we wanted to see be in EDG's faces, and JDG said, okay, we got you, and win the round for their attempts.
Really, really good investment there into this round by JDG, but did you see how low the two remaining players were at the end? I mean,
yeah, I saw.
Like if you're JDG, you're of course just happy you can win a round, but then you're like, wait, is that replicable? Replicatable? Oof. Oof. We've been talking about this Outlaw all series and it's putting in a lot of work, but unfortunately, right when it mattered, just not enough. These classic shots are coming out. And now suddenly what was very, very one-sided has become a 1v1.
For Kong does have the ult. The problem is he needs to know where Coconut is. Without that info, I doubt you're gonna be feeling safe using it. Just hear the player jump off site, maybe go towards heaven. Gonna be the contact play for now. Hong Kong might actually have the timing here. Checks heaven, but it goes undetected, and it is a heaven plant of such, so probably gonna expect the player mean. Taps the spike, gets on it. Gotta be able to get it to half. In fact, going for the stick all the way. A little bit egregious, I would say, and convincing win there at the end of it. 5-10 right now for JDG, starting to slowly narrow the distance. But remember, that was an eco round here for the side of EDG, so the fact that I got this close was still a bit unlucky, I would say.
Definitely unlucky. Definitely not the way they wanted that to go. If you're JDG, I mean, yes, you have an uphill battle. Still 5 rounds separate you two, but it's just round by round. It starts with a round, and then you move on to the next, and now the third, and you just have to keep thinking about it like that. It's just one round.
Round at a time. That's the call here. This time, though, EDG, they've got the ults. Already you have the run it back ready to go. 1 off of the Cosmic Divide for Smoggy, 2 off the res for Chichu. So much left for them to play with. And Kong playing a very, very aggressive angle. I like this as well, the delayed wall from Chichu to buy a little bit more time before it breaks. Slowing down JDG, another step. Everybody outside this A site. Just waiting for the wall to break. Kong with a deep lurk as well. Look at where he is.
Just like so much that presence. I like this rotate coming over, but like you said, Kanggang has such a good position, and if you're Coconut, you gotta be expecting that trade coming out at least. That should be all the information they need to know that they're rotating. Nobody's waiting here for someone to push on and right into their shotgun crosshair. It's going to find the first. And Jay.
Out. The problem is that the clock is ticking. Smoggy, pushed off by the Viper Molly, is able to get a heal at the very least. Still at 3v3. They know that one guy was mid. Nobody having to clear it all out. Classic in hand, not gonna do the job there, unfortunately. Smoggy, though, knows one is mid. They might be able to catch out 2 here. Angle by angle, stuck in the corner. The double peek perfect, and Smoggy gets the kill. 1v2. Once again, it's all gonna come down to YU. He's been great before in the past, but the Cosmic Divide, a work of art from Smoggy. Yeah, we talked about it in the beginning of the round. He just needed one, but yeah, it's the attempt at a knife, but Chichu in the end just swings out and kills YU. Oh, that got a little bit dangerous. But Smoggy, my god. Another round to get them to 11.
EDG inching closer to match point, and while that could have gone either way, I actually did think EDG might have a hard time, and they were really able to bring it back. And so yeah, unfortunately things are a bit rough for JDG. 6 rounds separate them from their counterparts in EDG, and EDG, I mean, looking as strong as they did on Abyss, just inching closer and closer to match and series point. And at this point, if you're JDG, it has to also be mentally taxing. It has to be weighing on you. A good timeout coming, but you're gonna have to capitalize off of this time. You're gonna have to start putting rounds away, because if you allow this to get to match point now, you are going to have a rough and terrible time.
Yeah, not too many chances left on the board for you to be able to bring it back if you are JDG. So timeout call, better late than never. This half especially, that's going to be the second one as well today, if I'm not wrong. Unless it goes to OT, no more timeouts coming through for this roster. On the other hand, playing with all the confidence in the world, it helps when Smoggy is 24 and 11. Everybody else is below 15 kills on the scoreboard, and Smoggy is like a good 9-10 kills above everybody else. That's just wild here.
It's just like an all-around like mosaic, like a beautiful piece of artwork, because it's like good to connect these heads when I need to, and spray transfer, I have good positioning. I use my utility well to set me up, and it's just like everything adds to it. It's a bloodbath here on B, but JDG, although they don't have numbers, they've been able to inch their way onto site, but they can't hold on to it. All down to Coconut, not going to be able to do it, and JDG nearly flawlessly bring it to match point for Edward Gaming.
Match point, series points, 1 round away from being eliminated. And despite that entry from Jay, it's Smoggy again, the menace, the final boss on the server with the triple to bring them in for match and series points. It would be a shame if Smoggy wins this game without getting a 30 bomb, so let's hope he can manage to lock in for this particular round. Not much left in the tank here for JDG. Very broken by 2 stingers and a judge. No rifles at all aside from that 1 guardian. They do have Stu with the neon ult, and they have the dimensional drift. Spot out the first player. Nobody caught by himself here. Nice cheeky play, but you can't just jump into people's faces, and this time it's nobody to come out on top. Pops the Nightfall and does the damage needed for CB to clean things up. EDG, they win the match, win the series 2-1, and eliminate JDG from Kickoff here. Keep themselves alive in this lower bracket off the back of a heroic performance from Smoggy on this map 3.
What a way to close it. What a way to end it. I mean, just an overall strong team showing why they deserve to be here. A rough haven, but they were able to cleanly bounce back, and showing that, hey, those couple rounds that knocked us into the lower bracket, those series that we couldn't quite make it through, that was just a fluke. We're here to stay, and yeah, it's gonna be EDG moving on to face TYL next in the lower bracket.
I think that for that particular matchup, I'm very excited now, especially after seeing TYL play today. They look super in form. I would love to see a Slash versus Smoggy kind of metric coming up for that next game, because I think that both of them played out of their minds today. Bit of a hug there from the coaches and the players as well. They know each other, they've been playing in the circuit for a while, and EDG are going to be taking a well-deserved bow. I mean, of course, both teams stole each other's Masters match pick, but at the end of it all, it's going to be EDG coming out on top after a dominant win on Corrode. A nice try again by JDG to be able to start their lower bracket run and get themselves a couple of wins. At least they're not going home winless. They know what they need to fix in their next game. And I mean, even now in China, even if EDG have lost their fear factor or whatever, I still think they're one of the favorite teams, most dominant teams there. So losing to EDG might not be as bad a thing. We see the fans finally getting some interaction with their stands. And yeah, I mean, it was such a good match, but at the end of it, especially that performance from Smoggy, I want to see the cat ears again, the Omen cat ears. You know
Yes.
I want to see him sign it because I want like that signed and framed in my hall after this match.
Yeah, they should just honestly make prints of that so we can all kind of get it.
I agree. We have an interview coming up though, so we're gonna throw it over to Veto's for the translation. Here we go.
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 EDG 的 CB。
欢迎 CB 选手。想要问到的就是幽邃地图这张地图，可能昨天效果没有那么的理想，但是今天一上来状态是非常不错的。昨天回去之后做了什么样的复盘和总结呢？
对于昨天的总结，
就是回去对于这张地图做了什么总结和调整。
How did you guys review Abyss?
就所有人的理解没有统一，然后昨天晚上回去统一了一下。
哦，大家哥几个把意见都整合了一下，所以今天也打出了该有的效果。那还想问到就是
And he says that their understanding of the map wasn't very like united, so they went back and like kind of united that.
和图三沿海矿镇的阵容一亮出来，我听到全场都发出了惊呼的声音，并且
And they talk about the comp choices on both map 2 and 3.
Autumn 教练他个人的执教风格的，能不能分享一下这些阵容一开始是怎样选出来的呢？
这阵容首先 Heaven 的话就是以前 T1 夺冠的阵容嘛。然后图三的阵容是。
And how did you guys choose these comps initially?
就选出来了。
也很适合你们，效果打得也非常的不错。那 Autumn 教练他平时在
And he says that the map 2 comp was because of T1's like victory, and it was from Autumn. And map 3 is inspired by Paper X.
也有一部分是因为熟练度吧，但是第一是因为版本。
And he says all of his agent choices are still like due to like the version of the game.
赛前是什么样的心态？
其实大家心态都挺好的吧，也没有因为只有最后一条命，然后。
What was the mental going on into the game?
大赛经历还是非常多的，都是大心脏选手。那其实之前采访的时候 ，Nathan D 教练有提到。
And then he says that everyone was like just very chill. We didn't like kind of get nervous because it was our last life.
现在如果想要去到圣地亚哥的话，每一步都非常非常的关键。来到败者组，你怎么看待这些压力？亚哥的话。来到了败者组，你怎么看待这些压力？来到败者组，你怎么看？
And then what do you think about the pressure of being in the lower bracket?
从地狱杀回来。
对，希望 EDG 之后能够越打越好。那最后有什么话想要送给大家说吗？
打回来。
And he says that we have to like turn that pressure into motivation. We have to like get that like #1 spot back.
关心我们的比赛嘛，然后最近可能状态不太好吧，但是相信我们一定会调整回来的。
今天图一你的状态也是非常不错的。
And he says thank you everyone for caring so much about our game. It's like he doesn't think he played too well, but yeah.
抽奖活动在比赛期间，我们现场会抽取随机的观
And that's it for the interview. It's time for the prize draw for the audience.
CB 为我们开始喊开始和3、2、1停。
开始。
Thank you so much, beat us.
Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, well, thank you so much, beat us, for the lovely translation of the interview. Sorry, I thought I saw them back and I was ready for more. And I love what he said, turning that pressure into motivation for the lower bracket run, Zach.
I think that's exactly what you kind of need. I think that EDG, their team that has been used to dominating their region for the first time, we're seeing them kind of feel that pressure that everybody else seems to feel, especially when playing against them. But yeah, looking at the highlights here for Kong. If he thinks he said that he played bad, I want to see him playing. I mean, well, we have seen him playing good. I guess his expectation is just drop a 30 bomb every game where he's playing bad. This game, though, I mean, I think across the series, Smoggy and Nobody were very consistent alongside Gang as well. But on map number 3 was where Smoggy really came alive. Yeah, I feel that heads up. I would also be banging my table like that if that happened.
Yeah, I mean, it just honestly an incredible series, and for what it's worth, I mean, I think JDG put up a really, really good fight, especially there on that Haven. Not able to close it out, but really, I mean, I'm glad we got to see what EDG had to offer, and I think that Haven should be enough for them to, like, exactly like you said, turn that pressure into motivation. And I think really made them feel what's at stake in the lower bracket run. So I'm expecting a good matchup against TYL, like you said, but man, I mean, I'm expecting it to be close, but EDG are definitely going to bring it.
It's coming up though, so let's listen in.
我帮你看，帮你后，我推他了。 别吃了，
来两个你呀，
外面死，挤上去，紧加夜路，给我下包王思旭，给我下包我有大，你看我们 TP 了，匪加一个，直接去弄他了，
来。
二楼枪，烟发正快要被二楼，没烟，两个，二楼没有，
我来了，
匪加一个，没事，
人家来俩，
别漏，随时可以补枪，
进。还有狙，直接来个王思旭，中了，我要被你烧死了，
要被我烧死了吗？
What a way to end this. 402 ACS. Could it be anybody else but Smoggy? I don't think so. I do not think so.
Yeah, Prime Vandal, the what do you call it? The perpetuator, the weapon that perpetuated most of these murders as well. Lethal zones, and it's just the whole goddamn map. I mean,
It's
of course, B-side. Yeah, B-side is a bit quiet because I don't think EDG really went around there so much, and Smoggy on defense was mostly playing towards A and mid. But yeah, the rest of the map is just him finding kills literally everywhere across the board. The orange ones are the multi-frags, I guess, where he found them in the same spot. And yeah, lethal zones. I don't know if the 27 is saying that there are 27 of them, but that certainly seems about right. Capping every metric, 2x pretty much, I gotta say, in this except for cast. 8 multi-kills. I mean, when you consider that the map was barely like 17 rounds, 8 rounds where he got multi-kills is just like absolutely crazy to me to see as a stat.
Like half the map, half the match was just Smoggy doing Smoggy things and Smoggy go kill, and honestly, that's a viable strat because it definitely works. But I think, you know, just highlighting that the lethal zone was so fun to see because that was actually just like, oh, this is actually just a map of like where Smoggy was playing this map. Actually, like that's
pretty
it.
Much,
that's
yeah.
all it was.
I think there were like maybe 2 or 3 rounds he didn't get a kill, but so many times he was the one finding the openers. He was the one finding like those 3Ks and 4Ks, and just been able to play so well in this game. I mean, exactly the hero that EDG needed to step up after that disastrous map too. Highlights as well. I mean, yeah, you kind of see what that lethal zone looks like because he's just everywhere right now killing people. We saw him on B side, we saw him on mid, now we're seeing him on A. Yeah, just about right. 402 ACS on Astra, not something that you usually see there. Kong right behind him along with nobody at 230. That is the degree of play here. And I just find it unfortunate that nobody crossed like that 230 mark. Like 3 players of EDG are above everybody else on JDG, so you can't really do anything with. There's just that much of a team difference.
I mean, yeah, it was tough, and like as much as like it did come down to multi-fraction Smoggy, I didn't feel, I think at any point that this felt like it had to be a hero game on Smoggy's back. I do think EDG were able to set Smoggy up for that, and sometimes, you know, it does just take like a mood booster of, hey, someone's fragging out right now in the server, and but it didn't feel dependent on that to me, and so some of the rounds, but the entire match overall. And so I think as a whole, definitely I love to see it. I think it was nice to give like Smoggy flowers where they're due, and it's nice to see a controller kind of take the 400 ACS, like you said. I mean, no one else really passing that 230 mark. I mean, on an Astra, I love to see that, and I think it really just shows the caliber of, I think, all the players in this lobby, that I think anyone could have done that, and it was Smoggy this time, but so fun to see.
A long series, all the maps were really dominant if you look at it. It's like 13-6, 13-6, 13-5, so yeah, EDG managing to win on Corrode and on Abyss here. Question marks for Abyss in particular answered the rest of the lower bracket run. It seems like they have been able to kind of solve their problems, but they stay alive for another day. That's the best thing we can say for them today. They've got 3 more games, after this win if they want to make it to Master Santiago, and they got to win all of them. So no, the pressure has to be on for this team, but hopefully that's what makes them play well. And for JDG, I mean, it wasn't a bad run. They were able to win two games at least in Kickoff. They weren't eliminated without a single win to their name. So hopefully heading back into VCT China Stage 1, they will be able to fix some things, fix the mistakes that they've been making. And also, I think for JDG, one more thing that you need to remember as well is that their roster went a little bit of a rebuild this year. They've got Coconut, who has been looking absolutely insane on some of these Thrifty rounds and in general. So I'm looking forward to seeing Coconut kind of like fitting in with the rest of the team, them finding their synergy, and just overall looking like a much stronger team than we saw today.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I think it is unfortunate we have to say goodbye to JDG for a Kickoff, but this is not the last we're going to see from them. And I did like what I saw from them, especially on that Haven and especially in this lower bracket run. And yes, I do think there are things they need to fix, obviously, but I can see the puzzle pieces like starting to slot in, so I wouldn't count them out just because they're knocked out of Kickoff right now. I think you're gonna want to look out for them in Stage 1, and I mean EDG as well, obviously not kicked out yet. And the same for, I mean, all the teams. I think we've seen a lot of great talent from the China region, and so I think it's gonna be a really, really good region to follow as we get ready to head into Stage 1.
We're getting closer and closer to our Santiago representatives day after day, but we're done with the action for today. Both of our games have concluded, but we'll be back with more Valorant action tomorrow. If you are going to be tuning in to Project Horizon, I think we can take a look at the results for today first before we talk about tomorrow's games. TYL, of course, finding a 2-0 win. It seemed like Trace were going to be able to make a comeback in that map number 2, but not able to push it over the distance. It's going to be a 2-0 for them. And EDG, I mean, I think the caster for the previous game, Bolts, was mentioning it. There's never a day with the game that JDG plays which doesn't have a map 3, and today we were once again the curse proved right. EDG came out on top though, so that is going to be the results for today. Banger games for sure, and honestly, I mean, map number 2 or game number 2 was just so rewarding in terms of chaos, 100%.
Yeah, and I mean, when we kind of look at what we saw throughout the day, this is just a good little sneak peek of what's in store for their matchup, right? Yeah, I'm excited, like you said, to see the Splash head to head, but I think it's not even just Smoggy. I mean, I think anyone can kind of go head to head. I think what kind of stood out for me today for EDG was, like you said, it was a long series, but the maps were very one-sided and dominant, but it also seemed like we had a chance for a lot of different players to kind of shine at different points. So
true. There was some, I think the one that I was impressed by the most was Jay Kuro, apart from the usual suspects, because I think that he's been coming into this year looking really, really strong in terms of personal play. Looking at the brackets though, I mean, day after tomorrow we've got the first qualification match for Santiago between ALG and XLG, but tomorrow we're going to be starting off with the lower bracket. EDG, they're going to be playing TYL. We've been talking about it before, we've been hyping it up today. It's going to be happening right there tomorrow, followed by that middle of bracket game that will decide which team drops down to the lower bracket between DRG and Bilibili. I mean, yeah, that's the schedule there basically as I was talking about it. You've got DRG facing off against Bilibili. It's going to be a pretty fun game. Bilibili has been looking super, super strong. Especially in their recent middle bracket games. They managed to beat EDG, and they're the reason why EDG is now in this lower elimination bracket. I'm very excited to see if they can win out over DRG. But yeah, second game, elimination game between TYL and EDG. One of them will no longer be in Kickoff tomorrow. So yeah, I'm super hyped about these games.
Yeah, a lot of good series you're not going to want to miss. And you did a good job, I think, kind of hyping it up. Obviously, you know, we've been doing a lot of TYL EDG hyping up today just because those are the matches we saw and we got a chance to see a little sneak peek of what that matchup might look like. But you're not going to want to miss the DRG, Bilibili gaming either. I mean, I think a good series coming up, a lot at stake, a lot on the line, and we're getting closer to see who's going to qualify. So, yeah, I mean, exciting stuff coming up, but that means we have nothing else today. That was it. Those were our long series, but good series, I think. All things being said.
You know what the worst part was? I was watching the first game as well, and somehow that TYL game that was a 2-mapper felt longer than this one that was a 3-mapper. Probably because the games were so fast, yeah. But anyway, thank you for stepping in today, Kaiserine, and of course, it's me, Zach, here. Thank you to production for making this possible. Thank you for Beatos for the wonderful translations throughout today. And thank you to you, our viewers, for actually tuning in and staying with us and letting us take you through the action where Project Horizon will be here tomorrow, so tune in at the same time, and we'll see you on the other side.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us.